There we go. Crew Matthias. He's one man that everyone will want to be taking down. Yes, they will. And one man that's trying to do that in the first matchup is Gianfranco. And here's his profile video telling you all about him.
Hola, mi nombre es Gianfranco Treviño, soy de Ecuador y mi ID es Gianfranco TR. Cuando empecé a jugar FIFA en 2014, lo empecé jugando porque me gustaba, me llamaba la atención el modo Ultimate Team y desde ahí empecé a jugar. Me acuerdo que eran temporadas online normales que se ganaban 15.000 monedas en primera. Y eso era lo que me gustaba. Me di cuenta que podía ser pro desde el FIFA pasado, que fue el primer año en el que me pude verificar. Este año lo traté de tomarlo un poco más profesional, por así decirlo. Y bueno, logré llegar al top 6 de la Libertadores. Mi formación favorita, la verdad es que la que yo uso más, por ejemplo, al momento de jugar FUT Champions es la 4-2-3-1 cerrada, pero en esta de Libertadores no me fue muy bien con esa y jugué con la 4-5-1 y me gusta más porque siento que tengo más control en el partido, tengo más opciones de pase y llego con más gente al área rival. Me gusta tener la posesión, tratar de tocar para que el rival se desconcentre, deje algún hueco y poder entrar y anotar el gol. Mis expectativas para este torneo son llegar lo más lejos posible. Soy el primer ecuatoriano en llegar a una instancia como esta. Mi objetivo es dejar en lo más alto al país, a mi país, Ecuador. Me estoy preparando para la Libertadores, jugando amistosos con jugadores verificados, tratando de probar nuevas tácticas para tener nuevas formas de jugar y poder competir.
Gianfranco taking on Crew Esports Matthias. That matchup is coming up very shortly. Before we jump into that, Uli, we have seen both of these competitors before, but on opposite ends of the competitive stage. Gianfranco, he's taken part in some of the fan cups we've been involved in.
Yeah, that's right. He's a great player from Ecuador, and this is the beauty of the CONMEBOL Libertadores, Kyle, that because recently we've seen Brazil against Argentina, no, but here what we see is all the best players from South America for the glory. You know, that's what they want. They want to make a stand. And many players here, yes, they're already in playoffs. Many though need to make a great CONMEBOL Libertadores to get to playoffs, potentially to the FIFA World Cup. Pressure on big names like Cezinho as well. And for Gianfranco, a bit of an underdog against Matthias, this is a great opportunity in front of all the FIFA community to show what he's made of.
Yes, it is a great opportunity. We're moments away. But before we do that, let's give another shout out to one of our sponsors. Yes, we want to give a massive thank you to Qatar Airways, the official airline partner of the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Right, we are ready to go, ready to kick things off here at the first ever CONMEBOL Libertadores. The players are ready, the competitors, they're all lining up. So let's throw it right over to Richard and Brandon to kick things off here at the first ever CONMEBOL Libertadores.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, here we go then. For the first ever time, welcome to the CONMEBOL Libertadores. My name is Brandon Smith, and joining me for the 3 days of action is that man, Richard Buckley. I mean, Richard, what a pleasure it is, first and foremost, to be involved in this tournament. It was supposed to happen last year, unfortunately, wasn't able to happen. It's been rescheduled online. We're at home in the UK. These guys, of course, Matthias Bonanno in Argentina. On the flip side, Gianfranco in Ecuador, the only Ecuadorian player that's qualified for this tournament. We're going to have a look at their teams before we jump into this game. We're on the PlayStation in Group A, and Rich, I wouldn't say we've seen enough of Matthias Bonanno, but we've certainly watched a lot of him this year.
I mean, look at those squads. Oh my gosh, I was not expecting that, to be honest, but it looks like we got the unlocked accounts for the CONMEBOL Libertadores, the best players for the best tournament. Prime icon moments galore, Brandon Smith. Mbappe, Team of the Year, Ronaldo, Alphonso Davies and Virgil van Dijk alongside Maldini, Hullet, Pele, R9, Vieira, Zambrotta and Edwin van der Sar. On the other side of that, Gianfranco, Inform Courtois, is going for Cruyff, Hullet, Pele, no R9, believe it or not, Bruno Fernandes and Ronaldo alongside Mbappe as his sort of attacking players. Incredible teams. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. As we said, these guys would have been given, obviously, a special version of an EA account that they could use sort of one-player loans in their Ultimate Team. Hence why they've got icons everywhere and sort of, as you said, just some incredible items in the teams. Matthias Bonanno yesterday, when he was playing in, of course, qualifier number 4 in the FIFA 21 Global Series, Richard, he had to use, maximum of 2 icons or 1 icon or 1 Team of the Year. He didn't have the opportunity to use 6, 7 icons alongside those Team of the Year players as well. So this is a real treat, and we are going to see the best of the best, of course, in terms of FIFA pros. But then also you see the teams that are being used. We're going to see R9, we're going to see Pele, we're going to be seeing some of those best South American players at the forefront, and we're going to be seeing an early goal after just 6 minutes in the game. It's going to be Matthias Bonanno. They get things moving again. It's only taken him 7 minutes. He was a champion for the 3rd time yesterday in the Global Series. And Richard Buckley, I'll tell you what, I'll be shocked if that man does not book himself into the Final Four, or we'll call it a Championship Tuesday or a Championship Wednesday, as I'll call it.
Quite a fortunate goal, to be honest, to start the game. It was the 99 rated Pele down the left-hand side. Finesse shot underneath the goalkeeper. You'd be expecting a little bit more from your goalkeeper from quite a tight angle like that, but as expected, Matthias Bonanno goes 1-0 up. Just to give you a bit of context on this player, if you're only just joining us for the CONMEBOL eLibertadores and you've not been keeping up with the rest of the Global Series, there has been 4 qualifiers in South America so far. He has qualified for all 4 of those events. You're thinking, what places has he finished? He has won 3 and got a top 3 in the other qualifier. He has been incredible this year in FIFA 21.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. On the flip side of that, for Gianfranco, what do we know about him? He's the only player from Ecuador that's made it to this tournament, so that's a bit of history for him. He's made it into the top 8 of his console in Group A on the PlayStation. We saw him, as you said, at an La Liga Fan Cup. It wasn't in the Global Series. That was a different event alongside the La Liga, of course, the Spanish Virtual League. However, what an opportunity this is. Of course, such a historic football tournament. Founded so many years ago, now on the virtual pitch for the very first time. Showcasing the best players from all over Latin America, South America. Funny story, on the Xbox, it was all just Brazilian players that qualified. On this side, we had, of course, Matthias Bonanno from Argentina. We had Gianfranco from Ecuador. Other than that, it's all Brazilian players, and he really has been flying the flag high for Argentina. Matthias Bonanno looking for goal number 2. Cuts it back inside, back to Pele! And just like that, Crew Matthias running rampant 22 minutes in here.
You thought it was amazing with sort of the restricted team. You've taken the shackles off him now and said, Matthias, go and use the best players on the game. Team of the Mbappe, getting down that right-hand side, cutting it back into Pele. First-time strike past the goalkeeper, and Matthias Bonanno 2-0 up and making a statement in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
It's just a bit of a pleasure for us, Richard, to get to see these teams in action. It's been a long time since we've seen Vieira and Ruud Gullit playing next to each other. Not just those two. So many more players. R9 picks the ball back up again. Just looking for goal number 3 for Matthias Bonanno. As we said, all these games are 2 legs of FIFA, an aggregate scoreline, the usual competitive format. This time, though, with a double elimination ruling. Sort of giving you a second chance. If you win, technically you only need to win 2 games and you'll be through to the Final Four. Cruyff dance in the box. Chance, brilliant save. Could have been a way back into the tie for Gianfranco, that's the best chance he's made so far, 30 minutes into the game.
Great save as well.
Should have put it into the back of the net there, but it was a brilliant save, wasn't it?
I don't think Courtois is going to come for that. Chance here potentially for Mateus up the other end. Kylian Mbappe back post. Ronaldo puts it into the side netting.
Chances squandered at both ends. I mean, one was a brilliant save on the flip side. That was a miss to forget about from Cristiano. Now the ball was lofted into the path of the Portuguese forward. Just able to latch his foot around the ball. Gianfranco, one of the lowest ranked players coming into this tournament. 142nd he sits, looking for a way back into the tie, just offside there. Yeah, we're going into the book there. He's just pulled back there. No, sorry, I threw a kick on the edge of the box. My apologies. What's going to happen from here? A direct shot from Bruno Fernandes, maybe? We will go for it. He did Ruud Gullit on the line to head that one away.
That's a goal if he doesn't pull himself out the wall and go back onto the line there with Gullit. Good sort of awareness. Good hit as well. Hit it nice and early. But just pulled Gullit back onto the line to head it away.
It's just group action today here in day one of the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Looking for that way back into the tie. Pele goes for that finesse shot. It's defended well by Virgil van Dijk. A question to you, Richard. Have you been surprised by the options that these guys have gone for? I mean, both teams are similar in some aspects, but there's a little bit of differences. One player looking to go for the Mbappe, Cruyff sort of duo going forward. On the flip side of that, you've got R9 and Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, I'm surprised R9's not in both squads. I think when you consider sort of his impact, especially with that 97 prime moments, R9 is just incredible. Bruno Fernandes getting the nod for Gianfranco. I think Vieira's playing at centre-back for him. Both players electing Pele as well. I think Pele is just one of those players this year that has to be in the squads if you are given the opportunity to play with these accounts.
Gianfranco again. So close there. Went for the cutback finish that he's looked for a couple of times. At 45 minutes played here. Matthias Pinano with a dream start in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. It was 2 goals early on. Pele scored both of them. Speaking about in fine form, Richard, and coming into this with the best confidence possible, that man is sitting top of the FIFA 21 Global Series. He's not here for a playoff spot, I can assure you on that, Richard. He's here to win this tournament, to take all the prize money.
I mean, yeah, when you consider that not only I don't think he's got the most points in South America, but he's got the most points cumulatively in the world right now as well. You see the formation that he's playing, a 5-3-2 right there. Van Dijk, Zambrotta and Maldini as the back three, with Mbappe right wing back and Alphonso Davies left wing back. Vieira, Pele in midfield next to Ruud Gullit, and then the 2 Ronaldos up top.
Oh, this is the player that we've seen plenty of time in. Kylian Mbappe in a right wing back. Is that happening? Is that staying?
He's been there since the start of the game.
No wonder I didn't see him going forward. He's been sort of trapped at the back, but with the 5-3-2, it of course does offer that sort of overload on either side, whether that's be Alphonso Davies on the left-hand side or Kylian Mbappe. We saw some crazy sort of position changes yesterday when we were commentating over another tournament in South America. There's one for you. Mbappe, right wing back. I mean, there's so many choices, isn't there? You've got to squeeze them all into the team in some shape or form.
Long old pause at half-time here between these two. Seeing that 4-5-1 coming out at the minute from Gianfranco. Similar formation to what Nicholas has used in the past, with the 3 centre mids, a couple of wide players, and then that sort of lone striker. Your outside centre mids get involved with the attack as well, and it quickly progresses into sort of a 4-1-4-1 with your sole centre mid, your 2 outside centre mids pushing a little bit further forward, and your wingers sort of offering the outlet out wide. Not worked so far for him. However, Matthias 2-0.
We're back on the way then for the second half in our first game here. The opening game of this tournament Matthias Bonanno currently up by 2 goals, and that's brilliant in the box. Cruyff fully just beyond side, can't really find his feet, and he's just offside there, the Dutch forward. A little bit too keen off the mark. As always, this will be concluded over 2 legs of an aggregate scoreline. The only difference here, Matthias can find a third. He would be in dreamland. Could this be the third? Hullet, it's through on goal. Brilliant save. Nearly. Now Pele at the back post, who was waiting for the rebound to fall to his feet, and then he did.
We actually look at this 5-3-2. Granted, yes, there are 5 defenders at the back, but when you attack it quickly and when you're defending quickly, most of the time it's a 3-5-2. But now, as soon as the possession sort of slows down a little bit and your opponent tries playing through you, that's where it's so hard, because he does fall back into the 5. You've got your 3 centre mids in front, and it's just so many white shirts to try and break down.
Great feet in the box from Hullet here. Tries to sort of hold the ball up and expects maybe Matthias Bonanno to bite into the tackle. That's something that he won't do. Brilliant ball through. Can he whip it into the box? Gianfranco looking for a way back into the tie. Still can't get his foot around the ball. Went to corner. Slowly but surely building into the game. Goes towards the front post again. It needs Edwin van der Sar to just come out and punch that one away. Matthias Bonanno under the pressure. Can he capitalise on this though? Cruyff trying to scoop turn his way in and around the box past Maldini, which is no ease. Such a good defender. When you've got this many icons in front of you and incredible players, no wonder there's not so many of you in modern day foot irons getting into the teams, because those players are just so good, whether it be their prime. Lovely touch, chance to make it 3. Oh, just could not connect to the ball there.
Maldini just seemingly sort of leading into Ronaldo as he went to shoot. Should have been a goal. CR7, you expect the ball to be rustling into the back of the net.
So, didn't he, as you said, with a directional nutmeg into space, but Maldini being Maldini, back down the other end we go into MV for this game has suddenly come to life. Scoop turn, shot comes in off the post, it ricochets. Best chance so far of the game from Gianfranco. Much better second half from our only player from Ecuador. Speaking of a big tournament for him, I mean, first and foremost, even getting to this stage out of the thousands of players that sign up is a huge, huge achievement. Guaranteed prize money for getting to sort of the top 8. For someone that's ranked 142nd in those Global Series rankings in South America on the PlayStation, he could really do. Getting the job done here and getting that playoff spot. We're going to go into a pause menu now. Roughly just under 15 minutes left in this game.
Matthias' stamina is absolutely ruined. Look at Vieira and Van Dijk. Seemingly no stamina left at all.
Talk about options though, Rich. Look at that bench.
De Bruyne and Carlos Alberto coming on.
Maybe one more change. A couple of wise words. If you just notice, Matthias will sort of put his headset on. He speaks to a coach of some sort. Can't be with him in his own home, but can still be with him over the power of the internet. Does he agree to make a third change? He does. As you said, it'll be the De Bruyne. Also coming along alongside Zinedine Zidane. Might be one more chance. Carlos Alberto also in that back 5.
Yeah, Van Dijk's stamina was absolutely drained, alongside Patrick Vieira as well. Not sure if it was sort of a misclick, potentially. He had maybe overall ball side on, or something along those lines, but not able to keep up with the physicality of the game. Vieira or Van Dijk. They'll come off with 15 minutes left to play. First of 2 legs.
Yeah, let's not forget the prize money on the line for this one. $50,000 prize pot across sort of each console. $100,000 in total, plus 3 spots per console to take you to those playoffs, those all-important playoffs. On the flip side, Neymar comes on for Gianfranco. Still yet to score a goal in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. So he's maybe looking out to see out this leg. 2 goals to nil he leads. It was 2 goals from Pele in just 25 minutes. Other than that, it's been quite a quiet second half, in all honesty. It has been Gianfranco that's had most of the possession and most of the chances and able to find the back in there. A couple of skill moves there. A directional nutmeg also coming into the frame of things. I don't know who Matthias Banana does play for. That's Crew Esports. That's Sergio Aguero's own esports organisation. He found it just before the start of this FIFA season. As well there, just to flick that one on. Zidane, he's off the bench. Could be on for an overlap. Possession changes hands once again. That's going to be a battle you're going to see all night. Hullet against Hullet in the midfield. Switch of play. Can he whip it in and find a consolation of some sort? Going into the second leg, he looks for it again, wins a corner. Towards that front post where Ronaldo's always going to be lurking. He's always going to be waiting for it.
Chance still alive though.
But still, just no way through for him, Richard, is there?
He's not created anything sort of real clear cut. He had that one chance in the first half where he hit the cutback, but didn't really result in anything. But for the most part, Matthias, you would argue, has been in pretty much control of this game.
Yeah, you can just see there. Job done, leg 1 in the bag for Matthias Banana. Through Matthias leads by 2 goals to nil. At the halfway point after leg 1 here in our first game, our debut opening game in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. If you have just tuned in, good evening to you or welcome to such a special tournament. 3 days of action in front of you. That's our first game done and dust. If you're not aware of the format, Richard, explain it to the people, because you might lose your first 2-legged game, but you still will remain in the tournament, won't you?
Yeah, so it's group stages, but it's double elimination groups. So basically, if you lose your first game, you'll go down to the losers bracket, and then you'll play against the other losers in your group. By the end of the group stages, we will have one player who's gone through the winners bracket, meaning they've won all their games in the group. They will be seed 1, and then the player who wins the losers bracket, basically, you've lost 1 game, but then you've beat everybody else. You'll go through as seed 2. Tomorrow and on Wednesday, seed 1 from Group A plays seed 2 from Group B, and vice versa on the PlayStation and on the Xbox. Winner overall will be your CONMEBOL E Libertadores champion.
Yeah, of course, leave them with the prize pot, as you said, and they'll be getting that playoff spot as well. So not too bad overall. There's some of the highlights from that first leg, as we said. There was only 2 goals to talk about, 2 of those going in from Matthias Banana. This was, of course, that second chance for him. Did so well, chipped it back inside, and played the one more pass into Pele. It's the 5-3-2 in action. He's playing Pele as a sort of central midfielder. I know that's not his position by trade. Certainly Mbappe, he's not a right wing back by trade, is he, Richard? But maybe to people at home, they're thinking, why are all these players playing that position? It's a case of, I'd best describe it, you're like a sweet shop, aren't you? You just want to have a bit of everything. You want to just somehow squeeze it into your team, so to speak.
Not necessarily that as well. Granted, all these players are incredible, but in terms of the position of right wing back in a 5-back, the only thing you're really looking for is pace and physicality. If you put in a more out-and-out right wing back, say James Tavernier, the headliner, and he is your right wing back, if you then want to change formation at any point in that game, you have to be considerate that one of the players will be playing in a less familiar position. Whereas if you've got Mbappe right wing back and you start with him as that sort of out of position, but he's quick, he can catch up to players, and he can offer you a little bit going forward. And then, as we've seen, Matheus Bonano loves the 4-3-3 false 9, a formation that he's played and been very successful with. He can switch it anytime. Mbappe goes into right wing, Pele maybe drops into centre mid, and then you just go to a standard 4-back formation. And that's why Zambrotta is playing at right centre back in the 5-back. Because Zambrotta comes out to right back, Alphonso Davies goes to left back, and then you have Virgil and I can't remember who else his other Maldini was his other defender as the 4-back in the false 9. So you're sort of playing the percentage game. Mbappe is going to play right wing back for if it's going well for me. If it's not going well, he's a versatile player that can play a different plethora of positions.
I mean, on top of that as well, it's been sort of the style and the theme this year to play fullbacks in its centre back. We know that Zambrotta is one of those players that can certainly do that job there. If you're wondering why these guys are using such incredible teams, they're using a special esports, of course, sort of program build of their own account where they can obviously get one loan players just for this tournament in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores, which they can only use for this tournament as well. Hence why you're seeing all these icons, team of the year items in there. We said this a little bit in the commentary, Rich, although that it is the case that both of these two can use any player they want, they haven't both gone for the exact same team, have they?
No, and we saw that before the game. R9 only starting for Matheus, for sort of, you consider what he's actually offering as well in regards to Pele's been the main goal scorer for him. He's been the player sort of getting forward and creating the chances in the final third. But R9 is a player that you either love him or I wouldn't say you hate him, but you love him or you sort of get along with him. But if you do have the bottle to drop him and say, you know what, I'm not a fan of R9, I'm not going to play him, well, fair play to you, Gianfranco doing that.
Here we go, then back on the way for the second leg here. Tyres kicking from right to left in that white strip. Gianfranco, the only free agent in this tournament. Kicking from left to right. He's currently 2 goals down against the #1 ranked player on the PlayStation in South America. A player that's had a season to remember so far. If he was to go and win this tournament in a couple of days' time, I mean, I would just echo that sentiment of him being just so good this year. 141 spots between the two on the rankings. Here comes Matheus again, looking to start the game early. Hully does well. And he looked for Pele in the box. He's maybe got Cristiano Ronaldo dancing. Oh, rude Hullet! Forget Ronaldo, forget R9. It's the Ruud Gullit show right now.
That is absolutely incredible from Matheus Bonano there inside the box. The 3-point turn, cancelled out of it at the perfect time. What a goal. He's putting on a show right now. There's a lot of new people, maybe, who's not seen Matheus Bonano before. And he's absolutely devastating Gianfranco right now.
As we said, you can't... I'm not taking anything away from Gianfranco at all. As I said, on the PlayStation, there was over 2,400 people that signed up to be in this tournament. We're looking at the top 8 here. 4 on Group A, 4 on Group B. We're looking at Group A at the moment. But in terms of when you go past that and you look for the differences between the top players and those ones that are playing so well and winning tournaments, moments like that, Matheus sort of teasing those sort of cutback passes, those one more passes. Whilst he's doing that, he's making Gianfranco have to worry about having to defend these potential cutback passes, these balls into the box, and he's done that a couple of times, Matheus, in the last sort of few matches and tournaments we've seen. And when players just make a solo goal happen, whether that be Ronaldo, whether that be Gullit, now because he's in the team and he's able to use his item, he knows these players are so good, and it's one of those things that just really works for him. Get the right combinations at the right time. Can really be a deadly mix, and we just saw it there. Gullit on the score sheet makes it 3-0 within the first 10 minutes for Matheus. He wins
sometimes on FIFA, just everything is clicking for you. Everything is working. It's just, you can't not do anything right. Even when you're not playing great, you're still dominating opponents and still winning trophies. And he showed that yesterday. Looks like a completely different Matheus Bonano right now. Maybe the new players have sort of given him a extra lease of life.
Gianfranco still no way through. Currently 3-0 down. So the only player from Ecuador to qualify for this tournament. The first ever player from Ecuador, we must say as well. This is the inaugural CONMEBOL Libertadores. I mean, huge congratulations to all 16 competitors that have qualified for this. 8 on the PlayStation, 8 on the Xbox. We'll be taking you around all the games today, showing you some of those key games on the stream. So the likes of Zazzinio, Resende, all involved, all in action. Of course,
there's a couple
of 10 as well.
Just going to say there, you mentioned the games, Brandon. There's a few games that are played simultaneously right now, which we will be giving you the results of after this match, of all the other matches that have been in action during this featured game of round number 1.
Yeah, certainly that will be interesting. As you said, so many games to play. By the end of play today, we'll know how the groups will conclude. We'll only have sort of 2 names from each group, so it'll be 4 players left on the Xbox, 4 players left on the PlayStation. It will be about knockout football on Tuesday and on Wednesday, where we'll do it all again. Finding out who takes the playoff spots and who takes all the prize money. Chance, Gianfranco back to goal, finally! Does find a way through with his Cruyff that he's been looking for so long.
Huge goal to give him a lot of confidence, Gianfranco. Johan Cruyff scooped in at the near post and rifled in with the Dutch icon.
Certainly a big goal, Richard. He's been knocking on the door for that one for so long. Waiting and waiting, sort of buying his time.
Just seen someone in the chat there saying Johan Cruyff being number 13 is deserves to be eliminated from the tournament. I know a lot of people are a big sort of not skeptics, but big believers in whatever number a player predominantly played in their football career, they should be wearing their shirt in FIFA. So when Cristiano Ronaldo gets number 12 instead of CR7, you can see CR9 right there for Matthias. Cristiano Ronaldo rocking the number 9 shirt. Ruud Gullit moving inside the box. He's been star of the show in this second leg for Matthias. Nothing on that particular attack, and Gianfranco with that opening goal for him in this series, maybe giving him the confidence that he needs to push on and put Matthias under a little bit of pressure. Carlos Alberto looking to play inside, finds Johan Cruyff, the goal scorer for Gianfranco. Cristiano Ronaldo, number 14 for Gianfranco. Blasphemous. Bruno Fernandes. Little Lacricetta cancel inside the box. Directional nutmeg. Ronaldo. Ball rolls. Step overs. Referee. No penalty. And a great save. Spreading his body. Edwin van der Sar at the feet of Ronaldo. Corner to be played into the box. Van der Sar comes for it. Doesn't get it. It's bouncing around the box. And in the end, just a clearance out as we approach half-time. Gianfranco showing a different side of his game right now.
Yeah, he really is. He's just waiting, isn't he? For that second goal. Maybe it's going to come now. It's defended well. And that will do us for 45 minutes here in leg number 2. Certainly a better 45 minutes from Gianfranco. Went 1-0 down early into the game. Just took 10 minutes for Cruyff to sort of score this solo effort goal that he worked it so well in the box, didn't he? A couple of drag backs, a pivot on the ball, as you mentioned. 7 minutes into it. There you go. You can see it on your screen. And then it was another Dutch icon down the other end in Cruyff. 29 minutes on the clock. He restored a little bit of hope. He certainly had possession in his favour, Rich, but he's 45 minutes away from being sort of dropped down into the loser side of the group stages here. He needs to find 2 goals in 45 minutes.
See the custom tactics changes here of Matthias Bonanno. 4-2-3-1. Hullet and Vieira holding. Mbappe out wide left. Ronaldo right. Pele in behind. R9. See how much he values João Cancelo there. He's got a place among the icons on the bench. Not too bad company. Next to Zidane, Eusebio and Johan Cruyff.
I mean, if you're having two strikers in your team, for me, it's got to be the two Ronnies up top. R9 and Cristiano. Are you sort of obliged to that? Or are you?
I think I'd maybe even go Team of the Year Ronaldo, Team of the Year Mbappe as my two strikers. I think R9 is incredible, and I think he's one of the best strikers on the game. But Mbappe he just feels different. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it. But that Team of the Year Mbappe, especially when we see him in these sort of real tight matches, he seems to be the one that always gets that little bit of space and gets that goal.
See, maybe a defensive change that Matthias was looking towards. As you said, he's only 45 minutes away from putting himself into a very good position, keeping himself sort of on the upper side of the group format here. We'll play a winner of his other match. If you don't know who's in this tournament, the CONMEBOL Libertadores on the PlayStation. In this group, we've got CM Dudu and MGFC Barreto. So the winner of that will play Matthias Bonanno if he can hold on to this lead. In the other group, I mean, he'll probably be thinking, Jesus, I'm lucky I wasn't in the other group, because Paulo Neto's in there. You've got Zizinho, Nathan SR, and then MH7, fresh off that E-Club World Cup victory for E-Liga Sol. So what's a group that is, by the way, Group B?
Oh, ridiculous group, isn't it? The quality. When you say the word stacked, that should be the image under it right there.
Absolutely remarkable. And so it'll be the top two from each of those groups that will make it through to the final four. There can only be one winner on the PlayStation and one winner on the Xbox in this tournament. Matthias Bonanno, one of those players that, as you said, had so much experience this year. He's been playing his best FIFA, looking for another goal to add on to that tally now. Zambrotta. It's a space on this right-hand side. Can he find those right connections, whether that be into Ronaldo, Mbappe, Pele also in the box to try and push his way past Rudel. He says no thank you, and Cruyff, the only goal scorer. Gianfranco. You're hoping that he can get on the score sheet again. He needs 2 goals if there's any chance of sending this game into extra time. Wants to come forward. Lovely scoop turn. Cruyff still just about in possession. Gets dispossessed in the end by that team of the Virgil van Dijk. Chance to break on the flip side now. Pele. It's got Ronaldo and R9 in support. So many good options. I'm sure we'll keep echoing it today. These sort of super teams that these guys are using. So many good players.
Remarkable. The squads in use, and I think it just really goes to show, sort of, you look at CR7, even within all the players, all the icons, he's still in there, he's still amongst it, getting involved. João Cancelo on the bench just goes to show how good, sort of, the players that I won't say necessarily take for granted, but how highly valued they really are.
And also on that, Richard, how many sort of fantastic South American players there are as well. You look at, of course, your usual faces, whether that be Pele or R9 in the team. Alongside that at the back, the likes of Carlos Alberto. Ronaldinho, the list goes on. You can talk for days. 25 minutes away, Matthias. You'll notice this now. Sort of just been sure he's taking seconds out of the game, seconds out of the tie. He's keeping possession in a very dangerous area. Does get dispossessed eventually by Hullet. to come forward. Gianfranco, if he wants to stay in this one. Certainly made a better account of himself in this second leg. Chance now, if he can find the cutback. Does so well to get in this position. Looks for the chance. Goes on his own with Mbappe. Was it the right decision or maybe not? Who knows?
Johan Cruyff was in there for the cutback. He went for that near post strike. Probably backed Mbappe to score. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, and now he'll be thinking, why didn't I just cut it back to Johan Cruyff to get his second of the game?
Sort of tried to squeeze it in the near post, didn't he? It was one of those, you weren't sure if he was looking for a finesse at one stage or what finishing type he was going to go for. Gianfranco again goes for the directional nutmeg with Bruno Fernandes. Unfortunately runs it straight into Hullet. 18 minutes away at the moment. It feels like it's all business for Matthias. As we said, he'll play the winner of CM Dudu or Barreto of MGCF Esports. So this is Group A on the PlayStation. There is a Group B also underway right now. Palanetto, Zazinio, Nathan SR and MH7 of Team R10. On the flip side on the Xbox, some names to talk about that we will be talking about over these next 3 days. PH Zin, Vinny of FootWiz, Gabriel of R10. Of course, you can't forget the man that's top of the pole on the Xbox, Resende at the moment from Inter. Chance for Mbappe now. Just can't get past Virgil van Dijk, and that's difficult. You've got to try and be creative, Richard, against the likes of Maldini, the likes of Virgil van Dijk, who are just huge and tall and very well-built players, alongside their incredible interception, stats they've got, defending stats.
Just the presence, isn't it, of Van Dijk and Maldini and Vieira and Hullet. So not only quick and physical and strong, but just imposing on the pitch.
Have a chance forward. It's been Cruyff that's been the driving force in most of these attacks. It's just trying to find a way through. There's Ronaldo, and he's just Gianfranco looked to the screen there in disbelief, saying, if Ronaldo's not scoring in those sort of areas for me, what chance or what hope do I have in this tournament?
Those opportunities just have to go in, don't they? I mean, it's one of those where you start to contemplate, is it even my day? Am I going to force this comeback? Johan Cruyff being brought on there for Matthias.
As we've spoken about many a times, these are the only two non-Brazilians that have qualified for this tournament. I'm sure they have their own fan bases behind them alongside their nations in Argentina and Ecuador. Played into the box towards the back post. It's headed wide. Alphonso Davies in acres of space, not on target.
That has to go in at the back post. Keeper in no man's land. Corners are a tough thing to get right. It's just not as successful as they used to be when you used to slam it into the near post and look for a flick on header or a bicycle kick. With the goalkeeper movement now, everyone pulls the goalkeeper out to the 6-yard box. But if you do get in there and you do get a free header, have to score. And Matthias just going to hold on to the ball now and not even let Gianfranco have another chance of scoring.
You saw Gianfranco there laughing at the screen. He knows there's chances that another day, at least on target, or one of them going to the back. And then on the flip side for Matthias, he's just been more clinical. And in moments like this now, we can just see out this type. Once again, Matthias just leaves us all with that thought and that question in our minds of who can beat this man? Who can take him down? And that will be our first game concluded here in the CONMEBOL Libertadores here in Group A on the PlayStation. It will be a 3-1 victory for Matthias of Crew Esports. Commiserations to Gianfranco. You can see quite a puzzle play in the end. They're thinking, how can I score, let alone break down Matthias Bonano? He did have chances in that second leg after quite a slow first leg, in all honesty, Richard. You know, kept possession well, created a good 4 or 5 chances, but just wasn't clicking in the box, and half of his shots, unfortunately, weren't even on target, which was not great, especially when he's got these team of the year items and these brilliant icons.
Yeah, it seemed as though Johan Cruyff was sort of the only player that was sort of doing anything for him. The big chance came, Kylian Mbappe, inside left channel. He went for that near post strike, and on another day, you cut that back. You look at Cruyff in the box and you just lay it off to him. He backs the shot. Great save from Van der Sar, who did have a good game as well. We can't forget that. A couple of good saves in the first half as well. CR7 got a chance, and Van der Sar made sure that it didn't result in a goal. But I don't think there's any surprise, really, is that Matthias Bonano starts as he finished yesterday in South America Qualifier 4, winning first game of the day today. Another win for the Argentine, and moves on. I think, what is he, 1 game away technically now from being the winner of the seed 1, shall I say, from the groups here today.
Yeah, as we said, you've only got to win sort of 2 sort of series of games, and you will be through to the knockout stages and into Tuesday and Wednesday, of course, depending on the console that you're playing on, whether on the PlayStation or on the Xbox. But yeah, I feel like Matthias comes into this at the perfect way possible. 24 hours ago, or less than that, Richard, he won a tournament. He won a qualifier. He won his 3rd championship of the year, Matthias. Comes into, no doubt, one of the biggest tournaments this year, just full of confidence.
Yeah, quite literally, he's just been winning everything. And it's one of those things where, is it going to continue? Is maybe tiredness, exhaustion going to play a factor as well? You've got to think, not only are you sitting and playing FIFA, but your brain, you've got to be so switched on mentally to play at that level for a prolonged period of time. But showing no sign of slowing down anytime soon is Matthias.
Yeah, exactly that. As we said, we are going to throw it back over to Carl and Ulibarri to break down our first game of the day here in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. But gentlemen, no surprises. Matthias Bonano back to winning ways, as it always seems to be.
Surprises at all. Richard, Brandon, thank you so much for that one. Ulibarri, I mean, we saw him dominate South America. We've seen him do it time and time again, and here he is. He's hit the ground running once again. Has he even hit the ground? He's just continued running from one competition to the next.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, good effort by Gianfranco. He still has a chance in loser's bracket, and Matthias, I mean, if we ask him right now, he would probably say, I didn't play so well. The thing is, you are the current qualifier champion, and then you get to see Libertadores with no rest. And the first attack you have, you score, and then you do the chicken dance celebration. Like, look at that. Look at Pello.
It shows confidence, right? It shows that he's full of confidence, and he's here to perform. He's here to showcase what he's got.
Yeah, that's the scary part of it, Kyle, that we already knew and we saw earlier in the season what Matthias was capable of when it comes to talent, right? And we could tell he was a newcomer talent from Argentina, but now we're seeing Matthias with confidence. You know, he knows he has a target in his back, so, and he doesn't care. He seems to handle the pressure so well. Again, yesterday he said, I still need to handle the pressure better. He needs to play better. So I think he's so hard on himself because he's just making it look easy.
He does make it look easy. As you can see, the goals that was being scored by Crew Esports Matthias, he took that 3-goal lead on aggregate over 2 legs, but it was Gianfranco who had to push back. He had to keep on fighting to remain in this matchup, and there was one point where I thought, Uli, could this be on? Could we see possibly a comeback? He created plenty of chances. He put one of them away there, but why didn't it work out for Gianfranco?
Well, it's just because the second goal never got in, you know, because Gianfranco did create chances. He was just a bit unlucky. Good saves also from Matthias, goalkeeper. That second goal would have changed the game for sure. But Matthias, we've seen that. He knows how to stay calm through tough moments of the game. So yeah, good deserved win. It was a bit better, I think, for Gianfranco in the second game, so Matthias has to, and I'm sure we'll look into that.
Yes, we will look into it. There's been plenty of other matches that have been happening at the same time as this one, as Crew Esports Matthias Bonano wins 3-1. against his opponent right there, Gianfranco. Let's have a look at those other results that were happening at the same time. Competitors going head-to-head across the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. As you can see in the PS4 Group A, yes, it was CM Dudu who came out 4-3 winner against MGCF Barreto. And look at that other one across there, PH the Beast, as we've seen time and time again in Group A and the Xbox, winning 10-2 against R1 Arta. And it was Arta from R10 who came out against Footwiz Vinny, 4-3 winner. Remember, though, it is those winners who stay in the winners bracket side of things, but the losers, they drop down into the losers bracket, so it's not out yet. The competition isn't done and dusted for them. They do remain in. They now drop down into that losers bracket side of the competition, where they will fight for survival here at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Things are hotting up, Uli. It feels like with this competition, we're seeing the best of the best, and everyone wants to showcase what they're capable of, but ultimately, people want to win. If you wanted to win one tournament just this year, this is the one that the competitors need. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, with what's at stake, the prize money, the glory of being the first CONMEBOL eLibertadores, who wouldn't, right? And PH Scene, because we've been talking about Matthias, Resende, Cecinho, okay, but PH Scene, we hadn't thought of that, but PH Scene has to be mad, right? And he wants to make a stand and remember everyone. He is the best player in South America in Xbox. He had a great start. Now Resende seems to be the new final boss, right? So we see Matthias and Resende more calm in their game, enjoying it, and PH Scene, he doesn't care. Like we said months earlier, he doesn't care about anything. If he can score 10 goals on you, he will. And I think, yeah, he has to be a real contender in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
Everything can change, though, Uli, can't it, with one matchup? Yes, you do drop down into the losers bracket. If you do lose, your backs are against the ropes. But time and time again, we've seen so many competitors fight their way out of that losers bracket and win different tournaments.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of the competition, when it's win or go home situation. Tons of pressure, you know, so I think those games are more interesting because you see, especially in the second legs, how the pressure affects these players. Like, even though they're pros and they're one of the best players in the region, of course they can also feel the pressure. In the heat of the moment, only the best can come on top.
How big do you think this tournament is, Uli? Because we've seen across the globe these different tournaments that are happening for all the competitors in the different regions, but when it comes to the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, when it comes to just the Libertadores, we know how big of a competition that is, how much it means to people. So for people to possibly win this one, there must be so much pressure.
I think, Kyle, this is as big as it gets. Definitely for South American players, for Latin players, this is as big as it gets. I would say only the FIFA A World Cup I would put on top of this for South American players. That's in the end of the season, though, so it's still a long way to go. This is definitely bigger than qualifiers. E-Club World Cup this year we saw, you know, because of the reality nowadays that it couldn't be with all the players against each other, so it was like a champion in each region. So this is, in my opinion, the biggest tournament there will be this season for South American players, just with respect for the FIFA World Cup, right? But that's in the end. So it is also about the glory and the prize money. I mean, Cal, what would you do with that prize money?
Oh, I mean, it would just, it would be very nice right now. Even though in the UK we can't go anywhere, it would still be very nice to sit there pretty in the bank, plus a trophy to say I'm the first CONMEBOL eLibertadores champion. Yes, please. Right, we've got our second matchups coming up on stream for you very, very shortly, so make sure you do stick around with us. Things are just getting started, and believe me, we're about to turn the temperature up here at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Make sure you stick around. We'll be back after this short break.
La Libertadores es todo.
Ganar la Libertadores sería lo más lindo que me podría pasar en la vida. Cada partido con mi hermano.
Con mis amigos. Con mi viejo. Siempre. Todos los partidos nos vemos juntos, los dos con la camiseta gritando, alentando, nos volvemos locos. Cuando lo festejamos juntos, es mucho mejor.
Santander, banco oficial de la Conmebol Libertadores.
Put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl. Only when it suits you, control it like some voodoo.
Which way do you think we should go?
I don't care.
Tired of the drama, silence, Baby, more than tears, this hit is yours. Too broken to be fixed, too proud to ask for help. Used to be yourself.
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Girl, why you think that?
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Why you think that? Girl, why you think that?
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. Go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better.
this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters.
Welcome back to the first ever CONMEBOL eLibertadores. I'm going to keep on saying that because it shows how big of an event this one is right here. The first ever one where competitors from the South American region will be going head to head, hoping to be crowned the first ever champion, yes, of that CONMEBOL eLibertadores. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Rodrigo Ulibarri. But before we get into that, let's give a massive shout out to one of our sponsors. Yes, we want to say thank you to MasterCard, the official sponsor of CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Without them, these events wouldn't be possible. Right, let's get into the action just here now, because there's been plenty of matches that have been happening off stream. We will be showcasing some of the best, yes, highlighting some of the best matches that will be happening on stream. But away from it, there's still plenty of incredible action happening as well. We had a quick look before, a brief look just at some of those matches that were happening before. Let's recap, because some competitors that we all know and love, well, they have been taking part in all of our matchups already. On the PS4 Group A side of things, the results there, we've watched Crew Matthias beat Gianfranco TR 3-1, and then it was CM Dudu and MGCF Barreto who took place off stream, and it was CM Dudu who came out 4-3 on the Xbox Group A results. PH Zine from R10, the beast as we like to call him, he won 10-2 against R1 Arta. And it was Footwiz Vinny who took on Otter from R10 as well. And it was Arthur R10 who came out on top 4-3 on that one right there. And that sets up an incredible couple of days of action. Remember, it is double elimination. So all of our winners, they stay in the winners bracket side of things. But our losers, they drop down into the losers bracket, which means they're not out just yet. But if you lose in the losers bracket side of things, that is it. You're done and dusted. You are out of the competition right there. Now, not only do you get to see some incredible FIFA 21 right here for the next 3 days, well, you also get rewarded for it as well, yes, with the viewership rewards. These are our live viewership rewards. Yes, link your EA and Twitch account, watch the stream for at least 60 minutes, and you will receive an FGS player token into your FIFA Ultimate Team account. Once you have collected at least 2 tokens, you'll be able to redeem them for FUT rewards in game. Make sure that those accounts are linked, and if you don't know how to do that, visit ea.com/Twitch linking, and we will let you know there's only one FIFA Global Series player token will be awarded per user per event, but make sure you get it done. Something special we've got over the next 3 days as well is anyone who watches more than an hour of FIFA Global Series action over these 3 days live on Twitch with a linked Twitch and EA account, they also will receive some TIFOs to include in your FIFA Ultimate Team. Yes, you'll get the R10 teams TIFO with Gabriel, PH Zine and Rampazzo. You'll get a CONMEBOL eLibertadores TIFO right there and an Inter Esports TIFO. Make sure you get it done. Make sure you're watching not just for the action but for the rewards as well. Uli, when are we going to get our TIFO? When are we going to get our TIFO in game?
I don't know, Kyle. I think we've earned it. I think we've earned it. I'll tell you that.
I think we have definitely earned it. I would love to have a TIFO in there. Make sure you get yours, though, by getting those rewards by watching over an hour of action. Now, let's have a look at our brackets. This is how things currently look after one game here at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. This is what we jump into. Yes, Group B on the PS4 side of things. Paulo Neto taking on Zezinho in that first round. And then we've got SPQR Nathan SR22 taking on MH from Team R10. Those matches are coming up for you very, very shortly. We've also got other matches that will be happening as well on that side of things in this bracket right here. Hopefully we'll be able to look at those. Yes, Group A on the PS4 side of things. This is what it currently looks like now. It was Crew Matthias and CM Dudu who won. So they go through into that second round here on the winners bracket side of things. And it's Gianfranco TR taking on MGCF Barreto in the losers bracket side. They'll be hoping to make their way through. On Group B in the Xbox, Inters Rosende will take on SPQR Dudu in that first round. And then it's Gabriel R10 taking on Finetto R10. Those two going head to head. One will progress through to round 2. The other will drop down into the losers bracket, just like they did here with Group A on Xbox. PHZ in R10. He made his way through. It was Arthur in R10, which sets up another R10 derby in that second round in Group A on the Xbox. And then in the losers bracket side of things, it's R1 Arta taking on Footwiz Vinny. They'll be going head-to-head in the losers bracket side of things. There's so much happening, but don't worry. Don't feel overwhelmed. We'll be talking you through all of it right here, Uli. And it's getting quite exciting because once we see people drop down into the losers bracket, it starts to get real.
Yeah. You know, just looking at the bracket, we need to praise definitely R10. You know, the team is doing so well because, I mean, Crew Esports, of course, SPQR, but R10 are always there in the finals. Many top players, not only like one big representative like Matthias, for instance, in Crew Esports. We talk about many top players, and they, of course, train with each other. So good stuff from R10. Definitely a nice team that joined the South American region. And, you know, Paulo Neto against Cecinho, this is, honestly, coming to this broadcast, the game I'm most hyped for. Why? Because we have Paulo Neto, who we mentioned in previous broadcasts. He's definitely the best player in South America this season who hasn't won a tournament yet. So, well, you know, that's the thing, but he's still top 3 in the rankings. And then we got Cecinho, who has been a bit of a letdown this season. We haven't seen much of him. Now he's signed for Dux Gaming. And the thing is, Cecinho, I'm not being harsh on him. The thing is, just like Nicolas, he set the bar so high when he won that Foot Champions Cup. So he is one of the main players in South America that could go and win the FIFA World Cup. So of course he should be a favorite. Even a struggling season, he's top 38 in the ranking. He's one of the players that needs a top 3 finish here to secure a playoff finish.
And we get to see both of those going head-to-head in our next matchup, which I'm so excited for. Before we get into that, though, let's get to know a little bit more about our competitors. We'll start with Paulo Neto. Here's a little profile video on him.
Olá, meu nome é Paulo Neto, eu sou brasileiro, eu tenho 18 anos. Comecei a jogar o FIFA muito novo, desde criança, mas eu só jogava o modo carreira, mas eu comecei a jogar online a partir do FIFA 15, foi aí que eu conheci o Ultimate Team. O momento que eu percebi que eu poderia ser um jogador profissional foi quando eu fui para a minha primeira Foot Champions Cup, lá em Atlanta, em 2019, e eu cheguei na semifinal do Mundial. Minha formação favorita no FIFA é a 4-2-3-1, mas ultimamente eu estou jogando a 5-3-2, esse novo FIFA 21. O meu jogador principal, quando eu vou escolher meu time, é Cristiano Ronaldo. Eu acho ele muito decisivo e ele faz tudo no meu ataque, então quando eu vou fazer o time, ele é o primeiro cara a se pensar. Outros jogadores que eu gosto de ter no meu time é Varane, Vieira, Bruno Fernandes, Rashford. São jogadores muito bons. Quando eu estou perdendo no jogo, as mudanças que eu faço é colocar o time mais para frente e colocar alguns jogadores do banco de reserva para ter um fôlego novo no time e assim poder virar a partida ou ir atrás do resultado. A minha preparação é diferente, dependendo do adversário, mas eu gosto de manter meu estilo de jogo. Eu tento manter meu estilo de jogo, mas também assisto o meu adversário para ver alguns pontos fortes e fracos dele, para eu ver onde eu posso explorar e às vezes tem alguma mudança no meu estilo de jogo. Minhas expectativas são muito positivas, é o torneio que eu sempre tive o sonho de jogar, e agora que eu estou aqui nas finais, eu posso representar a meu país e a meu time, e eu espero conseguir esse título. A minha preparação é basicamente a mesma, mas eu vou me preparar muito para a Libertadores, já estou treinando e eu espero conseguir uma boa classificação.
That was Paulo Neto, who we've been able to speak to at events before, and he is hoping to come out on top. Can he be the first CONMEBOL eLibertadores champion? We will find out. One man that is in his way, though, one man we've seen in previous seasons. He might not have had the best season so far, but this could change it all for him. It is Dux' Zizinho. Let's hear from him now.
Eu sou o Henrique, tenho 21 anos, eu sou também conhecido como Zezinho, a minha ID no jogo é Zezinho23_Bra e eu sou brasileiro. Eu comecei a jogar FIFA em 2012, durante a temporada do FIFA 12. Eu me dei conta que eu podia ser profissional de FIFA com 17 anos, quando eu ganhei um torneio aqui na minha cidade e disseram que eu tinha um nível para competir. Então eu fui atrás e 5 meses depois já consegui classificar para o meu primeiro torneio presencial. A minha formação favorita é a 4-5-1, porque eu tenho uma superioridade no meio campo sobre o meu adversário, então eu consigo praticar o meu jogo melhor, com mais posse de bola. Os primeiros jogadores que eu mais gosto de jogar nesse FIFA 21 são o Mbappé e também o Cristiano Ronaldo. O Mbappé pela agilidade e pela velocidade e o Cristiano Ronaldo porque pela imposição física que ele tem dentro do jogo. Normalmente durante uma partida que eu tô perdendo, eu costumo mudar a formação para tentar ganhar ela. E eu costumo bastante soltar os laterais e trocar os laterais no meio da partida para ter esse apoio de 2 homens a mais no meu ataque e assim tentar massacrar o rival dentro da própria área dele. Na hora de planejar uma partida, eu sempre me baseio na gameplay do rival. Então, se o rival é um cara que é mais ofensivo, mais defensivo, eu vou tomar isso em conta para armar meu estilo de jogo para a partida. Eu acho que é uma experiência única jogar CONMEBOL eLibertadores, porque todos nós, sul-americanos, somos apaixonados por esse torneio desde que nascemos. Eu estou me preparando para esse torneio do mesmo jeito que eu me preparei para todos os torneios da temporada, treinando mais ou menos 4 horas por dia com meus treinadores e jogando bastante, inclusive contra os meus adversários que vão ser durante a competição. A minha expectativa para essa CONMEBOL eLibertadores é me garantir a minha vaga nos playoffs.
And can he secure that spot in the playoffs through the CONMEBOL eLibertadores? We will find out right here. Uli, what a match this is. I know we keep on saying it, but this is 2 heavyweights. This is heavyweight boxing played in FIFA 21.
That's right. This is a big game. This is a big game that we're gonna have here in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Both players with some pressure, but I do think Zezinho has to feel more pressure because Paulo Neto, no matter what, I think it's safe to say he is gonna be in playoffs because he's just been so consistent this season. But for Zezinho, this is it. He needs so bad a top 3 finish in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores to secure a spot in playoffs. So he must be under a lot of pressure. So best of luck to both of them.
Best of luck to both of them, indeed. Let's jump straight into it. We're going to throw it to Richard and Brandon to start this heavyweight match in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Yes, it's got 2 competitors that are fighting it out, hoping to be crowned champion. Richard, Brandon, you guys can take it away.
Carl and Ulibarri, and we have to go and say, Richard, this is the group of death in Group B. I mean, you look at that. You look at Paulo Neto, Zizinho, Nathan SR, and MH7. All fantastic players that have achieved so much within this year, last year, the year before that. All household names in South America. And I can't wait for this one, Richard. It really does plan to be an absolute cracker.
Oh, no, absolutely, Brandon. When you actually consider as well what these two have done in previous FIFAs, the achievements, the sort of legacy that they've built, it's incredible. And to have them in the opening group game against each other is a treat for everybody watching right now. You see the two sides on the screen. A lot of similarities in the player selection. Zizinho going for Bruno Fernandes, Trent Alexander-Arnold. Whereas on the left-hand side, it's Patrick Vieira and R9 getting the nod. Another player not deciding to go for R9. And Inform Edison in goal as well. Very good goalkeeper, Inform Edison. Great passing out the back is sort of the stats that you get with him. 87 in-game reactions as well, Brandon. Something that you wouldn't typically associate with goalkeepers. Not his actual reflexes, but in the dribbling stats on the reactions. One of the reasons that makes him such a good goalkeeper. Not necessarily something that you would typically see on the face stats when you look a little bit deeper into it. Inform Medicine, one of the top goalkeepers used.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good with his feet as well, isn't he? If you're one of those players that likes to play back to your goalkeeper, get him involved. And also, a bit of loyalty there as well, because there's a lot of people that have had that sort of carrot dangled in front of them of all these icons and team of the years, and basically choose whoever you want to play in your team for the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. And I mean, you'd be crazy not to choose some of these fantastic players that are in front of you. I mean, if you were building your team, we'll speak about this more over the next 3 days. Who are the top 3 players that have to be in the team for you?
Team of the year, Cristiano Ronaldo. Prime icon moments, Ruud Gullit.
I was going to say, to make this easier, do a striker, midfielder, defender. Who's the defender to finish that off?
Probably Virgil. Probably team of the year, Virgil. I think he's absolutely incredible. I've had the opportunity to play with him quite a lot myself. That Virgil van Dijk, and he just feels so strong. He's quick. He's pacey, but also just, again, I'm going to go back to it. The reactions, 99 in-game reactions. In the dribbling, 99 composure. He's fantastic on the ball. Short pass, long pass, both at 99. He very rarely gets beat, does Team of the Year Virgil van Dijk. And one of the main reasons that you don't see him in the restricted teams, in the global series, is because of those restrictions. You don't want to waste one of your premium picks on a defender when you can have midfielders and attackers like Mbappe or icons, Gullit, Vieira, etc. going forward.
Yeah, we are on the way in this game, as we said. This is Group B and the PlayStation side of things in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. And I mean, what a game we have in front of us. Paulo Neto of Atlanta United, the American football club, up against Dux Gaming's Zizinho. I mean, Zizinho, by his own standards, had a bit of more of a quieter year. I mean, you can't forget he was the first ever South American player to win a FUT Champions Cup, a FUT Champions Major. That was one of our last LAN events that we went to back in Paris on FIFA 20. On the flip side, that Paulo Neto has been making plenty of noise. But he just hasn't been able to get over the line this year, has he, Rich? He's been to 2 finals in the 4 qualifiers in South America. And both those times, he's lost to Matthias Bernardo, the man that, as you said, that's top of the pile at the moment and has been doing so well this year. Paulo Neto, a Summer Cup Series champion. And I mean, don't get us wrong, a different format this year to even get to the top 4, to even get to these broadcasts in these FIFA 21 Global Series events, to even get to this tournament, this pinnacle tournament in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores is such an achievement. But he's always just been that sort of one step away this year for Paulo Neto. And if he was to go and win this over the next 3 days, Richard, what an achievement it would be for him.
Oh, absolutely. Free kick here just on the edge of the box, but it would sort of be that crowning moment, wouldn't it, if he was to go and be victorious.
And oh my days. Zizinho! What a strike from you! And no reaction. Paulo Neto, I think, still in shock, and so are we. Up and over the wall. That's what Cristiano Ronaldo could do from a set piece. How about that one? To kick off your campaign in the knockout football in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. Cristiano Ronaldo, Team of the Year. 14 minutes on the clock. Zizinho. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Ronaldo rolling back the years right there with that free kick. Almost getting Flashbacks to the one he took against Portsmouth. David James left rooted, up and over the wall, into that top corner. Zorzinho 1-0 up. He might not have had the greatest season so far, but he's looking to make the CONMEBOL E Libertadores his own.
Yeah, Ulu Dari also just sort of referring to it, maybe pressure on his shoulders, that with what's at stake here, a top 3 finish will guarantee you a playoff spot. Top 3 on the PlayStation, top 3 on the Xbox will guarantee you that spot in the Global Series playoffs in South America. So still so much at stake on there. Here's Paulo Neto driving forward. Maybe for that equaliser we can find the cutback. Pull it. Options back to Pele. Goes on his own reverse. Elastico and into the back of the net. Paulo Neto. Incredible stuff. Strap yourselves in. This is going to be a roller coaster of emotions over the next 2 legs.
Pele on the edge of the box. Reverse Elastico. Just made him look so silly there on the edge. Beautiful play from the Brazilian. What a tie we have got here. This is the first group game in the so-called Group of Death.
Just a ridiculous group. It is ridiculous. Zorzinho 38 for the moment on those rankings. 546 points in his back pocket compared to Paulo Neto. He's been having a season to remember. Currently sits at 2nd in those rankings. I think he'll drop down to 3rd after that last qualifier that took place just 2 days ago. I should say just yesterday. Drop down into the top 3. Pele, though, proving his worth. Why he should be in the team. He's already scored a handful of goals, whether that be Matthias, we've already seen from Paulo Neto here. See some of those results as well. I don't know if you saw that one from PH Zin, Richard, on the Xbox. Incredible stuff. Paulo Neto looking for another goal here. Ronaldo. Lovely directional nutmeg steal. Cristiano Ronaldo!
Cristiano Ronaldo. Talk about a turnaround. In that 5-3-2, Zorzinho just walks through almost by Paulo Neto. Live shots of the 2 players right there. 2 absolute kings in South America battling it out in our first group game. This was sort of...
There's always a question that ponders in my mind, Richard, is it a poster behind Paulo Neto? Is it an artwork piece? Is it in the games room? Whereabouts is it in the house?
Well, I thought it was actually just the mural on the wall, and that was on his wall. But I'm not too sure. If these 2 were in prehistoric times and sort of battling it out to find out who would be the top alpha, this is the sort of match that you expect to see.
Well. Paulo Neto 1-0 down from that 3 kick from Ronaldo. And what, just 10, 20 minutes later, Ronaldo goes and scores down the other end. Paulo Neto back in front here by 2 goals to 1. You have just tuned in. Welcome along to the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. The first time this tournament's happened. This is the inaugural tournament, and we're just seeing some results coming in from that first game. If you didn't see it, PHZ won 10 goals to 2. That's on the Xbox, by the way. Over in Group A. Yet to see any of the Xbox action. That'll be coming up a little bit later. Zorzinho now on the offside trap, just offside. That could have been the equaliser he was looking for. You just saw that. This player running away in celebration. Both players on your screen here. I mean, we knew this was going to be an action-packed game, Rich. We knew there was going to be chances for both players. This really could go anywhere. And again, we are going to see attacking FIFA. We are going to see non-stop. Sort of I attack, you attack. It's going to be one of those sort of games.
Yeah, neither player going to be content with only a 1-goal or a 2-goal victory or defeat. It will be a huge sort of moment in the potential entire CONMEBOL E Libertadores if they were to win this game and really start to build on it and move into the rest of the group standings.
As we said, if you do lose a game, you're not out the tournament. You'll sort of go down to that loser matchup. If you win, you're going to the winner's side. Pala Neto looking for another chance. Ronaldo dancing R9. Still R9. Absolutely magnificent. From South American's finest. Ronaldo Nazario. Take a bow, my friend. Take a bow.
You saw that touch out of his feet, just setting it away from the defender, and then curling that beautiful strike past the goalkeeper into the bottom left corner. Paulo Neto went 1-0 down. He's had 3 shots, 3 on target, and voila, scored 3 goals.
I've only played 45 minutes. 4 goals already. This is only your start-up in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. We've got 3 days of action in front of us still. Do not go anywhere. But Paulo Neto, talk about a wake-up call from going 1-0 down. Maybe that was the wake-up call that he needed. That 3 kick from Ronaldo, sort of like a knuckleball into the top corner. As you said, trademark Ronaldo. Took you back those years, back to that time against Portsmouth. I think I was actually at that game.
What, at
Fun fact.
Old Trafford?
No, sorry. I know, sorry, my bad. I know the free kick you're referring to. He also did score one on the flip side at Fratton Park. Wasn't as good as that.
I'm on about the one where up and over the right-hand side of the wall.
Yeah, I know the one you mean.
Davy James stood there, just looked at the ball.
Just sort of got that dip on the ball, didn't he?
Probably one of the best, you would argue, one of the best free kicks that we've seen sort of in the Prem era. I think Dimitri Payet, the one where he whips it outside of the wall and then comes back in and comes in off the crossbar, he's up there.
Set pieces on FIFA, Richard. They're such an important part of your game. If you can use it in the right way. Chance Zinho to get a goal back. Lips into the box. Ronaldo's there. Ronaldo will jump up. Above any defender. We know the leap he's got. Big goal for Zizinho. Only 2 minutes after the restart.
You saw the reason he won that header at the back post. Just watched it back there on the replay. He player locked to Ronaldo. The Portuguese man got up, won the header at the back post and sets him back into this tie. I'm just looking at the top side of the pitch there. Managers must not be happy with the rest of their backroom staff because they've gone to the other side of the pitch.
It's a brilliant spot, that is. Reminds you of one of those sort of like Sunday League grounds, isn't it? Where
all the parents are on one side and the manager on the other.
The pause has come in from one of these two. I'm not sure who's made that pause. We can't see clearly on that sort of game attack. Chance for Paulo Neto. Goes for that composure touch around the corner. Until he comes out, just stabs a leg at it, and that's enough to... I'm sure he's dealt with that danger. 53 minutes played here. 3 goals to 2. Paulo Neto still does lead. Remember, this is only the group action today. I'll be guiding you through all of those group games. Only 8 players could make it on the Xbox and the PlayStation out of the thousands that applied and entered and tried to compete through sort of rounds upon rounds of online qualification. Chance for Zizinho again. Does get cleared away. Keeper's off his line. Chance for Zizinho. Can he score? Again, superb defended. Somehow deflecting out for a corner. Wayne Zizinho sort of slowly building back into this, is he now? Couple of great chances. And maybe a little bit of luck there for Paulo Neto just to ensure that he can stay in this game. We're going to a pause again. Only 30 minutes left.
Even though we're only in the first leg, it feels like this is sort of really a big moment in this tie in reflection of what has happened thus far. For Zizinho, it's been you score, then I score. You saw him go 3-1 up, and then Zizinho got back into the game, starting to get a little bit more momentum and pressure going his way. Is he going to be able to level up this tie going into leg number 2?
It's both players making subs here, Richard. It's Cruyff and De Bruyne on the Paulo Neto, lifted into the box, and Sergio Ramos also wants a triple change. On the flip side, Ronaldo comes on, and De Bruyne. Just a double change for Ducks Gaming's very own Zizinho. Of course, as we know, Zizinho was playing his FIFA at Benfica last year. That was the team that he won his first FUT Champions Cup under. Chance Zizinho back to goal, tries to dance around the defender there, nowhere around the corner. I'm right in thinking that he's put Vieira back into sort of centre-back in that back 5. He certainly can do the job there. It's a Some that pros have backed before in past times and in many previous events.
Not necessarily the number one option this year, Patrick Vieira at centre-back, but more than capable of doing a job back there. Chance here, inside the box, strike across the goalkeeper. Maldini back on the line for Zizinho to stop Paulo Neto going 4-2 up.
Nearly squeezed in, didn't he? Just nearly. For a split second, I thought it was going to find its way into the back of the net. As we said, this is going to be an end-to-end game of FIFA. We still got a second leg to come up in this one. Paulo Neto, chance to drive forward. Cruyff's there, Pele's also there in support. Can he find that one more pass? Tries to go on his own, but Pele's defended well. On the flip side, it's also Vieira part of that back five. Just sticks out a leg. Zizinho finding his groove, to say the least. Not the best pass there, was challenging one into Alphonso Davies. He recovers well. The flip side, off the bench, Sergio Ramos, well defended.
That's just sort of how this season's gone, to be honest with you, with the broadcasts being how they are. If you're not making top 4, top 6 in that region, we sort of think, oh, he must not be playing that well. Zizinho still had a good season, just not to the level of where you expect him to be. Ederson showing them high reflexes there, getting out and getting down to the feet of Paulo Neto.
He tried to ball roll the goalkeeper, didn't he, as you said? But Ederson just off his line. Goalkeeper's always a personal preference, isn't it? It's whether you've got that sort of that bond with in goal. He saved you in the weekend league, or for these guys, you could say qualifiers. Previous tournaments whipped into the box. That one will be just about defended well enough by Vieira, who's happy to drop down from CDM into centre-back. He's played there many times, very much accustomed with the position. He's being asked of him. There will be one or two more chances in this final 10 minutes. Does get dispossessed. Paulo Neto to come forward and attack. He's got the likes of Cruyff, Cristiano Ronaldo all in the mix going forward. Cruyff back to Pele. Lovely directional nutmeg. Still Pele with it. Looking for that goal. Brilliant save on the rebound. Squeezes it in. And he's got himself a 2-goal cushion once again.
Not too sure how he's managed to get that in the near post. It was the directional nutmeg down the line. Great save from Ederson, but he just saved it back into his path, not out. Unfortunately, away from the icon. And doubling his lead again.
For Paulo Neto, Rich, if he can go into leg number 2, it's going to fulfill him with extra ounce of confidence. As we know, a 2-goal scoreline certainly isn't safe. However, 3 goals could be. Whipped into the box. Ronaldo's got the leap on him. Oh, so close.
And I hate to be sort of that guy, but with how heading is this year, manual headers, he's put that wide himself, Paulo Neto. If he play a locked to Ronaldo at the back post, if that's on target, it's a goal. No one's saving that from Cristiano Ronaldo. Just aimed it a little bit too wide of the post.
And that will do us for leg number 1 here. I mean, it's been a thriller of a game, as we so expected to see between these two. Not enough time for Zizinho to go forward one more time. Paulo Neto takes leg 1 by 4 goals to 2. In what we've sort of called it to be the group of death. Group B in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores, if you have just tuned in. We're in the group stages today, day 1 of the tournament. We knew it was going to be a tough group, Richard. We're only sort of seeing half of the pack here. What a game. Chances, there were so many of them. It came down in the end for Paulo Neto, just being able to score a few more of them.
Yeah, we're in Group B right now on both the Xbox and the PlayStation, so plenty of games. 3 more in total being played right now. Just having a quick sort of look back at and sort of a reflective on what happened in that game. We're going to have the highlights as well to accompany our thoughts at the halfway point, Brandon. This free kick, you score this and you think, oh, Jorginho must be confident, super confident to take a shot. Cristiano Ronaldo up and over the wall, took it nice and early, didn't give Maldini enough time to get back onto the line, and he sort of ran off the line as well. It wasn't even timed green, it was timed yellow, in fact, that free kick. But Paulo Neto just showed predominantly why he is the higher ranked player. He just came back into the game and he took the game away from Jorginho.
Yeah, he really did, as you said. I mean, that goal caught us all off guard, including myself. I mean, this is where Paulo Neto got back. Really aggressive tackle there from Ruud Gullit. And then, as you said, the rest was history. Did well, cut it back inside, into Pele, reverse elastico. That's no easy skill move to pull off at that sort of time in there. Has to be good, has to be quick, has to be effective. Pulled away and scored the goal. And then he went and scored again, didn't he, Rich?
Yeah, you see Ronaldo picking up the ball, quite a deep position there. Ruud Gullit then played it into Pele. And just look for the run of Cristiano Ronaldo. Directional nutmeg around the corner and then rifled across the goalkeeper into that bottom left corner. Just before halftime did stroke. Mbappe put the ball into the back of the net, but the linesman did have his flag up. And as that sort of pause came in, we thought, is there going to be another chance for Paulo Neto to further extend his lead? And Ronaldo. Beautiful work on the edge of the box. Directional sort of, not nutmeg, but directional touch out of his feet into the space and really puts Jorginho under a lot of pressure. This goal just in the introduction of the second half gives Jorginho a little bit of hope to try and level up the playing field. However, Paulo Neto, as the game drew on, created a couple more chances and finally got his goal to cement that 2-goal lead going into leg number 2. Pele stroking in to an empty net.
Yeah, as you said, a game that was packed full of action and packed full of chances. We had Ronaldo scoring trademark knuckleball free kicks and 6 goals between the two. If you don't know who's in action, it's Atlanta's Paulo Neto against the only FUT Champions Cup winner of this current time in Dux Gaming's Jorginho, the man that picked that title up back in FIFA 20. It's been a bit of a slower start to FIFA 21 for him. On the flip side for Paulo Neto, currently sits in a very comfortable second position on those Global Series rankings. One thing I want to talk to you about, Richard, as well, it's a different sort of format this year. It's all about playing your FIFA online, playing from home. And for some players, they're suited better to that, playing from home, playing online FIFA. I think Paulo Neto once in an interview said, you know, I'm good at playing online FIFA. I'm good at playing from home. You know, I've done that in the Summer Series Cup. But since the pandemic hit, I've been playing good FIFA. I'm used to it. Some players just play better at LAN. They're good at getting that qualification done at home, which anyone has to do. But now you don't have that option, and it's either adapt or, fortunately, just not play to that same sort of level.
Adapt or perish, unfortunately. That's been sort of the motto that I've said multiple times this year. If you're not willing to play online, you're not willing to put in the hours. Is he offside, Mbappe? Yeah, just offside. It will be a tough season for you.
We are back underway for the second leg here. As we said, this is only the group stages, but it's a bit of a different group, this one. It's not sort of a point it's on the board scenario if you win a game or no goal difference up for grabs is the case. If you win, you'll be on the upper half within the group, on sort of like the winner bracket side of the group. If you lose, you'll be on that loser side and you'll be one game away from elimination. Pele. This is Paulo Neto. Went up by 3 goals, or I should say 3 goals to 1 in leg number 1. Pele still with it, looks to try and find the angle just wide of the right-hand post.
Thought that was a goal right there, and if Paulo Neto would have scored that, probably thought would have been all she wrote. 3-goal lead in the second leg, just flash wide of the left upright. And that miss gives Jorginho a little bit of hope to get back into the game. For every chance that your opponent misses, you think, well, that's another chance gone begging. Maybe I can try and get something up the other end.
He's been a bit of a set-piece specialist, Jorginho. Let's see what he's got from this one. Sort of lofted deep into Virgil van Dijk, who does get the header on in for a split second. Put a lot of pressure on his defenders. Great composure shown on the flip side. Paulo Neto to get himself out of that spot of bother. And he'll break with numbers. Mbappe, look at the pace on him on the right-hand side. Can look to feed in someone else into this. Ronaldo Does well. Can he play that into Cristiano? Still R9 on his own directional nutmeg. Ronaldo Nazario. So good. These solo effort goals that keep on happening. The combinations are perfect and the finish was even better.
It sort of makes you think, if you've got R9 Ronaldo at your disposal, why is everybody not using him? Back post, whipped in for Cristiano Ronaldo. Goes out for a corner, but when you're not even starting R9 Ronaldo. I must think that's a little bit of a mistake.
Here is that same R9 Ronaldo looking for the finesse. Defended well. Just having the confidence and the belief in those players is something that we often sort of call pros out on before. We would watch a lot of sort of LAN FIFA event in past times, sort of back on the days of FIFA 19, FIFA 20, when people forget the types of players that they are using that are so good in front of goal, that have got, you know, the skill moves, the weak foot. They can be deadly. Chance now for Zezinho. Great save, parried away for a corner. Sometimes you just got to back him.
Corner whipped into the near post. Van der Sar as well.
Back into that danger area, as you said. Back into the box, and Edward van der Sar does get the ball. I mean, goalkeeper choice, Richard, if you could have any, who would you choose?
Any goalkeeper at all? I mean, there's a few up there. I'm a big fan of Alisson. Could be in behind there with Ronaldo, just how we're talking. I think Alisson is fantastic. What I will say is, though, one goalkeeper maybe not to use, and this is from my own personal experience.
Yep.
Flashback Joe Hart. I'm a big fan of Joe Hart. Love his passion. But he's just not been very good for me in FIFA.
And on the flip side of that, I played against him a couple of times at the weekend, and I actually thought he was incredible. So either that's me being an awful finisher, which could be the case, or that Joe Hart maybe just having an absolute blinder. "30 minutes gone in this second game here. Palinetto getting the only goal in this game, which makes it a 3-goal cushion for the Atlanta United man. Interesting pick as well for Trent Alexander-Arnold at fullback. He's certainly someone that maybe isn't always one of the sort of go-to fullbacks, because he can also play centre mid and do a great job there. Chance. Zinho was hungry for it, wasn't he? He took a deflection. He stopped that going into the back of the net. Played in towards that front post again, and Van der Sar's there, 2 hands on it.
I mean, Paulo Neto would have been kicking himself if he gave away a goal like that. Very sloppy play inside the box. It was a misplaced pass that nearly gave Zezinho a huge chance.
Mbappe. Zezinho's got to be able to score again. It's denied. Eben van der Sar. Another brilliant save. From literally the Flying Dutchman into the box again. It's lofted.
The goalkeeper movement was on point for Paulo Neto right there. He just shifted him a tiny bit to the near post. Let Zezinho think that the angle was there to shoot on. And Van der Sar did the rest.
Yeah, such a good goalkeeper. Paulo Neto wants 4 goals. Nobody doesn't think that is enough. Chance back to goal. Hullet can't turn his man. It's defended well. In the second leg hit. In day 1 of the CONMEBOL Libertadores. If you have just tuned in, make sure you stay with us. We've got 3 days of action in front of you. Added time of a minute here. Last chance of the game. Bruno Fernandes. Team of the year variant. So good. So influential. Both going forward at the back. Lovely directional nutmeg. And Mbappe there goes down to ground. Referee says no, he's won the ball. And that will do us for the halfway point in this second leg. Paulo Neto, some would say, in cruise control. He's dealt with everything that Zezinho's thrown at him, and he's also bagged himself a goal in the meantime.
Yeah, I would say cruise control, but also Paulo Neto, he's been under the pressure a little bit. I have to say, Zezinho's had a couple of really good chances to try and get back into this game. He's had a couple of opportunities cleared, sort of inside the box, deflections, and also good couple of saves from Edwin van der Sar. But that clinicality, shall I say, certainly followed Paolo Neto's way? Is that through tournament experience in FIFA 21? Is that through just maybe playing more in these qualifiers, getting further? Potentially. Zizinho of FIFA 20 doesn't miss the chances that he has missed in this game. I will 1000% believe that.
And again, just to give a bit of context out there to people that are watching home about the sort of ecosystem of competitive FIFA. Every year it's about getting to the FIFA E World Cup, and just before that you've got the playoffs. And to get to the playoffs, it's via either qualifiers or FUT Champions Cups as they were known, or also virtual leagues. Of course, the CONMEBOL E Libertadores comes under one of those virtual league banners. And what it does offer is 3 playoff spots directly, so you can forget all qualifiers, you can forget all points. If you just can get yourself a top 3 finish on the Xbox or the PlayStation over these 3 days, you'll be on your way to those playoffs in the summertime. However, easier said than done, especially with how this group looks. And I mean, in all honesty, how the top 16 look in this tournament, the top 8 on PlayStation and Xbox. I think I was looking coming into it, over 2,000 people signed up on the PlayStation for this event. All FUT verified players as well in South America, and of course a couple of nations just outside of that.
There's also a lot of players who are probably in that top 10, 15, 20 right now that realistically know that they're going to get playoffs. Mateus Bonanno, Paolo Neto, Resende being a couple of those names, PHZ, that are not only playing this tournament for the prestige and the prize money, but also you can guarantee yourself that playoff spot, guaranteed, no matter what. Then in the final qualifier, give yourself a little bit of sort of experimentation time. Chance there with Ruud Gullit, big goal for Zizinho. 35 minutes left to play. Can he force a comeback?
Yeah, he just wanted to make sure, didn't he, that you saw him just sort of slowing it down and teasing and teasing and teasing with Alphonso Davies. Cut the ball back to Ruud Gullit. And you knew that surely Ruud Gullit was going to find the back end there. Yeah, I was just researching that up. 2.8k people, 2,800 people signed up for the PlayStation side of this. And again, as we said, to be involved in this, you have to be from either Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, or Venezuela. So many nations, tried to sign up to get involved in this. So even just to get to the top 8 is absolutely ridiculous, in all honesty.
There's also a very long-form qualifying process as well. I think it was Swiss and then a double elimination, if I remember correctly, in regards to the actual qualifiers before this broadcast stage top 8 finals. So huge sort of congratulations to everyone who's even made it to the top 8 on their console. We're looking at the real best of the best from South America here in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores.
Chance, lovely directional nutmeg. Paolo Neto, brilliant save on the rebound. Brilliant save again.
Incredible double save from Ederson right there. Not only did he save the original strike from Gullit, he got up quickly and made sure that the follow-up didn't seal the game for Paolo Neto and gave Zizinho still some life in this group stage tie. But this could be the game.
He could put it to bed. Watch the back post. If not on his own, maybe the wrong decision. Went for the shot. It was blocked by the outstretched leg of Virgil van Dijk. For me, there was an option maybe at the back post, or from what we've seen before from Paolo Neto, maybe a skill move in there or some sort of combination. On the flip side, Zizinho now coming forward, whips that into the box, and it's easily collected by Van der Sar. Sort of counter-attacking play from both of these two. And the best thing of all, we haven't even looked at any of the Xbox games yet. That'll be coming up in our next match tonight. I believe we'll be getting to see PHZ in action. That's a man that's been spoken about quite a lot. Chance, Paolo Neto scores one more. That's the game to bed for me. Chance, Pele. That's game, set, match. That's a 3-goal cushion.
Game, set, and match. Signed, sealed, delivered. Any other phrase you want to throw in there, it applies. Paolo Neto 6-3 up. Slaying Zazino, sending Zazino down to that losers group stage bracket. Both of these two could go through in their respective group. However, it's going to be a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, just 12 minutes left. Just don't see 3 goals happening. I mean, this could be one of them. Pele, maybe. Zazino again. Moments like that. You've got to be a bit of a clinical choice to scoop turn. Fake shot. Back to back. What a goal that is, by the way, from Zazino. Couple of fake shot. Put it through the defender's legs, I believe, with what was a ridiculous touch. I'm watching it back on the replay now. Literally, through the legs it was. Mbappe. What a remarkable finish.
Remarkable finish, but very similar to what Eric Lamela did in the North London derby. If you lose the game, it doesn't really matter what type of goal you scored. Inconsequential.
Zazino wanting to make me eat my own words. The amount of pressure he's putting on Paolo Neto. He's able to deal with it again, but also looking to break the press. Well played, Maldini wins the ball back. 5 minutes left in the tie. Pele. Maybe could have been fouled there. Chance to break away. Paolo Neto, one more goal. We're just giving that confidence. Paolo Neto and acres of space. Should not be missing. Should be an easy finish. Ronaldo still on his own into the back of the net. And Paolo Neto will continue this strong season that he's having in that winner's side of this group. In Group B, we've called it the Group of Death. And I mean, this was one of the biggest games within the group. He will either be playing now against Nathan SR or MH7 of Team R10. Winner against winner. And there'll be loser against loser. Elimination FIFA on the flip side of that.
And now, and Ronaldo brought on for Zazino. I'll be intrigued in Zazino's next match. You've not used R9 in this entire 2 legs. He's barely featured. Do you make squad changes going into the next game? Because you have to think, would have R9 had an impact? Would he have scored some of the chances? Would he be in better positions than his players that he had on the pitch? Potentially so. There will be questions floating around Zazino's mind. Now he moves down to the losers bracket. But Paolo Neto surviving the battle of the Giants and moves through 1 game away from progressing himself into the semi-finals.
Yeah, I sort of described that game as a bit of a roller coaster of emotions. That's certainly what it was. There was 11 goals in the end, 7 goals to 4. And again, I think the key thing that we were talking about in games like this, when you've got 2 fantastic players, it's about whoever can just keep on scoring and just keep your opponent out of bay. And that's what Paolo Neto did. He went 1-0 up, kept that sort of 2-goal advantage from that. And then when he could get 3 goals in front, that's when you're really asking questions of your opponent there. And Zazino just really struggled in the end. But as we said, Zazino not out the tournament yet. Paolo Neto 1 game away from booking his spot into the finals.
And I think for Paolo Neto, one thing that really surprised me was how quickly he's adapted to using these sort of top level players. He looked so smooth whenever he got the ball, whether it be with R9, whether it was Pele, Hullet in midfield. Hullet's also just stats on that prime icon moments. When the lowest rated stat on a player's foot item is 78 slide tackling, you know that he's an incredible central midfielder. Box to box, inside the box. He's just the perfect centre mid. You pair that up with a Vieira or maybe a Bruno Fernandes, and you're going to be running the game from the central on midfield all game long. Paolo Neto's counter-attacking was exquisite and moved through with a deserved victory. All the games we've seen so far, high-scoring affairs. Please, may that continue.
Yeah, please let it continue, as we said in our first ever CONMEBOL E Libertadores. We're loving our time here so far. Day 1 has delivered so many goals already, and we've got 4 more games coming up on the broadcast tonight. Rich, we haven't even seen the Xbox players yet, and the Xbox side of things is pretty stacked as well, isn't it?
It is indeed. We saw a 10-2 victory for PH in game number 1, and Kylan Ulibarri very shortly will be getting us all those results from the first round of fixtures in Group B. But first round of fixtures are done now. It's unfortunately going to be saying goodbye to a couple of players in the next round of fixtures, because we're going to be looking at losers bracket games.
Yeah, we are. And as you said, that's going to be our second game done. I mean, as we move more into the evening tonight, Richard, we will be saying goodbye to names. And congratulations to names that get themselves into the Final Four. But that's going to do us for our second game here. Paolo Neto continues this winning streak on FIFA 21. Unfortunately for Zizinho, he's into an elimination game of FIFA. We're going to pass it back over to Ulibarri and Carl Walker to break down all the action from that 11-goal thriller.
Thank you, Brandon. Wow, it did not disappoint right there, Ulibarri. We saw two heavyweights going head-to-head, and they put on a display for us all. What did you make of that matchup?
Well, yeah, brilliant game. Just the start of Zizinho was so strong, right, with that free kick. And in that moment, it seemed like he could actually manage to win the game. But then Pablo Neto, just being Pablo Neto, one of the most brilliant players when it comes to attacking. We need to remember that the only reason Pablo Neto is not top one in South America is because of Matthias. It's because of Matthias. So, yeah, props to him. Unlucky for Zizinho, but he still has another chance. And he showed good things. It was a pretty good game. Tough one to start, you know, with this exposure in FIFA 21 for Zizinho against Pablo Neto. But I know he still has a good chance.
Yeah, he does have a good chance indeed. Right, I think we can chat to the winner right here, the one who's progressed through in that winner's bracket side of things. Congratulations. We spoke to him before. He's got that massive backdrop of himself, which I'm so excited to see. It's Paulo Neto. What a performance right there. What a way to start your journey here at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Just how excited are you that we're finally here at this tournament, Paulo?
Hey, yeah, I'm finally here. It's been a lot of time preparing for the eLibertadores, and it's nice to have this start playing against. I think that the best player in history of Brazil, that is Zizinho, a very friend of mine. But unfortunately, I got the win, and this is very nice to me, and want me to go to the knockout stage.
Great win, Paulo. I mean, how many times have we seen you, you know, in these interviews? But now it's in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, so it's a different feeling. And Paulo, the best is coming. And you've had such an amazing season so far. You know, I've talked about that. You're honestly only in need of one big win like this one. So with winning the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, do you think that that's the one thing that's missing in your season so far?
Yeah, for sure. I think that I've been a great season so far. I think that I'm having constant playing all the tournaments. I had a good position, 2 times hitting the post on second place. So this is what I'm trying to be the champion, and I think that the Libertadores is the right way to do it.
Now, be honest with us, Paulo, okay? When you saw your group, did you go, oh, why? Why have I got the group of death? That's what we're calling it. You came up against Zizinho. You've also got SPQR's Nathan. You've got M8 from Team R10 as well. This isn't an easy group.
Yeah, for sure. It's not an easy group. And when I saw that I was playing Zizinho, I got, oh my God, not him. But, fortunately, I got the win, and I hope to win again. So the group will be done.
Well, fingers crossed for you right here, okay? Congratulations, well done, and hopefully we'll get to speak to you again at some point. Paulo Neto, the winner from that matchup right there. Congrats, we'll see you later.
Thank you, see you later, I hope so.
Right, we move on and we progress through the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Yes, there's been plenty of matches that have been happening during the game that was on stream. It's not just that one that's happening. All of our competitors, they are going head to head. Yes, they are, and I think we can see some of those results coming up very shortly to see how all the other competitors, how they have done, and whether they'll be progressing through in that losers bracket side of things, or they'll be dropping down into the losers bracket right there. Let's have a look at the replays of this matchup right now. I mean, Uli, when you're looking at Paulo Neto's performance, when you're looking at Zizinho, these two going head to head, we said it was a heavyweight, but for those two, for one man indeed, Paulo Neto, it didn't look like a heavyweight match at all.
I mean, it was it was closer than it looks in the result in the end, because again, that start from Cezinha was strong. The first game was really good. The thing is, Paulo Neto, once he starts bringing his A game to the table, he's just unstoppable when he attacks. We see that with the best of the best in Matthias as well. When they're calm, they still beat you, but when they start like scoring the first goal, the second goal, then it's just like 5 goals and you're done. Still a good display by Cezinha, but Paulo Neto, just like Resende, just like Matthias, looking even stronger in this important part of the season.
How do you stop a man like Paulo Neto when he gets going? Because he seems unstoppable. Yes, Cezinha is a great player, but even he couldn't stop him, Uli.
Well, I think that's a question for Matthias, because he's the only one that has been able to stop Paulo Neto, even when he's playing this well. In some qualifiers, Paulo Neto at some point looks like the best player. Like he's showing the best FIFA, but then in the final, Matthias is just so composed. What I would do, though, is take the background he has of himself, like that for his self-esteem has to be so important, So I might change the background, something like that. Like nothing else, the rest just as Matthias.
Well, they can see the stats right now as Atlanta's Paulo Neto took on Dux's Cezinha over leg 1 and leg 2. It was Paulo Neto who came out on top, and it feels like once you get the ball rolling with this, Uli, once you get them going, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to stop Paulo Neto.
I mean, yeah, if you see the stats, you can see that Cezinha was effective. Right, the thing is, Paulo Neto as well. In the first game, 4 shots, 3 goals. That's just too much to handle. And yeah, I like Paulo Neto because when he's in a game, there's going to be a lot of goals. He's not the kind of player that likes to keep possession. He doesn't want to defend when he's winning a game. He wants to beat you by going for more goals. So I really respect that from Paulo Neto.
Yes, and once he gets going, you cannot stop him. He scores goals for fun, and he moves through on that winner's bracket side of things. Cezinha drops down into the loser's bracket side of things. But as I said before, there was plenty of other results that we need to bring to you. It was 7-4 to Paulo Neto against Cezinha. SPQR Nathan, he was defeated by MHR10 5-4. So it will set up MHR10 against Paulo Neto in that next matchup. On the Xbox Group B side of things, Resende came out on top 5-4 against SPQR Dudu, and it was for Neto from Team R10 that beat his teammate Gabriel PN 6-5. But both of those losers drop down into that losers bracket. The winners stay in the winners bracket side of things, and it feels like once again Team R10, Uli, they're all over. We keep on seeing them. There's so many different derbies.
Yeah, great stuff from R10 in general. And also something I like is that the current champions from the qualifiers, Resende and Matthias, winning, they didn't need any rest. They're still winning. They're still in winner's bracket. So they're definitely they're the guys to beat here.
Right, let's get to a short break, but after we come back from it, we will be continuing all of this action here. It is the FIFA 21 CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Make sure you stick around with us. We'll be back very soon.
Brick by brick, you feel me? Keep building. Woo! I wake up in the morning, it's another day, another opportunity. I know it's up to me to make my dream come true. It's nothing that I wouldn't do to see my name in lights. I give my life to this mic, my blood, sweat, and tears. I did it for many years. My career's in my hands. I already hear the fans screaming my name, asking for pictures, asking for autographs. I want it all so bad. I'll let you do the math. I did my 1,000 hours. Sometimes I didn't eat, go out, or take a shower. Ain't allowing no distractions. We gon' see what happens. I'ma be laughing when them cameras are flashing. My name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I it day by day, build it brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arm's reach. I'm making my dream turn into reality. But I tasted defeat, I'd rather have a piece of meat with shrimp on the side. I won't lie, sometimes I wanna give it all up. But I think about the people that's no longer with us, looking down on me. I know they proud of me, so I push on, keep focused and stay strong, cause I know it won't be long. Come on. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be the star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be the star. Hey, I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Everything that I sacrificed, so I know it's gonna be alright. Hey. I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be the star. I wanna see my name in lights.
Get ready for this.
Hello and welcome back to the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Rodrigo Ulibarri and Uli. We keep on going. We keep on moving forward right here in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. We've already had fireworks. We've already had plenty of goals. And I have a feeling, Uli, there's more to come.
Yeah, the best is yet to come. And now we're going to see our 10 players meet each other. That's what happens when you have so many good players in your lineup. Well, it's a good problem to have. I'm sure Ronaldinho and R10 are happy right now. Yeah, we're gonna get to see the beast, the biggest, the top representative from R10 in PH So hopefully we're gonna have a pretty good game.
Yes, hopefully we're going to have a good game. And remember, we like to give a special shout out to our sponsors. Yes, Rexona is another one of those, and you can move your way. Now back to all the action here at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Two competitors going head-to-head right here, but there's plenty of them that have been as well. Yes, there are. There's been loads of matches that have been going on throughout this tournament so far. And you can see just here those PS4 Group B results of the matches that was on stream. Atlanta's Paulo Neto took on Zizinho, beating him 7-4. Off stream, SPQR Nathan, he was defeated by MH from R10 5-4. Then on the Xbox Group B side of things, it was Inters Resende beating SPQR's Dudu 5-4. Before Finetto from Team R10 in the R10 derby took on his teammate Gabriel PN R10, and it was Finetto who came out on top right there, and they all progressed through to that winner's bracket. We've also got our bracket on the side of things, as you can see right now. Round 2, yes, we've got PHZine taking on Arthur right there. And then in the losers bracket side of things, you've got R1 Arthur taking on Footwiz Vinny. but it is that Team R10, as you can see time and time again, that those players, we see them, we know them, and as Uli said, Ronaldinho is going to be extremely happy right there. It just shows, doesn't it, Uli, the power of an esports organization when you trust your players, when you believe in them, when you find the best of the best, well, you get the results like we're seeing now.
Yeah, and representing a team in which Ronaldinho actually had to do with the scouting, the same with Crew Esports with Kun Agüero, that has to be the best feeling. So I think it's no coincidence that Crew Esports and R10 are doing so well. It's such a good moment for FIFA Esports when top athletes, top players in the world start to invest in clubs, and I'm sure they're having a blast, seeing these results.
Yeah, I'm sure they are having a blast indeed, as all of their competitors, they showcase their skills, they get their esports teams out there, and they show exactly what they can do. And one man that's able to do that, we've seen him time and time again. We call him the Beast. He plays for R10. His name is PHZine, and here's a short video that tells you all about him.
Fala galera, sou Paulo Henrique, tenho 17 anos, sou conhecido como PHzinho, sou brasileiro, moro no Rio de Janeiro, jogo pela R10 Team e a minha ideia é PHzinho R10. Comecei a jogar FIFA no FIFA 14, eu tinha 9 anos com meus amigos, minha família, foi assim que eu comecei a jogar o FIFA. Eu comecei a acreditar que eu poderia virar um jogador profissional no FIFA 18, quando eu joguei um torneio presencial aqui no Rio de Janeiro, onde tinha muitos pro players conhecidos já no cenário, e eu acabei sendo campeão apenas com 13 anos. A formação que eu mais uso atualmente é a 4-4-2, porque eu gosto muito, porque tem 2 atacantes, então eu acho que eu crio melhor nela e te dá opções de criar as jogadas tanto pela ponta quanto pelo meio. Meu estilo de jogo é muito ofensivo, eu busco sempre fazer o maior número de gols possíveis por jogo. Os primeiros jogadores que eu escolho para minha equipe é o Walker, que é um zagueiro muito bom, que é rápido, é agressivo, e o Neymar, porque ele tem 5 estrelas de drible, 5 estrelas de perna ruim, então ele é muito completo. São esses 2 jogadores aí que são os principais para minha equipe. O que eu espero para esse torneio da Conmebol e Libertadores, buscar o título. Eu não posso pensar em outra coisa a não ser tentar ser campeão. Bom, a diferença da Conmebol e Libertadores para os torneios da Global Series é que esse torneio da Conmebol Libertadores veio com formato suíço, como era nos FIFAs passados nas qualificações, e é um meio de um campeonato um pouco mais cansativo, mas creio que seja mais justo. Eu estou me preparando como sempre me preparei para todos os torneios, treinando muito, aperfeiçoando a gameplay cada dia que passa para chegar forte e tentar buscar o título.
PHZine there telling us all about how he prepares for the Conmebol e Libertadores. The main question I've got from that, Uli, where's the blue hair gone? I want the bleach blonde blue hair. Where's that gone?
Maybe it's out of respect for Resende, since he's also such a beast now. Out of respect. Team Brazil, for them, yeah, hopefully we're going to see PHZine at his best, because when he is at his best, he's just unstoppable. We talk about Paulo Neto being offensive. Well, this guy, we're talking about plus 10 goals each game, so crazy stuff from PHZine. That's why he's the beast.
He is a beast indeed. Can he do the business in that next roundup? We'll find out in a few moments' time. But when we are looking at someone like PHZine, Uli, do you think he's got what it takes, not just to win this tournament, but to secure that playoff place, go through to playoffs, show what he can do there, and maybe possibly win the FIFA World Cup?
He is one of the top cards in South America to manage, not only to, yes, get to playoffs, get to the FIFA World Cup, but not just to participate. No, he can go all the way. We talked about Matthias as well, Resende, Paulo Neto, even, you know, if a season that Paulo Neto is having, if in the end, like in a big tournament like CONMEBOL Libertadores or in the FIFA World Cup, you have a good run, no one remembers if you end up being second, third place in a qualifier. So yeah, top region, South America, Europe, definitely is watching, because many top players here can go all the way.
Many top players can go all the way. Will they, though, in this tournament? We'll find out. It's time to get into our next matchup. Let's throw it straight over to Richard and Brandon, who will take us through the things and proceedings here at the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Guys, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Carl and Ulabar. And yes, here we go then. Game number 3 of day 1 here in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. I mean, we're back over to the Xbox. I mean, for the first ever time today, and we're back to see that man in action, Richard. PHG, and a man that's been so dominant on the Xbox. Smiles all round, and you can understand why, because he just won his first game 10 goals to 2. That's not a bad way to start, is it?
Very impressive start for PHG in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. You're looking at the squad selections on the screen right now. We said that Neymar and Kyle Walker were his best players. Neymar just on the reserves there. Kyle Walker nowhere in sight. It's Edwin van der Sar in goal. Zambrotta, Van Dijk, Maldini and Davis as the back three. Zidane and Ruud Gullit as the two CDMs. And then the front four, Mbappe, Ronaldo, Pele and R9 on the other side. Schmeichel in goal, pretty much exactly the same team. Bruno Fernandes comes in. Zidane is out. Same front four and only one change. That is Carlos Alberto in at right back for Zambrotta. So very similar squads. I think 8 of the 11 of the players exactly the same. The only changes in squad selection: Bruno for Zidane, Schmeichel for Van der Sar, and Zambrotta for Carlos Alberto. Apart from that, exactly the same.
Just one thing I want to talk about as well while we're building up this game on the flip. So we've spoken about PHG and Zin, and we'll sing his praises as long as we can. He's up against a teammate, another R10 player in Arthur, who's also in Group A. He beat Vinny of FUTWIZ 4 goals to 3. And what's interesting here about this player, Richard, he's ranked 75th on the rankings. He's only got 133 points to his name. So for me, that says most of those have come via weekend league. If you get 27 or more wins on a weekend league, you get so many points. And also I want to add into that, to qualify for this tournament, I can imagine you just played with your own team, and then he gets given this sort of incredible team with all these icons and all these team of the years. Do you think, I mean, it couldn't be any better fitted for someone like that? Maybe they might not have the best team that they used with themselves for these qualifiers outside of tournaments like the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Goes on a brilliant run in the qualifiers here, as we said, out of about 1,500 players, I believe, on the Xbox. Then gets given the ability to use all these fantastic players. It gives him a brilliant chance to maybe go on a run here.
Not only that as well, but you heard in PHG's sort of preview piece there, he was talking about the Swiss format. It's more exhausting. If Arthur not only sees the prize money up for the CONMEBOL Libertadores, but also he sees the availability at a playoff spot, he knows that he could prioritise this tournament. This could be his tournament that he's going to prioritise and really try and win. And he bypasses those Global Series qualifiers. He's already in the playoffs, and then he can look towards his next goal, doing well in the playoffs and trying to get a grand final spot. But very interesting. I think that's one thing that we've not really touched upon quite a lot, Brandon. The discrepancy in rankings is quite apparent. You've got players who are 50th, 60th, 70th in the rankings, and then on both consoles, number 1, PHG, Resende, and also Matias Benano. So certainly the players at the very top, very much interested in the CONMEBOL Libertadores, but also there's been a wide selection of players all throughout the rankings making this final 8 stage on both consoles.
I mean, let's not also forget that just 48 hours ago, PHG lost in a grand final in qualifier number 4 against Vicende. I mean, that's going to leave a sort of sour taste in his mouth, because he would have wanted to win that, such as Matias Benano did on the PlayStation, and then come into this with all that confidence, all that momentum that he's taken over. Yes, he still won the first 2 tournaments of the year, but still, he would have wanted to make it 3, and I can assure you now, even more so, he wants to play Vicende in this tournament, because they're in different groups, it could happen, and then become a champion on the Xbox here. That would be a brilliant story for him, because as you said, he doesn't need points. He's already at the playoffs. It's all about, the pride of winning this tournament, the first ever CONMEBOL Libertadores, getting the prize money as well, and then maybe getting that little bit of sweet revenge on the way through against Resende if they match up. It depends on how the groups go.
Well, also as well, this tournament, when you consider the prize money as well, slightly more higher esteemed than the qualifier, the Global Series qualifier. So PHZ, you never know what's happening behind the scenes. He might have had stuff on. He might have had personal life going on over the last couple of weekends, last month or so, and been prioritising this tournament. He might have been saying, look, the qualifiers, I'm going to I know that I've got a playoff spot regardless because of my positioning in the rankings. I'm going to have a little bit of time off, and I'm going to focus on the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Loads of money up for grabs. I think it's a 100k prize pool altogether for this particular tournament, and the guaranteed playoff position if you are victorious on your console. So there's a lot to play for.
Oh, there's so much at stake. So $15,000 the winner gets here, $12,000 for second place. And also, in terms of a lot at stake, Richard, you win this game, you're into the next stage of the tournament. You're one of the 4 names that has booked a spot, so to speak, in the Final Four. If you don't know how it works, first and second, of course, from both groups, depending on how they get on in terms of that winner's side of the group and the loser side of the group, will play against the other group. So Group B plays against Group A. The top 2 players from each of those groups will match up tomorrow and on Wednesday, of course, a console taking place on either of those days. So, I mean, PHZ, in about 60 minutes' time, Richard, or on the flip side for Alpha, they'll be the first name through on the Xbox in the Group A side of things that have got their place all wrapped up and done in the CONMEBOL Libertadores.
Yeah, we do have the other winners match as well taking place, so we'll make sure to keep you up to date with all the matches that are currently underway right now across the rest of the tournament. But our featured match going to be featuring the Beast, as we have nicknamed him, PHZ. Only 17 years old as well. I think that's something that we often forget about. Actually younger than Matthias Bonanno. Even though he might look older than Matthias, he's actually only 17, so very impressive sort of a repertoire that he's already building up, PHZ, in this FIFA esports sort of scene.
I mean, he's had a breakout year. That's as simple as you'll say. We've not seen this guy before on the scene. And he comes out flying, wins 2 tournaments. On the flip, so let's just talk about the PlayStation for a second. You said the game is taking place right now. Matthias is up against CM Dudu. CM Dudu won 4-3 against MGCF Barreto. On the flip side, we saw Matthias' game. I mean, Matthias and PHZ, those 2 have been front runners in South America. Both of those 2 win. Again, it's just carrying on that momentum. And for those guys, it'll just be a case of, can we just have more tournaments? Tournament after tournament after tournament. Before we know, we'll be at the playoffs. And then if we can continue that, the thing that I'm excited about is seeing what South America goes and, goes when they go against other regions like Europe, North America, when we get to a FIFA E-World Cup final, hopefully, in a couple of months' time. Because that, for me, is where we can see how good these players are. Yes, they're so good in South America, which is so competitive and so sort of difficult at times to sort of be recognised. And as I said, you've got people like PHZ and Matthias that have just come out flying this year, but sort of unknown quantities last year. Goes to show what South America is offering, and I can assure you there'll be many more CONMEBOL Libertadores in the future where we'll see future winners and, again, I guess future stars sort of flourishing. And
you're talking about sort of the end of the year with the grand final and whatnot and the World Cup. I think South America, especially I'm talking the modern era of FIFA esports from FIFA 17 onwards, it's always been that one tournament where they've maybe not hit the real heights. Nicholas was the only player. He obviously lost to in the FIFA 19 to Mo Alba grand finals, lost on the PlayStation console final, penalty shootout. Would he have gone on to beat Dasari in the grand final and be the champion? It's completely what if hypothetical situation. However, he did have a good tournament. I think the year before that, FIFA 18, he lost to Marcuso in the semi-final, the console semi-final, before Stefano Pino went on to be successful. So it's very much a case of what if, and if this happened, or if Nicholas won that penalty shootout, what could have happened? But I think for the most part, you look and say it's been disappointing by all standards in that sort of final event. And I think this year, across any other year, there is going to be a South American champion. Zozinho did it FIFA 20 just before the pandemic broke out. And right now, I think when you look at what Matthias Bonanno and PHZ and Resende Nicholas 99 FC, what these players are doing, not only the winning tournaments, but the consistency of what they are winning tournaments, I feel like that is only going to continue. And we've got probably going into the grand final 6 or 7 players. If they do get through the playoffs successfully, that are going to be real heavy hitters.
Oh, mate, so many good names. And again, it's great to see how all this talent is now flourishing. He said, people coming through the ranks 16, 17 years of age, and there's just so much up for stake. As you said, please do let us know in the comments or the chat, wherever you're watching from around the world. Who do you think is going to win this game, PH or Arthur? Both teammates at R10. And just a quick word on R10, Richard. What a season they've had as well. They've picked up and scouted some fantastic talent. I mean, it seems like once it was SBQR, we were singing the sort of praise of, who was still in the space and still doing so well. Netshoes Esports, another organisation in South America. The list goes on. There's so many to talk about. But this year, it feels like it's all been about that Team R10.
No, absolutely. R10 have been the standout team in South America this year, especially on Xbox. I think that's something we say as well. On Xbox, they have almost cleaned up this region. If it wasn't for Resende, it would be pretty much an all R10 year in South America. PHZin has been the diamond shining brightest in Team R10 in FIFA 21.
Yeah, we're underway in this game then. She said, you win it, you'll be through to the final 4 in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. It will be PHZin from left to right, and maybe the first goal in this game. It will be. It's only taken him 4 minutes 30 seconds to open up his account, and it will be Cristiano Ronaldo that runs away to celebrate.
Incredible from PHZin. He scored 10 in his opening group game. First goal registered inside the first 5 minutes. Team of the year, CR7.
And this one, Richard, wasn't the only R10 game. Over in Group B on the Xbox, I mean, this is where it gets interesting for Team R10, because they've got 2 players in this group from Team R10. And on the Group B, they've also got Gabriel against Finito. That game concluded 6-5. Gabriel ranked 3rd in those Global Series rankings this year in South America. Did lose out. He's an elimination game. If you're a Resende fan, you'll be happy to know he won his game 5-4 against SPQR's Dudu. So Resende is in that winner's game against Finito. On the flip side, if you missed it, it was Palinetto that won against Azenio. And MH from R10 beat SPQR's Nathan SR 2-2, 5-4. Plenty of FIFA being played here. There's still so much to talk about. 4.5 minutes was all it took for PHZin to break the deadlock. Do you think it's just that offensive nature of the way he plays, Richard? As you said, he scored 10 goals across 2 legs, and it's not just the scoring of goals. He only conceded 2 goals. He defended very well.
It's almost the ruthlessness in which he plays. He just attacks and attacks and attacks, and he said he plays a 4-4-2 in that preview piece that we got to learn a little bit more about PHZin, but there's no let-up in the attacking prowess that he shows.
Maybe a chance for a second. Ronaldo dancing. Lovely cutback. He did well to camouflage that pass. You speak about this being an opportunity, not just with the money on the line, also with the playoff spots. Arthur, only 133 ranking points he's accumulated this year, as we've talked about before. That's the same as either competing in sort of one qualifier and sort of winning a couple of games, not much more than that. Or in-foot champions, picking up 27 or more wins over a couple of weekends, sort of back-to-back chances. Ronaldo, this is PHZin still looking to run on forward. I think the thing that scares me about PHZin here, Rich, is we see how good he is in qualifiers, month after month, with his own team. That's not full of icons. That's not full of Team of the Year players. This time round, he's got everyone within his arsenal. Anyone that he can use. Chance for Arthur down the other end with Mbappe. Let's get dispossessed by Zambrotta. Pull back for a free kick in the end.
Intrigued to see what he does here. Potentially something off the training ground. It's going to get just played short in the end. No real so-called free kick tactic coming in play. Safe possession.
Yeah, seen that a couple of times, haven't we, from different players. Set pieces. There have been a direct shot or something off the training ground, as we often allude to. Can really be the difference. Chance for Arthur. Back to R10s. Ronaldinho's also, I'm sure, waiting in the wings and watching his players competing in this CONMEBOL Libertadores. Ball into the box. It's a great chance. Punched away again by Van der Sar. You've got R9 in the box. It needs Van der Sar again to punch it away. Now time for a throw-in. This is better from Arthur. Needed the help of Edwin Van der Sar in between the sticks to keep PH out. Out of trouble, out of danger. Pele, fake shot, does well. Back to R9. Tries to sort of use that directional nutmeg to his advantage to try and gain him some space. That wasn't to be the case on that time.
Ran straight into Zambrotta, didn't he, on the directional nutmeg? But since going 1-0 down, Arthur started to get a little bit of foothold in this game. Starting to create more chances. Lane share possession going in his way. Just got to get something on the scoreboard to go for said possession.
Ronaldo does well. Pele, fake shot back onto that left boot. He tried to angle up the shot. And I think that's what we're going to talk about more with this tournament, is that where you both can have the same players, you can choose the same team if you want to. It just opens up the competition that you can sort of forget about the rankings for a split second. Yes, you can look back at who's won championships and who's placed well, and I guess who's been consistent throughout what the opening 5-6 months we've seen so far of the Global Series. When you get the opportunity to just fulfill your team with icons and team of the year items, it just can maybe elevate you to a level that you haven't been at before. Here's Mbappe, reverse elastico, nice drag back from the Parisian forward. Does get bundled over and the referee says no, that's not a free kick. Zidane, always the player to start. Here's for PH Zin. He's it back to R9. I think that means that Vieira may have potentially been dropped. Zidane still with it. He can go forward. He can make things happen. Does get dispossessed in the end. This looks like a brilliant game. There's still 3 halves left of the action.
Just going on to what you were saying there regarding Zidane, in a 4-4-2, Vieira really doesn't offer you that central mid that you want, whereas Zidane, not only can he do the defensive work, he's physically strong, he's pacey, but also in around the box, 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot, he can create chances, he can score chances himself.
Is he onside? Pele goes to the player, lot back to R9. Can he turn his man? Half a drag back, goes on the left foot finesse. We know R9's got a 5-star weak foot. He can go anywhere. Last chance of the half. Get the ball clear. And that'll do us for a breather at the 45th minute mark. As you said, Richard, PH went up by a goal to nil in 4.5 minutes in game. And it felt like as soon as that goal went in, there was like a light bulb moment for Arthur that was like, I need to switch on. I need to start playing well. And since then, I think he's been superb.
Yeah, it's certainly been in control. Over that early goal for PH Zin, just sort of not allowing him to get anything for Arthur in regards to, you concede early, you either switch on or it's going to be an ugly, ugly game for you.
We are going to be back underway for second half of action here. We can get that gameplay back up. There you go. See both players POV. Of course, this is a fully remote broadcast, as you can imagine. Everyone in the comfort of their own home and safety. All around the world. That's included in that. Incredible to see what has been achieved this year across all the activations within competitive FIFA. Might be able to do it offline, but still putting together this first ever CONMEBOL Libertadores for the first ever time. It still has all the same drama to it. Arthur looking for that equaliser. Could that be the chance? Surely it will. We did so well to shift it back onto the left boot of Ronaldo, but it was an even better save. Moved into the box and In the end, goes back to PH Zin.
That corner, an interesting one, weren't it, Brandon? Just sort of.
What's the back post it? Mbappe.
You were always behind him. Virgil van Dijk. So strong in the box. I feel like I'm watching a Sunday League game. Just pinging it. Just switching to play every single time.
I think it's just because of, one, how quick these players are, but how good they are, Rich, with those sort of long distance passing, just in general, all their stats, to be honest. As you said, you know, you've been able to reel them off at moments this evening. How good this player is, how good that player is. Back into the pause menu we'll go. We won't show you what changes will be made. We'll just keep you updated with any substitutions that do come onto the field.
But just going back to that little bit of play there, he had the chance, and then the corner was aimless, really. There was no real conviction on the corner at all. We had a chance up the other end for PH Zin to double his lead. Van Dijk got back in front of him, and then an unbelievable switch of play to get him back up the other end, dinked into the back post. I don't
think... Sort of looks a little bit like he doesn't know what he wants to do from those sort of moments. Now he's just gifted possession away. He could be in some serious trouble. Here's Bruno Fernandes, drops the shoulder, goes for that directional nutmeg. Fortunate enough for Arthur, he's just been able to deal with it. On the flip side, Arthur, can he get the ball into R9? Goes to whip it in. Again, goes for a corner. It's what he does from here, though. Plays short. And can he get it into the box? R9. To Bruno Fernandes. Pele holds it well. Still a chance. This is liquid football in the box. In all honesty, other than that first goal after 4.5 minutes, hasn't really been any clear-cut chances. Here comes PH Zin one more time. 25 minutes left in this one. Looking for that second goal to take some pressure off his shoulders. Wins a corner.
Relatively quiet, hasn't it? Look for CR7 on this.
Whipped in towards the front post, and quite easy for the goalkeeper in the end.
We selected Ronaldo, pulled him onto sort of the penalty spot. Schmeichel made it look a simple save, but there was a lot of power on that header.
One ball forward. On in a bit of a battle with the defender. He's not really had a chance. Hullet driving. Just running at the defence. Hullet on his own still. R9 back to Hullet. Does he want to still go on his own? Hullet gets the shot away. Goes for a corner. That one played short. Back inside it will fall to R9. How can he work it back into the box now? So many white shirts around him. There's R9. Cruyff, fresh off the bench. He offers you a 5-star weak foot as well.
Certainly have to agree with you when you said after PH Zin scored, we expected goals and goals and goals, but it's really not gone that way.
Hasn't been the case, has it? Lovely directional nutmeg. It's Ronaldo. Lays it back off, back to R9. Tries to pull out the defender. That's what he's been able to do now. Does recover well. Into the final 10 minutes here. Of course, this is Group A of day one of the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. Still so much at stake, still much to play for. Lovely idea. They went for the double tap pass into R9. We've seen those fly into the back of the net. 7 minutes. Mbappe back to Bruno Fernandes. Last chance saloon here potentially. So a second goal would be very much welcome. Such a tight area. It's literally just Bruno Fernandes and Mbappe interchange with themselves 3 or 4 times, trying to find the gap in between the left back and the centre back. And in the end, possession comes to nothing.
One more chance for Arthur. Even though we were talking about PHZ not really creating anything since he scored, Arthur's, again, not had anything clear cut. There's not been a big chance that he will be thinking about that he's missed. It's sort of just slowed down the game after that first goal. And was that intentional from PHZ to get 1 goal and then slow down? I don't think so. I just think Arthur, defensively, both players, being very good after that first goal went in.
A long ball forward, potentially could be a chance. Last one of the game, Arthur! He saw the reaction on his player cam. He knew what a chance it was. It was a long ball forward. It took a bit of a deflection. And in the end, PHZ leaves this game with a very, very narrow 1-0 win. We'll see the goal just really briefly there. It was Cristiano Ronaldo that scored it 4.5 minutes into the game. Who would have thought for the last 85 minutes we wouldn't see another goal after he just came off the back of a 10-2 victory? I mean, there is a second leg to come up still.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's scoring 9 goals in the second leg, fair play. I don't think it will happen, but fair play if it does. Yeah, it was a weird 85 minutes of FIFA. We're going to have the opportunity to look at the highlights from this opening match, and the only real sort of highlight that we can talk about, Brandon, was the opening goal. Zidane got the ball with a lot of room around him, and you'll just see the space open up for Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a driven pass straight into his feet, a quick 1-2. So as the ball's gone into Ronaldo there, he's gone L1X, quick pass off of his sort of standing foot, span in behind the defender and got the goal for it. And the next highlight that we're going to show you came in the 73rd minute. That sort of shows you everything you need to know about the opening match here in the winners bracket. Semi-final, I want to say, group winners bracket final match. If you win this game, you're into tomorrow. I don't know the official name for it, but we're going to go with it. It's an important game. If you win this, you're into the higher echelon of prize money, and you're getting closer and closer to being the inaugural Libertadores, CONMEBOL Libertadores, I should say, champion.
Yeah, and you'll be playing against sort of the loser side of whoever comes through in Group B. So that's the advantage that you get from, of course, remaining unbeaten. I mean, a little word on that PHZ goal. When it went into Ronaldo, it was that really small little ball roll, Richard, that he moved onto his right boot and then it squeezed it in the near post, which made the goal. And it's something that any player out there that wants to get better at FIFA, just that extra touch, the extra one pass or the extra skill move at the right areas, it makes it a guaranteed goal 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, just having the composure to take an extra touch, to make sure that you settle the ball, because sometimes you'll get the ball, you'll play a 1-2 and then you'll hit it first time, or you'll take too many touches. But typically, if you shoot out the back of a skill move, it's sort of the most reliable shot. You'll often see players do a scoop turn and then shoot, do a reverse elastico or an elastico and then shoot, and that's why. It's not to look flashy, it's not to get style points, but it is simply to have the best possible chance of scoring. And that's why you see the ball roll used so much.
And I mean, on the other side of that, as we said, we've got a second leg to come up in front of us now. And as the first leg only finished by a goal, so that means that this game is so open. And what we know about FIFA esports, Richard, the second leg always brings a bit of spice normally. It brings normally goals. Touch wood, I'll probably just curse that now. And it normally brings us a bit of action. And as we said, whoever loses this game, of course, will not be out of the tournament. They will play the winner of the loser matchup that's currently being played as we speak right now. As I said, looking across the board, if anyone's interested, Paulo Neto won his opening game tonight. Cezinho lost his opening game. MH of R10 won his opening game. Resende won 5 goals to 4 on the Xbox, the top 5 player there. We'll be hoping that maybe we can see that matchup against PHZ at some point in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Gabriel PN, third in the rankings, lost his opening game. That was a bit of a shock. I mean, against Finito of Team R10, maybe ranked a lot lower in those rankings, but still, you know, that's a result you don't expect to see, Richard. And I think the one thing that I'm taking from this tournament is that it's an even playing field with the teams.
Absolutely, yeah. There's plenty of other games taking place right now. This match between Futwiz Vinny and R1 Arta. This is the losers bracket, I believe, right now between these two. One of these two will be going out, and as it stands right now, with just over 45 minutes left to play, Futwiz Vinny will be eliminated from the CONMEBOL E Libertadores, but plenty of FIFA left to play. When our featured match is back underway, we will jump to it, but don't want to just keep looking at our faces all evening long. If we've got FIFA to show you, well, it will be on. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, half-time, I think, in this game. I mean, Vinny might be leading in this match, but he's still trailing overall at the halfway point. Both of these two lost their opening games in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores, so this is knockout FIFA if you are a Futwiz fan. As you can see, the aggregate scoreline just down, as you said, by a goal there, I do believe.
Yeah, 5-4.
Of course, you will be leaving the tour with some prize money, but you can forget the playoff spot, unfortunately, as you will not be into the top two segment of this one. Back underway now, Vinny kicking from right to left in the black strip, looking to maybe score a goal. Is that the equaliser? Yes, it is! We arrive at the right time. It's going to be Hullet, all the way from midfield, that bursts forward and scores that goal.
And also, just the intensity in which he skipped the replay, wanting to get straight back into the game, straight from kickoff, means that he's really sort of switched on and wanting to turn this game around. He had a great run in the FIFA Club World Cup only a couple of weeks ago with Team Futwiz, did Vinny. Losing finalist in the end to ELS Tinoros.
Yeah, it came so close. Who's he up against? He's up against R1 Arta, I should say, of Brazil. Again, first time we've seen him in action. I mean, both of these two on a broadcast, so to speak. I mean, and we have seen Vinny. Vinny's looks like he's rolling forward, just building into the chance. Back to R9, it will fall now. Lovely directional nutmeg around the corner. A couple of ball rolls still from it. Pull it back to Vieira. Ronaldo does well. Waits for a fake shot. Brilliant save.
Surprised he got the shot away there, to be honest. It looked like it was the defender's ball. Ronaldo just doing what he does, really. He does whatever he wants to do.
Lumped in towards the box. Lump forward, but I believe our game is ready to jump into as soon as it will be. But Vinny, there you go, there's a little taster for you. Vinny back into that game now, Richard. All to play for still. And this is the game we will be jumping back into. PH Zin against a teammate and probably quite a close friend in Arthur. It was only one goal between the two. There were chances for both of these two players, just not so many goals. We're on the way. Are we going to see a goal in 4.5 minutes once again this time round? It will be Arthur from left to right in the R10 strip. And on the flip side, it will be PH Zin in the white from right to left. Winner, as you said, goes into the final four. Loser drops down as that loser side of this group. And one goal, as we know, is absolutely nothing in competitive terms for FIFA. We've seen huge scorelines. He's going to equalise already. Goes down to ground. Referee says he won the ball.
I think we were a decent way into this game. You see Hullet just brought off there. Yeah, 61 minutes. Back to... we're actually watching the Vinny game here, from what I gather.
Yeah, I do apologise for that. We're between the two games at the moment. We're confused at home.
Oh, Vinny scored! There you go!
He did. Vinny's winning 6-5. Well, just to confirm to everybody at home, it is a different game you're looking at. Ignore the player cameras on your screen. This is Vinny against R1 Arthur. Of course, PH Zin against Arthur R10 is a different game. The gameplay doesn't match up. But Vinny, Richard, he was 2 goals. Oh, he's a goal down, sorry. He's just flipped the game on its head now, and now he's back in front. 25 minutes left in this one. Here comes R1 Arthur. One more pass into Pele. Brilliant save.
What a save from Schmeichel right there. It's penalty.
Oh, penalty.
Oh, we got to see the penalty.
We're jumping around. Probably the worst point ever there.
Heartbreak. will never
We'll let
know.
you know what happened.
We will never know if that penalty went in.
Could have been 6-6. If that went into the back. We are back on the way. Right, PH in has just scored, by the way. That's what you've missed. I mean, if Richard, he struggled to score 1 goal in 85 minutes, did Arthur R10. Now he needs 2 goals in 75 minutes.
He just loves an early goal, doesn't he? Just loves an early goal, does PHC. Chance to make it 3, right? Chance for Arthur, I should say, to get back into the game right there, but great interception.
We'll keep it up to date. Chance, PSG looking for another goal. Back inside into Ronaldo! And what do we say? Second leg FIFA is just always so different. For whatever reason, it's just a different story.
PHZ doubling his lead in this second leg. Arthur looks like a man defeated right now. 3-0 down. And as it stands, we'll be moving down to that losers bracket.
I've said it before, just having the season of his life. Yes, he might not have won this tournament yet and whatnot, but just the way he's gone about this season, just come out flying. Played in 3 out of the 4 qualifiers so far in the Global Series. Qualified for this tournament as well, the first ever CONMEBOL E Libertadores. And he's on his way to the Final 4. He has got that championship in his sight. 3-0 he leads. Expect, you'd say, a couple of changes from after him. Maybe some more bodies forward, a bit more pressure. He's got to take the game to PH in. If there's any hope, Richard, of the comeback, let alone a goal.
Has to go earlier as well. It has to come now. If you go into the second half still trailing 3-0, it's going to be a real tough mountain to climb.
Chance. Must have dropped the shoulder. Nowhere around the corner. The worrying thing is where PH Dinsor is sort of finding his groove and scoring more goals. It could be even more costly now. And naturally, on the flip side for Arthur, he's having to come out and press, and he's going to have to be more aggressive. Can't forget PH won his opening game, 10 goals to 2. That wasn't a warm-up game. That was his opening game. That's nothing against his opponent either. It's just the case of he was just that good. He was scoring that many goals. Third of this second leg played. One thing that he might have in his favour, Arthur, is that on his bench, I can assure you, he's got so many good attacking options if he didn't have enough already. If he wants to add on another attacking player at some point, he can certainly do that. Pele. I mean, he's already got Pele, R9, Cristiano, chance, Arthur, lovely heel to heel. Can he find a way around the corner? Brilliant save, again denied.
He's not been perfect, has he, PH? When he's needed his goalkeeper, he's been there for him. Look at the possession, 65% to Arthur in this opening 35 minutes. Yet he's trailing 3-0 on aggregate.
I mean, he's had a lot of the ball. He's had a great handful of chances. It's just been that final pass, that final skill move. Five minutes away from the half-time interval in this second leg. Winner, as you said, goes through to the Final 4. And for Sende, or Finito wins over in Group B. We'll have our first 2 names in the hat. Ahead of Tuesday and Wednesday. Ronaldo does well. Chance. Bruno Fernandes again. Arthur must be thinking, how can I get past Edwin van der Sar? I'm doing enough to break down the defence. I'm getting in the right areas with the right players. Just can't get past this shot stopper.
It's been time and time again. Maybe an extra touch needed. Maybe an extra sort of finish to be considered. He's pressing so well.
Numbers. Doing so well to put pressure on Ronaldo. Maybe his chance now to break forward. Goes for a very ambitious finesse from there. I mean, it's always going to be more of a routine day for the goalkeeper. Halfway point. PH yet to concede a goal. Even after he's been on all this pressure, Richard, had to defend well. Doing some brilliant saves from his goalkeeper. And even, you could say, some good manual goalkeeper movement. He's got to be confident at this stage. He survived 3 halves of this game without conceding a single goal. And he's got a 3-goal cushion to sit on right now.
Yeah, he'll be in absolute cruise control, will PH in. Even though he's not playing fantastic and he's sort of being under the cosh, shall we say, he's still keeping a clean sheet, still unbeaten. Just shows how good of a player he really is. Saw it yesterday with Matthias Bonanno, Brandon. When you're not playing well and you can still win, just goes to show the sort of real character of champions.
2-0 at the break in the second leg. 45 minutes away from being one of the first names into the final 4, PH. And he's the best half he's probably ever played this year on FIFA 21, Arthur, if there's any chance. The problem is he's not up against any player. He's the player that's second on those Xbox rankings in PH. A man that's won 2 titles this year. Hungry for more, hungry for a playoff spot alongside the E-World Cup Grand Final. To cement himself amongst the great names, not just in South America, but in the world. The season that he's already had, there's no reason why he can't. I mean, naturally what we're going to expect here is from Arthur is just to be piling bodies forward.
And what happens on the defensive end when that when that occurs? More and more space opens up in behind, more and more gaps start to appear. And you can begin to really pick off your opponent.
PH trying to do that exactly right now. Tries to play it back inside with Pele. It's defended very well. Very well done. Chance to break forward. Watch that run of Bruno Fernandes there. Didn't want to play it. Miranda does well to just about jockey round Ruud Gullit there into R9. When he moves forward like this, he just needs more options. There's so many white shirts back, and these 2 midfielders of Vieira and Gullit causing nightmares. Intercepting everything, so it seems. Zambrotta out this right-hand side has also done a great job of just about keeping all the forwards at bay. Oh, that's going to be a penalty. Look how close that is.
Right on the edge.
To being in the box and to that being a penalty. 21 metres out, direct shot. Doubt we'll see that happen. It'll probably be played short. So many players around the ball. Played short into Gullit. Ronaldo also in the box. Gives it to Bruno Fernandes. He tries to fake shot his way around the corner. Third of this game left now. This is moments like this where he needs to capitalise. Time's not on his side, or either is the scoreline. Davies. Brilliant cut back Mbappe. Can't find a way through.
Chance to counter. Oh!
Could be fortunate. It will be. I think PH knows it as well, shaking his head. A fortunate goal to conclude the game, but it wasn't already. That's game, set, match. Unfortunate way to concede the 4th goal for Arthur, but PH yet to concede a goal on his way for a 4-0 victory here.
And that is literally, Brandon, how harsh FIFA can be. You feel like you're on top. You feel like you're dominating the game. You're not scoring. Your opponent has one counter. And it goes in. Schmeichel punches the ball in his own net.
Maybe a chance now. Finally, Ronaldo drops the shoulder. He's been waiting. 160 minutes of FIFA time for that goal.
PH guaranteeing his place in the top 4 with this victory. He will be there tomorrow. Cruising through the groups, we have to say as well.
Pause does eventually come in, as you said. Only 60 minutes left in this game. 3 goals are needed, but we're not talking about any player here. We're talking about someone that, as you said, has been to finals, won championships already this year, has got that sort of wherewithal to see out a game. And would you sort of pinpoint it down to, Richard, in terms of Arthur not being able to find a way into this tie? I mean, other than not scoring, he's had a lot of the ball. I mean, it's been a very end-to-end game between the two. Is it a case of good defending from PH or just when he gets to the box,
just not taking his
creativity
chances,
or that final pass?
There's been a lot of shots that have been like sort of half and half shots. I remember the finesse end of that first half. The chance of that going in is literally a 50-50. And maybe not even that, like a 30-70. It's not been clear-cut chances. Nice pass there into CR7. Great block from Virgil.
Chance to break forward. Look at the space. PH in to send the game. This time. Unfortunately not. Ronaldo can't find the target. It's a very ambitious angle. 12 minutes away. PH we're one of the first names into the Final Four on the Xbox. Continuing that form, that fine form that he's shown us all this year in the FIFA 21 Global Series. Nice little triangles there. Have to give credit to Arthur. He's continued to try and just hunt back into this game, and someone that's ranked maybe a lot lower than other players in this tournament. Clearly did so well to qualify for this one, and he just prays that maybe if he can just sort of get a game plan together for qualifying number 5 in a couple of weeks' time, who knows? One run could change his season. PHG wants one more goal. Looks for the player lock. Back to Ronaldo, it will fall. That'll probably just about do us here, Richard. Wants one more. Will he get one more? Surely he's going to pass it. No, he's not. He doesn't need to pass it. He's PH in. That's 5 goals to 1.
5-1. And then Ronaldo, PH in. It's not been a clinical PH in performance. It's not been a masterclass from him. But still putting Arthur to the sword.
Seconds away, PH in. Well, he's made it through again. So the top 4 on the Xbox. PH in wins this game. A 10-2 victory and then a 5-1 victory over 2 legs. Leg 1 was quiet. There was only a goal between them. The second leg, it came alive and the goal started to fly in for PH in. Arthur will feel hard done by. He did create chances. He did get a lot of the ball. Unfortunately, though, he just could not find that cutting edge in the final third and just could not find a way past PHG's Edwin van der Sar, could he? There was just no way past the Dutch goalkeeper.
He made a point, didn't he? No one shall pass, and Edwin van der Sar was incredible in that second leg. PHZin 1-0 in the first leg, doing the business in the second leg, and typically that's what the top level players, the players at the upper echelon of FIFA esports tend to do. It's that second leg where they'll kill off their opponent and really sort of run away with the tie, just as we saw PHZin do. He books his place into the top 4, and we'll see him tomorrow and Wednesday battling it out for the CONMEBOL E Libertadores title on the Xbox. We've got plenty more FIFA left to conclude today, Brandon.
Yeah, we're about the halfway mark now. We've got 3 more games coming up tonight. Plenty of action still to do. We're going to pass it back over to Carl and Olabari to get their thoughts on that game. But gentlemen, PHZin, he just doesn't stop, does he? Keeps on winning. He's into the Final 4 on the Xbox.
Brandon, thank you so much. He does not stop indeed. Olabari, let's talk about that man. The Beast, as everyone calls him, as we call him. PHZin, he did not disappoint with that result.
No, not at all. The thing is, you know, we have been talking a lot about Resende, which, by the way, possible PHZin against Resende final. I'm just saying, that would be as good as it gets. The thing is, Resende is current back-to-back South American qualifier champion. That's why, of course, we're hyping him so much. But let's go back to how the season started. PHZin was back-to-back champion as well. So... and the only one that could beat him was last time Resende. Obviously, they're both the best players in Xbox, and that was from losers bracket. So PHZin still made it to the grand final through winners bracket. So it's just one tough loss against Resende. That's it. You take that from PHZin, and he would be in the top with Matthias, with 3-time champion. So PHZin, top contender, and Richard Buckley was saying his age. I don't know where these young talents are coming from, because honestly, at 17, 18, you shouldn't be so composed under so much pressure.
I was not that composed at 17 or 18, I will tell you that. Let's have a look at some of the replays from the matchup right here. PHZin taking on his teammate from R10, Arthur. Uli, when you are looking at this game, when you're looking at the performances, just the way that PHZin did set out, do you think from the beginning he was going out with that attacking, aggressive style?
With this goal, yes, great start. But after that, though, we saw PHZin first. The second goal comes in the 63 minutes. So we're talking about a PHZin that knows also how to. Oh, sorry, the second goal came in the second leg. But what I'm trying to say is that, okay, we know he's amazing when he attacks. We know that. He already knows that for sure. So what does he need to work on heading into CONMEBOL Libertadores, FIFA World Cup? It's just about pressure. Like he always anticipates his opponent's pass, better pressure, high pressure, better at defending. And honestly, from what we've seen previously from PHZin, this is still not him at his best. I think he's saving that for the final.
Well, we'll see if he can make it all the way to that final. Can he be crowned CONMEBOL E Libertadores champion? We will find out. It was PHZin who kept on pushing and pushing, trying to get that next goal. And with a little bit of luck, sometimes that's just what happens when the bounce is going your way. Well, that's when you know you're going to be taking this matchup right there. He kept on pushing, kept on extending that lead. He did not give up throughout the entire time, even if it was against his own teammate. But you talked about things he needs to work on, maybe being a little bit more clinical. Yes, he did get 5 goals to 1 overall, but he had plenty of opportunities. He didn't score them all, Uli.
Yeah, when he is just, calm, he goes for plus 10 goals. So yeah, I know it's harsh, but that's how good he is. And now he only managed to score 5. So yeah, I think from the top favorites, which would be Matthias, Resende, and PHZin, I think Resende is the one that comes to the CONMEBOL Libertadores at his peak, because even though Matthias won as well the qualifier, he even said it, like, I still need to improve. And yet we've seen Matthias earlier in the season playing even better. Resende, though, we're yet waiting to see him, probably in the final. But based on what we saw on the weekend, Resende arrives to his tournament at his peak.
he does arrive at this tournament at his peak, as you said right there, and hopefully we will get to see him very, very soon, and I'm sure we'll be able to have a look back at some of the other results that we've had. That'll be coming up for you shortly. Uli, when we look at all the action we've had so far, we've had 3 matchups. We're at the halfway point, which means we've got 3 more to go. Are you excited about it still? Are you enjoying it? Are they providing enough enjoyment for you?
You are, Cal. I mean, this is unique tournament. That's what make it so special. You know, the CONMEBOL Libertadores. I mean, what the prize pool is $100,000 between both consoles. The glory of being crowned the best player in South America. So yeah, there's a lot at stake. You can see that in the way the players are displaying their skills in the virtual pitch. I think they are a bit nervous because of how much there's at stake, and you know that's part of it. That's part of it, to show your best FIFA under pressure.
And it's a slightly different format as well, which we'll get in and we will talk about in a minute. I think we can have a look at some of our results from the other matches as well. Now, though, this is how things currently look. And look at that, on the PS4 Group A results, it is Crew Matthias doing it once again, coming out 5-3 against CM Doodoo. Shout out Brandon Smith as well, providing us with the insight. He already knew that one. He dropped it in the group before. Then we've got Gianfranco coming out on top 6-5 against MGCF Barreto. So he stays in the competition, Gianfranco. Then on the Xbox Group A side of things, those results, PHZ, and as we saw, coming out 5-1 Victor against Arta from R10. And then it was R1 Arta beating Footwiz Vinny 8-6, which sets him up for that next match roundup right there. Very, very exciting indeed. There's still plenty of action to come here at the CONMEBOL Libertadores. And we need to talk about that because those results we've just seen there means that some of the competitors, they're done double elimination. But the format of this competition right now is slightly different, which we'll be able to get into very, very shortly. So make sure you stick around with us. We'll be breaking everything down. We'll be talking about the format and we'll be looking ahead to more FIFA 21 action here at the CONMEBOL Libertadores. We'll be back after this short break.
Esenciales. Así aprendimos a llamarle a las cosas importantes. Por eso ahora que volvió a rodar el balón, lo esencial es poder sentirnos seguros y mantener la pasión encendida para seguir celebrando juntos. Disfrutar de nuevo la CONMEBOL Libertadores no tiene precio. Mastercard.
Got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. It could be whatever, whether rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline, hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret, cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper, but we out here tryna get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle, but some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance, but if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret, cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper, but we out here tryna get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real real game, recognize game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Champion, most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Break records like Thriller, top biller. They call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design. One thing I know, when my back is against that wall, I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of a champion. One thing I know, when my back is against that wall, you can bear we'll be coming back, that's how we roll. Go renegades down, if we're where we don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion.
Hello and welcome back to the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Rodrigo Ulabali. Uli, we're here once again over the halfway point of day one at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. We've already seen plenty of goals. We've seen plenty of action as well. And you guys at home, I hope you are enjoying it. I'm sure you're sticking around. I'm sure you're spamming the Twitch chat with Token. We can see it. I can read it right now. I can see it. And that is because there are viewership rewards for you, yes, at this event. So make sure that you are sticking around. There are some rules that you need to follow, but we can tell you all about those viewership rewards right now. Not only will you get the best of the best FIFA 21 action, you also get rewarded for it. There's live viewership rewards, and all you've got to do is link your EA and Twitch account, watch the stream for at least 60 minutes, and you'll receive a FIFA Global Series player token in your FIFA Ultimate Team account. Once you have collected at least 2 tokens, you'll be able to redeem them in the FUT rewards. Yes, those redeemable, repeatable SBCs in-game. And all you've got to do is to link your accounts by visiting ea.com/Twitch linking. But do remember, only 1 FGS player token will be awarded per user per event. So let us know if you're watching. You can see the hashtag right there as well. Yes, we want to hear from you, CONMEBOL eLibertadores 2021. Now, something extra. I sorted this out for you, okay? A little bit extra. Anyone who watches more than an hour of FIFA Global Series action this weekend live on Twitch with a linked Twitch and EA account also receives some TIFOs in-game. Yes, an R10 TIFO, a CONMEBOL eLibertadores TIFO, and an Inter Esports TIFO as well. Do not say we don't spoil you. It's going to be an exciting few days and you're going to get rewarded for it as well. Uli, I said it there. I sorted that out for them. I'm such a nice host, aren't I? The fact they're going to get some extra tifos as well.
You are. I feel like I'm learning from the best. And also, yeah, don't forget to link your Twitch account. That's clear. Like, that's so important because sometimes people are watching and they're like, hey, why didn't I get the... You know, the token is like link your account. That's really important. You can spam 100 times in the chat. If you haven't linked your Twitch account, you won't get it.
Do you know how many messages I get about it? How many mentions I get on Twitter? Token. Get those accounts linked and it will drop into your FIFA Ultimate Team account. I promise. Now let's give a shout out to one of our sponsors. These events would not be possible without them. And we want to say thanks to Bridgestone, one of the official sponsors of CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Once again, these events wouldn't be possible without all of our incredible sponsors. Now, there's been plenty of action that's happened already. Yes, there's been different results happening. The games you watch on screen, well, they're not the only ones that are happening. There's some that are happening off screen as well. And we've got the results of those matches. Who goes through, who goes out, who progresses today, 2 and 3 here at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. On the PS4 Group A side of things, Crew Matthias, he came out on top 5-4, beating CM Dudu. And then it was Gianfranco TR beating MGCF Barreto 6-5. And then on the Xbox Group A results side of things, PH Zin from R10, we watched him beat Arthur from R10 5-1. And in the other match in that group, it was R1 Arta taking on Footwiz Vinny. And it was R1 Arta who came out 8-6, making sure he could stay in this competition right here. Right, there's still loads of action to come your way, so make sure you do stick around with us. Uli, it's getting exciting right now because you've got some competitors that are household names taking on other competitors that people might not know, but they're here at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, which shows exactly what they're capable of.
Yeah, only the best of the best in South America made it this far, Kyle. And 2 surprising results there that we're seeing. One, Footwiz Vinny getting knocked out. He's a top name in South America. So unlucky for him. That tells you about how competed it is, right, at this level. And also Gianfranco with that important win after going to losers bracket. Big win from the player from Ecuador. So we're still going to see him on the competition.
We are going to see him indeed. Right, let's jump into the bracket. We can have a look how things currently look right here. Yes, in round 1, Inter's Resende. He progressed through into that winners bracket side of things, beating SPQR's Dudu. So he then sets up that match with Finetto from R10 in round 2 after he beat Gabriel PN R10. Which means in the losers bracket side of things, it is SPQR Dudu taking on Gabriel PN R10. We'll be keeping you up to date with all of those fixtures, but the one we'll be watching is Resende taking on Finetto, which I am so excited about. Right, we've always talking about these players. We're always talking about how good they are at FIFA 21, but we want a little bit of a backstory about them as well. That's why we've created all of these player profile videos, so it's time to get into the next one. Let's have a look at Resende and how he's prepared for the CONMEBOL eLibertadores.
Meu nome é Pedro Rezende, moro no Brasil, tenho 23 anos, jogo pela Inter de Milão, minha gamer tag é INT Rezende. Eu comecei a jogar FIFA com meus 13 anos e iniciei o jogo no FIFA 13. O momento em que percebi que eu poderia ser jogador profissional foi quando eu comecei a jogar alguns torneios online, conseguia ganhar alguns. Tentei uma classificatória para um campeonato em São Paulo, consegui, fui campeão desse campeonato e daí em diante me tornei jogador profissional. Minha formação preferida é no FIFA 21, vencendo a 4-4-1-1. Tenho gostado bastante dela porque defensivamente me dá muita segurança e ofensivamente ela me parece uma 4-4-2, então eu consigo atacar bastante e venho treinando bastante nela e gostando muito dessa formação. Quando estou perdendo uma partida, as modificações que eu venho fazendo é uma formação mais ofensiva, como 4-1-2-1-2, e tento pressionar um pouco mais o adversário, sendo nas táticas ou manualmente no jogo. Tento ser mais agressivo do que o normal. Então, para buscar o resultado, eu preciso pressionar e não deixar o meu adversário jogar como ele vem jogando no início da partida. A expectativa para a Conmebol Libertadores é de ser campeão sempre, todo torneio que disputo visando o troféu, então nesse não vai ser diferente, eu quero ganhar o título. Creio que existe diferença sim de disputar a Conmebol Libertadores e outros torneios, porque é um torneio que é muito considerado bastante importante no nosso continente. Todo mundo tem um sonho de jogar ele sendo na vida real, e agora a gente tem a oportunidade de estar jogando virtualmente. Então, estou muito feliz de estar podendo participando de um torneio tão grande como esse. Estou me preparando para esse torneio, igual eu me preparo para todos, treinando todos os dias, foco nos meus objetivos, no meu objetivo, sempre com a cabeça tranquila, trabalhando todo dia para conquistar o título.
That was Inter's Resende and how he's preparing for the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Let's get straight into his opponent, one man that's hoping to stop him. Can he do it? I'm sure we will find out. It's Feneto, and here's his player's profile.
Meu nome é Pedro Fineto, eu tenho 17 anos, moro no Brasil, em São Paulo, jogo pela R10 Team. Meu nome no jogo é Fineto R10, como eu sou conhecido. Eu comecei a jogar FIFA desde o 14, mas nunca para ser pro player, alguma coisa do tipo. E aí, com o passar do tempo, fui melhorando e consegui chegar a um bom nível para disputar os campeonatos. Eu me dei conta que eu poderia ser um jogador profissional no FIFA 19, quando eu comecei a pegar bons ranks na Weekend League e disputar alguns campeonatos e me sair melhor. Minha formação favorita é a 4-2-3-1, pois acho que o time joga próximo e tem boas opções para fazer tabelas entre os zagueiros. Eu descreveria meu estilo de jogo como mais ofensivo do que defensivo, porque muitas partidas minhas saem muitos gols, tanto para mim quanto para o meu adversário, e acabo que eu consigo fazer alguns dribles para conseguir mais gols em cada partida. Minha expectativa para essas CONMEBOL Libertadores é poder chegar o mais longe possível, pois já consegui ficar no top 8 e espero conquistar o título. A diferença de disputar a Libertadores é que é um campeonato mundialmente conhecido no futebol real e muito importante para todos aqui na América do Sul. Eu estou me preparando para esse torneio com o máximo de treino possível, treinando, jogando amistoso com outros prós que eu conheço.
Feneto from Team R10, a team that we all know, and we know what they're capable of, each and every competitor that comes from them. Uli, this is a game where people will look at it and go, Resende, he's probably the favourite, but you can never count somebody out who does play for R10, and Feneto is included in that.
Exactly. Of course, Resende might come as a favourite. We haven't seen Fineto as much in the top 6 in qualifiers, but he's here, and also he beat Gabriel from R10. That's all I need to know. He plays in R10, and I know how Gabriel plays, and he just beat him. So that's all we need to know before this great game. And Resende, let's see if he can keep up that great FIFA he's shown this weekend.
Now, we talk about some of the household names, including Paulo Neto from this region, including other people, PHZ and the Beast, as we call him, and Resende is another one of those household names that we all know what he's capable of and how far he can take it. This could be a very, very exciting season for him, couldn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the region is there's so much competition, and Resende we've seen Resende at his best after winning that third qualifier. I think that was key for him, being such a top player. He's a veteran now. He needed that big performance, I think, to take that pressure off his shoulders and just start playing his game more calm. And like I said, he is at his peak right now. That's the way it seems.
Now you can see right here, I've got Kevin De Bruyne, I've got Cristiano Ronaldo behind me, Phil Foden, Mbappe. But if you look up here, well, I've got a poster of some of the competitors as well. And Resende, that man is right there. Uli, why are we not on any of the posters? Are we not good looking enough? Why?
I don't know why. I don't want to cause a scene here in the live broadcast, Kyle, but we need to step up that game of the tifos, of the backgrounds. So yeah, we need to step it up.
We do need to step it up, all right. It might be late in the UK, but I'm gonna go and do my hair. I'm gonna put some moisturizer on. I'm gonna make myself look very good, so hopefully we can get onto some of the posters. While I'm doing all of that, let's get into the action. Let's throw it to Richard and Brandon, two guys that know this scene so well, and they'll be taking the call of the game as Resende takes on Finetto. Guys, I want to hear from you. Who's gonna come out on top? It's over to you.
Thank you very much, Colin. Yeah, this is the big one, isn't it? It's on the Xbox now. We just saw what happened, of course, on the PlayStation. This is a winner's game. Finetto up against Resende. Some would say Resende, sort of top of the world at the moment. He's top on the rankings. He's number one ranked on the Xbox in South America. He's just off the back of about 48 hours ago of winning a qualifier, Richard. He must be full of confidence coming into this.
Yeah, we've seen Group A, Brandon. Now it's time to go over to Group B and see what Group B has to offer. Resende going to be the man in the driver's seat and get to see Resende's squad in action right there. R9 and CR7 up top. Pele, Hullit, Vieira, and the back four. Very standard. Actually, are the two teams exactly the same? There's one difference between the two sides, and that's Bruno Fernandes for Patrick Vieira. That's the only change between these two squads. So really nothing at all to mention in regards to the individual players. Let's just see what they've got on the pitch. Resende probably the favourite. You see a little yawn from there. He's quite tired. And doing his hair. Make sure he's nice and nice and ready for the camera.
Good observations made there, Richard Buckley. As we said, whoever wins this game will go through to the final four. Resende, as we said, is using a completely different team. For this tournament, these guys have got a special esports edition of the team choices that they can use. For example, as you're seeing icons in there, team of the years, a mixture of players, anyone within a certain date period that you can basically choose to put into your team. There might be 16 spots in differences between each other on the Global Series rankings. Finetto, we haven't seen him on a broadcast yet. This is the first time we've seen him, but he's won a game. He's up against Resende, who's now top of the pile, but I just see Resende maybe being the stronger player, and this is about me giving any harm to Finetto. Finetto, 17 years of age, new to the scene. Resende, FIFA E World Cups, playoffs, 2 titles this year. Seems like he sort of crafted his game in the way he wants to play FIFA 21 this year. And I think with the team that he's been given now, he's basically been given another 6 icons to add into his team. I just think he looks like in a really strong position.
In regards to Finetto, you've got to obviously talk about his earlier performance as well. It was a very good win, beating Gabriel PN earlier on today. But now we're into the winners bracket semi-final in the groups. You win this game, you are guaranteed a top 4 finish. So plenty to play for. PHZ already done it. Can Resende potentially set up that tie in the final? A couple more games left to go before we get there, but he's going to have Finetto in his way.
So that's something they've both got in common, Resende and Finetto. They have both beaten Gabriel, as we said. Gabriel, brilliant season for him as well. Unbelievable stuff for him. A top 3 finish. Or he sits 3rd in the Global Series rankings at the moment. He's had a brilliant season, qualified for pretty much everything and anything that he could qualify for in South America. We're on the way. Resende kicking from left to right in this game. Of course, Finetto kicking from right to left. Finita already doing enough to get himself 17th in those rankings. Maybe a good placement in that next qualifier. He can just get himself over the line. Alternatively, a top 3 finish on the Xbox here could also guarantee him a fast-track ticket. The money can't buy a fast-track ticket to the playoffs. That is what the CONMEBOL eLibertadores does offer. It offers you an incredible $100,000 in prizing across both consoles, but more importantly, 6 playoff spots across the 2 consoles as well. Speaking of his organisation, Inter Esports, they took the plunge this year to jump into the esports space. You see the Serie A as well that's recently just been formed as well. It's a perfect time for a football club to enter the space. And they put their money behind that man in Resende. So far he's been paying back every single penny. He's looking to build and get his first goal in this game. Oh no, not on his own. Went for a finesse, a very ambitious one, parried away for a corner.
Early pressure coming in here from Resende, looking to open the scoring like many of his competitors that we see in the Global Series have done. Those familiar names, Mateus Banano, PH Zin. Resende looking to carry suit with those 2 players and solidify the top 4 finish after just 2 games, not having to go down and play that final match in the group standings.
Yeah, well, as you said, that's some very narrow games. Resende won 5-2 against SPQR's Dudu. Big result for Finita. A huge result against Gabriel. PN, as you said, a teammate at Team R10. Beat him 6-5 over the 2 legs. Meant that these 2 would match up in the winner's game. Winner goes into the Final 4. Loser will drop down and then potentially play a rematch, depending on who, of course, does lose. It'll be between SPQR, Dudu and Gabriel in that loser game. Loser of that one will leave the tournament. So plenty of action coming up over the next 3 days here in the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. The first ever time this tournament has taken place. Here comes Finito. Can he find the ball into R9? No way around the corner that time. For the first time, to be honest, Richard, both these 2 teams, as you mentioned, are pretty much identical. The only difference being Vieira and Bruno Fernandes. You'd expect that to be more of a common theme, that everyone would sort of use the same similar sort of starting 11, if not 9-10 players on the pitch. But that hasn't always been the case tonight.
No, there's been a few sort of changes here and there, but I would say the lion's share of the players, 6 or 7, have been all the same. And I think this is probably the closest match that we've had with only 1 player difference. So the team selection certainly can't be an excuse for the losing player of this match. Probably feel great as well to use all these players together in the same squads.
Find that through ball into R9, does well. Now needs to buy his way past Virgil van Dijk, which is not easy at all. Tried to play the ball into the DM. This is nice from Resende. Maybe too heavy into R9. Keeper's off his line. Easy day. Scoop that one away. If you're not aware of what the CONMEBOL eLibertadores is, of course, it's a tournament for only so many nations. The qualifiers took place back in January. We saw players from Brazil and Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and even Venezuela will take place. As I said, over 1,200 people on the Xbox signed up for that one. We're only looking at the top 8. To be here is a huge achievement. On the PlayStation, there was 2,800 people that signed up. Ridiculous. And there's no surprise with the prize when it's on the line here, and the pride of potentially being the first ever champion in this tournament.
It's the accolade, isn't it, of being the CONMEBOL eLibertadores champion and having the right to call yourself that title.
Five minutes away before the half-time interval here. Still 0-0. Resende, maybe a goal before the break. Ronaldo for it! And if you were watching Resende just 2 days ago, You know that he's got a very, very special connection with that man on the pitch. Can score some brilliant goals, and I think that's just a teaser of what's to come in this game.
Team of the year, CR7. Little 1-2, just give and go. Hullet then found the pass back into Ronaldo. No need to take a touch. First time shot from the big man, who rockets it past the goalkeeper into the bottom corner.
Perfect time to score the goal just before the break. As I was alluding to, if you did catch the action just 2 days ago on this very place, on this very channel, you would have saw the Xbox South America qualifier number 4. Resende came back through the loser bracket to take down PH Zin. As you know very well, PH Zin is also in this tournament, so potentially those two could match up. They're in different groups. Let's have a look. Half-time, 1-0 the scoreline. Not too much to talk about in terms of match stats other than that only goal there, Richard. 4-4-2, second variation for Resende.
Yeah, he's been a man of many different formations, Resende. One of the first players I remember back in sort of FIFA 18 and FIFA 19 specifically in Singapore when we were there, Brandon. And it was a very special event, that one, because where we were actually casting, it might not have come through on camera, but I'll give you a little behind the scenes. We were probably about 3 meters away from the players. We were being on a big stage, like a theatre stage. And where we were sat, we were literally, the camera might not have seen it, but we were super close to the players. And we got a real sort of inside look behind the camera of a number of these players. And he was playing a 3-5-2 in that event. So he's always been sort of tactically aware, has the Resende. Very happy to change.
He did it, as he said, just a day ago. Oh no, that could be a mistake at the back. Nearly capitalised on. R9 was also there. That would have been a goal to forget about. Finito knocking on the door for Resende. Can he find a way around the corner? R9 twisting, turning. The ball rolls are out. The scoop turns are out. The step overs are there as well. Ronaldo into R9, back to CR7. What a save!
That is remarkable from Van der Sar.
R9, surely. Where's the cutback pass? Surely again! There's just a body everywhere at the back for Resende. Block after block, save after save.
What a save that was right there. Van der Sar. Make sure he got something off it. Cross across the box, potentially on. A 9! That's how brutal FIFA can be. You feel like you should score down one end, and then your opponent snatches the ball away from you, whips it into the box, and you're 2-0 down.
I mean, such a difficult pill to swallow there for Finito. I mean, as you said, was knocking on the door of Resende, chance after chance, and just like that, one ball forward, down the line, whipped into R9. We know he's a fox in the box. We know he's dangerous. Resende leads by 2-0. Some might even say that's why he's top of the pile, how clinical he is with the few chances that he's had. With 2/3 of this game played, sits in a very, very comfortable position. Reminds you of a similar performance that we just saw from PH Zin. He won his first leg 1-0 and then was able to just sort of defend and not concede. And then before we knew it, we were way into the second leg. He was 3-0 up and there just wasn't enough time for his opponent to respond. Resende looking for a third. Can't get the ball through that time. Paul's coming in. Even a goal before the second leg would be huge for Finito. Davies back to Mbappe. Nice interchange there. Can he find the ball into Bruno Fernandes? Ball back across again. It's just so unfortunate there. I mean, another day there's a player just lurking at the back post for you. Ronaldo, again, for that one forced. I'll give him credit on that. Well defended. Resende will break with numbers. They'll break with pace. Ronaldinho, the fellow Brazilian, goes for a very ambitious finesse.
First time we've seen Ronaldinho in use as well. Quite an interesting selection coming on. The prime Ronaldinho, prime moments Ronaldinho, I should say. Fantastic player. Could certainly do a job for you in any scenario, but it took 4 games to see him used.
I mean, that's just a sign of confidence as well from Resende. Don't get me wrong, Ronaldinho, incredible item off the benches. I think anyone on those benches are. He's 2-0 up at the moment, looking just to inject a bit more pace, energy on the wings. Wins himself a corner. Comes off the back of a 5-4 win into this game. It might be a triple change on the flip side for Finito. Just Cruyff on that one. Eusebio, Cruyff, and Zidane. 3 icons onto the pitch, lofted in towards the back post. Ronaldo just over the bar.
Surprised he got on that, to be honest.
Changes for Finito. Pay the difference. I can imagine a custom tactic change has also been made there for Finito, just to try and get some more bodies forward. And even a goal to take into this second game would be huge for him. Pull it back to Cruyff. Zidane now, can he find that killer pass through Mbappe? Just sort of going for these balls that just don't always seem to be on. I like the idea, he tries to disguise them well.
I mean, he's looking for the chance to get back into the game, isn't he? Whereas the Resende sort of playing the safe game and just playing what's on, what's in front of him. Finito's got to try and unpick the defence, and that is also credit to Resende's defending. He's blocking off those safe passes with the passing lanes.
I say, you've obviously got to think that the fact that Resende's closing all these passing lanes and he's got defenders that have got, you know, in the 90s with their stats, and have a brilliant save off his line, sweeper keeper, Edwin van der Sar. And that's to the point, you know, he's closed all these passing lines and making them so narrow. And he's, as you said, he's got likes of Virgil van Dijk there. He's got just very good defensive players that have got incredible interception stats and defending statistics. You know, they're going to make those interceptions. They're going to make those blocks. Here comes Finito again. He just wants anything to hold on to in the second leg. He has created chances, to be fair to him. Maybe at times may have not have had the rub of the green. Resende looking to make it 3. In the final 5 minutes.
A third goal will be huge for Resende. Just in the complexion of this game. 3 goals in 1 leg is a big old ask. Even for a player of Finito's quality. You would have to say it would probably be Finito on this game if Resende scored a 3rd goal.
If you pardon the pun. I like it though. I mean, we are approaching midnight in the UK here. I mean, how that's of what's more to come, Richard.
Oh, as soon as we get past midnight, it's going to be all over the place. You'll be stepping into the Twilight Zone.
I'll tell you some of these all over. That's leg 1. Concluded. Resende will leave leg 1 with a 2-0 advantage. I mean, as we said, if you asked him before coming into this game, if I said to you, you'd be 2-0 up at the halfway point, how would you feel? He probably would say, I wouldn't believe you. What a chance he did have to score the 2 goals. On the flip side for Finito, did create chances. Don't get me wrong, brilliant saves. Edwin van der Sar was sort of earned his paycheck there. He played so well in goal. On the flip side, Resende defended well, but it just at times felt a little bit forced. Naturally, when you're 2-0 down, you're going to be forcing those passes. You're going to be sort of piling on the pressure, and Finito just could not find a way through in the end, could he?
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the goals from that first leg right here. Alphonso Davies getting on the ball high up. R9 just popped it into Hully. Hully waits for the run of Ronaldo, goes past Maldini, and then as soon as it falls to CR7, simple finish past the goalkeeper into that bottom left corner. and get to see the celebration in full. And he was under a lot of pressure here, was Resende.
Yeah, and you thought at one point maybe he was going to fall under that pressure. And then look, on the break, it was like 2 or 3 saves from Van der Sar on the break. Look at him burst forward. And who's in the box? R9's there on a volley into the back of the net. And again, as you said, that's how cruel FIFA can be at times. You can have all the pressure, all the chances, but then it can come to nothing in the end. Resende, 90 minutes away from pretty much copying what PH-In's done. And it would be sort of following the story or the script, so to speak, of good players putting in good performances outside of this competition, backing up, because for them it's just another day in the office.
No, absolutely. And you saw that goal from Resende right there. It's never a big celebration. It's never sort of a big expression. Just a little fist bump, business as usual. Let's get on to the next game. I do want to ask you, we've seen the first ever CONMEBOL E Libertadores, the best players from South America. Is there anyone in this tournament that you're surprised maybe didn't make it? I think there's a couple of names coming straight out. Nicholas, and also a player that we've really not seen a lot of this year, Llanos. We've really not seen too much Llanos this year from Colombia.
That's a great point on that side. I mean, just on top of that as well, I think one thing that we've got to remember since we've been involved in the space, we never had this tournament first and foremost, but also we didn't have the amount of South American players that we've had. I mean, you're talking the days of Refifa, Lucas Rep, that's when we first came into the scene. If you can remember those sort of Brazilian FIFA players, you know, Spider-Con, we saw him in the E-Club World Cup a couple of weeks ago, not really on this stage. And we have to say, you know, those players, they might not be on the broadcast. There's only 4 players that make the broadcast online. On top of that, for Filza, we've not seen for Filza in a long time. I mean, anyone else that I'm sort of missing out on here? There's loads of names. I mean, the biggest one you said, Nicholas, not here on the PlayStation. We saw him tweet out, actually, I believe, when the qualifiers took place. Doing so well in the other qualifiers, just on this one here, just could not, you know, sort of hit the ground running and find that qualification that he was really looking for. And I think as well, we're looking at that sort of breed of new talent coming on through, and that's the same in all the regions, not just here, across the board in so many, whether that be in Europe, North America, and Asia, the list goes on. And it's good to see, you know, we're in that sort of transition period now, Richard, where there's so much up for grabs with money and, you know, the status of being a FIFA pro and winning championships. And for so long, people have sat back and watched and then thought, you know what, I want to get involved in that. Most have now got involved in it, and they're sort of up against the old guard.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen more and more those players coming out, and somebody like Resende not only sticking with the new players, but still remaining at the very top.
It's everything that we want to see as well. More players getting into the space, and when you've got $100,000 prize pools and the likes of the CONMEBOL Libertadores, you know, turning into the E-Libertadores, it's amazing to see, and it's across the board, whether that be another activations, E-Champions League and virtual leagues all over the world. FIFA Esports is just following sort of trajectory in that right direction. 8 minutes played here. Here's Resende kicking from right to left with the first chance of the game and potentially the first goal. Brilliant block at the back from Maldini. You could not think how Finito would have felt if he was to concede in the first 10 minutes. It'd be 3-0 down.
It'd be very similar to the PH Zin game, wouldn't it, Brandon, where it was a fairly tight first game, but then that second leg, PH Zin just came out and really cemented himself as the top player.
Could be a chance. Finito needs to score. He will. For a split second, I thought he was going to put it across to the other corner. Squeezed it in the near post, into the top corner. Finito gets himself the finish that he's been waiting for.
Massive goal for Finito right there. Still life in this game. Lighting a fire underneath Finito. And potentially forcing Resende to think again if he thought this game was over.
Massive, massive goal. Resende to restore that lead. Dancing with Ronaldo. Tries to use the perfect combination in his eyes. It's the best thing that he can do. Go and score again. Go and restore that 2-goal lead. Finito, that must have given him confidence because, as we said, he was plugging away for 90 minutes in leg one. But when the ball fell into the box, when it fell into the feet of R9, the rest was history. Lopped into the box. Chance on the half turn for Pele. Delays and delays. Does Resende looking to bring in Vieira and other players into this attack? Still just about in possession is Resende. 21 minutes on the clock. Winner will go through to the final four. That'll be them done for today.
Not a bad ending to proceedings, is it?
Driving forward, and that one punched away in the end, but an end-to-end start here. And as you said, yeah, I mean, just a perfect way to lead on from the weekend for Resende.
Is he in?
Chance to break forward. Must be said as well, there will be tomorrow the Xbox finals all going down tomorrow, and on Wednesday it will be the turn of the PlayStation. Brilliant directional nutmeg, well read by Finito. That must be so difficult to do. It's already an unpredictable skill move, but then when you're having to use your player switch and when you have to wait and wait and wait, and then when they do it, try and match up with a defender. You can see the difficulty now just in front of your own screen. Well played by Maldini. Decision making's got to be on point and the timing's got to be even better.
And even though sort of Finito got that goal back, the real question that springs to my mind is, how has that affected Resende? Because Finito was in that first game. He was playing well, but he just wasn't scoring. Now that he's put the ball in the back of the net, will that change Resende's approach?
Mbappe, that's an interesting touch from R9. Nearly teed up for the perfect volley. Who forward? You have just tuned in. You're watching the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. Day one of the competition here. It's all about the group stage. We go from 16 players to the final 8 by the end of play today. There'll be 4 left on the Xbox, 4 left on the PlayStation. This is one of those deciding games. Whoever wins will go through to the last 4 tomorrow. Ronaldo, reverse elastico. Good idea from Finito. Again, good defending. That's been a term that we've used again and again and again. Just good defending from both of the two.
Just saw Danny Hackerberg in the chat, supporting his friend Resende. Yeah, you forget how long he's been in the scene as well, Resende. Even though he's still playing right now at the very top level, you would say he's a little bit of a veteran compared to a lot of the players around him.
Also the fact, as you said, that he's been to huge tournaments, FIFA World Cups, and placed well. And he was a finalist at the E-Club World Cup. Can't forget that. That was only last February. Speaking of Resende, here he is. With R9. Can he find the cutback? Lovely scoop turn. And that will do us for half-time here. Finito must be confident. He is back into the game, and he's only 45 minutes. Either away from saving the tie. I mean, 29% possession. Resende has starved him of the ball.
He might have, but they've only actually had one shot each on target. One shot on target registered, and Finito obviously getting that goal to half the deficit, giving him a fighting chance in this tie. Speaking of, Gareth Bale there with 11's Esports. I think that's a picture of them just behind Resende's right shoulder there. Bale and Resende.
I mean, he's got a couple of sort of like trophies and photos there. A big moments within his FIFA career. I remember on Saturday night when he won the Xbox qualifier, he turned around, picked up that trophy, held it to the screen and showcased that he was a 2-time champion. Finito, 45 minutes away from either being sort of knocked down to that loser side of the group into an elimination game, or potentially flipping this game on its head, or extra time. Resende, if he holds on to this or extends on his lead. It would be another final day for him. Another sort of building block on the season that he's had already. That could have been dodgy at the back. You see Resende there just shaking his head of what on earth happened. It nearly was an awful touch from Maldini. One of those when you don't expect the ball to land to you, but it did. Ronaldo driving forward. Can he find a cut back? That's nice from Resende. Back to R9.
Makes it look so simple. Down the wing, player locked back to R9, and when a lot of people might have done a drag back there, or a reverse elastic, or a scoop turn to create the space, he just took the space that opened up, fired the shot away, and he'll be walking away with a 3-1 lead after that R9 strike.
Resende restores a 2-goal cushion to remember. What do we say? It depends where the next goal went, would really look to sort of control and steer this game. Yes, there might be 30 minutes or so left, but talk about again and again, talk about someone that's already won so much this year. The #1 ranked player on the Xbox, that is the storyline. Him winning the tournament on Saturday meant that he would go top ahead of PH Zin. Now he's only 30 minutes away from a top 4 finish and into that final 4 tomorrow. Here at the CONMEBOL E Libertadores.
And still, we're salivating at the thought of a Resende PH Zin final for all the marbles for the CONMEBOL E Libertadores title.
I mean, that would be the case, wouldn't it? Because they'd still be on the opposite side of the bracket. Sort of the winners matchup here. On the flip side, PH won his winners matchup in Group A on the Xbox. This is Group B on the Xbox. I mean, the only time they would meet, as you said, would be in the grand final. What a final that would be. It certainly would be following the script of everything that the Global Series has given us this year already. Storylines on the Xbox in South America being followed closely in the first ever CONMEBOL E Libertadores. Finito. Can't write him off just yet, but Resende's not going to give him the ball. At half-time, he had 29% possession. It's not much to work with.
It's just sort of the dominant possession has really forced Finito to just try and play out and try and push more bodies forward. Beautiful ball or scoop turn from Johan Cruyff and Resende, and no emergency to go forward, no urgency, just keep the ball.
Nearly snatched one off the feet of Maldini. Got lucky there, Resende. You're absolutely right. That's the thing about a player of quality that's played in a lot of tournaments, because they would have suffered the heartbreak on the flip side of losing games like this and losing in semi-finals, losing in finals. You only learn from those sort of moments in terms of how you're going to see out a game. I'm never going to let that happen again. We've all been there in champs when, you know, we've been up by a goal or two in the 80th minute. We've given away possession, and we always say to ourselves, we'll never give away possession in those sort of areas again. You'll look to sort of manage the game a little bit better. One thing that Resende's been able to implement and just become such, as you said, a mature FIFA player who's been in the scene for so long. Just don't see him thrown away this with, what, 20 minutes left?
No, not at all. I would be very, very surprised if this game did get turned around. Obviously, Finito more than capable of doing it. But I just don't see it happening.
Was Zidane, Eusebio, and Cruyff? Has he gone for all three? No, just the two. It's his last chance here to try and find a way back. Wrong pass there. Looking for an angle or an option. Fortunately able to find it on that occasion. Nicely played. Dribbles that one out of play. Finito. Maldini's even involved it. 10 minutes to find 2 goals. It won't be the end of his tournament run. He'll just drop down to the loser side of this bracket.
The real question will be how he bounces back now, Brandon.
Resende. Building upon building on this season that he's having at the moment. Looking to put a cherry on top of the cake with one more goal. Why not? Into Ronaldo it will go. Looks to cut back, heel to heel. Brilliant save.
Again, I've spoke about it once and I'll continue to praise Resende for this. The use of the player lock is so much better than a lot of other competitors that I've seen with that mechanic.
Resende. Game, set, match. Put that man in the top 4. And into the final 4 of tomorrow's CONMEBOL Libertadores on the Xbox. Minute of added time to follow, but he came with a game plan. He's the #1 ranked player on the Xbox at the moment in South America. And it smiles all round for the Inter Esports Brazilian. Because he's done it again. He wants that game against PH and he wants to be the first ever CONMEBOL Libertadores champion on the Xbox. And he keeps playing like this, Richard. There's absolutely no reason why not.
Business as usual for Resende. All 3 players who have been super successful in the Global Series. Resende, Matheus Bonano and PH Zin. All through to the top 4 in 2 games as well. Unbeaten so far. I cannot wait to see the rest of this tournament play out. It's going to be fantastic. 4 games down already. 2 still remaining, Brandon. The CONMEBOL Libertadores certainly living up to expectation.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even talked about that Group B of Death, have we, on the PlayStation? It's got the likes of Paulo Neto in it. I mean, we haven't even seen what's been happening in that group. I look forward to seeing what on earth is happening in that group, who's been winning their games and who's been losing those games. But that's another game done and dusted here. Resende, the man that's top of the pile on the Xbox, just keeps on performing. We're going to throw it back over to Carl and Ulibarri to break down all the action.
Thank you so much for that one right there, Ulibarri. Let's break it down, as Brandon said. I mean, were we ever in doubt that Resende wasn't going to carry on his form from the 4th qualifier in South America? What a performance from that man.
Yeah, just Resende being Resende, and I called it. He is just at his peak right now. Clearly, back-to-back champion coming into these CONMEBOL Libertadores. And honestly, guys, I don't think we can even jinx it by now. Imagine that final PH scene against Resende. Just
what a final.
That'll be as good as it gets.
It would be so incredible. It was Resende who broke the deadlock after 40 minutes in that first leg, and he kept on pushing and pushing. Uli, what did you make of his play throughout that first leg? Because he does seem to dominate. He doesn't seem to give his opponents much to work with, and he knows how to move the ball so fast up and down that pitch.
Yeah, I mean, earlier we were talking about players like, for instance, Matthias working on his mindset, PHC working on his defense, where in the case of Resende, he's so good at defense, so he's been working in the way he attacks. He already has the composure, the experience, everything, right? So he's being more effective in his attack, and he just slowly but surely wins each game. He's turned out to be now a very balanced player, not a defensive player.
Yes, he has indeed. He kept on pushing and pushing, even though Finetto got that goal, which brought it closer. It was Rosende who decided to extend the gap and make sure that he cemented his place on that winner's bracket side of things here at the CONMEBOL E Libertadores, pushing on, making it 3 with that man that we all know and love, R9. A special foot item that so many of our competitors will be using. I mean, Uli, when you've got access to these foot items, yes, you've got a great team, but you need the skills as well to really unlock the special powers all of these foot items possess.
Yeah, of course, these food items don't play by themselves. And just fun fact that I noticed, so we got Inter Resende playing against R10. So he's like, okay, I'm going to use Ronaldinho, but with the number 6. Like, I need him, but I'm not going to give him the number 10.
I mean, that's one way to do it, isn't it? To try and throw your opponent off. Maybe it's a superstitions right there. We can see all of the stats from that leg one. It was Rosende who managed to get 2 goals in each of those legs, with Finetto only managing to get 1 in the second leg, meaning it was 4-1. There was 6 shots on target in total for Rosende, 8 on target for Finetto, but who cares how many shots you have? It's all about the amount of goals that you put away. And we can talk to the man who put more away. Yes, beat his opponent Finetto from Team R10. It is Inter's Rosende. It feels like we've blinked and we've talking to him once again. Congratulations. It's great to speak to you. It's great to have you here, Rosende. That smile says it all. What a performance right now. Can you carry on that form that we saw from the 4th qualifier into the E Libertadores?
It's a pleasure play a tournament like this one, because when we are children, we dream with this tournament like in real football, but now we are playing in virtual football. So for me, it's really important to play and win this tournament.
Resende, this feels like deja vu. Like, you know, we literally see you every day now. Just like I mentioned in the last interview before the CONMEBOL Libertadores, I said that you seem to be at your peak. I've been saying that on the broadcast, so you think that your best moment comes in the best moment, like just when we're getting to the best part of the season and with the CONMEBOL Libertadores at hand.
Yeah, I think I am in my best moment. My gameplay is doing well, because I'm very constant in my defense. But I think today I didn't play good like on the Saturday. So for tomorrow I need to be more focused and be more careful when I have the ball in my defense, because I did a lot of mistakes. So I need to be more careful like this.
Well, hopefully you will be on day 2. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you can do. We need to let you go because you're going to make your way to the Portuguese stream right now. Everyone wants to talk to you. Congratulations, Rosende. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you. Thank you.
Right, another competitor that makes his way through Inter's Rosende here at the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. He said there that he is at his peak. He feels great. He wants to win this tournament, Uli, but he's got things to work on. That's a sign of a great champion. They're always critiquing their performance.
Yeah, I was about to say there seems to be a pattern, Kyle, here, because Matthias, current champion, and Resende, current champion in both consoles of the qualifiers in South America, instead of taking it easy and be like, okay, I get to celebrate, it's like, no, I can be better. I need to be better. And that's mindset. Like you can see it as they're being a bit too harsh on themselves. But no, that is the key to success. To not get in a comfort zone when you're winning, but rather thrive for more.
Now, it was so nice to hear what he said about the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. You always dream of playing in it in real football when you're a child. But here he is being able to represent on the virtual stage, in the virtual game, FIFA 21. It is the first ever CONMEBOL E Libertadores. You can just see right there how much it means to these competitors, Uli.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when it comes to South America, Latins in general, it's just CONMEBOL Libertadores is as big as it gets, and they all feel that. And you know what? this final that we may have PHC against Resende is just in the ranking in South America. It would be the first seed against the second seed. Imagine that, like, they literally had to play a final in a qualifier to see who was the first seed, because they were literally equal coming to that qualifier. So it's just crazy. And then Matthias also. So yeah, we said it. We're joking. The best of South America will be here in the CONMEBOL Libertadores.
Yes, and that is what we are seeing, the best of the best going head-to-head, all hoping to be crowned champion of the first ever CONMEBOL Libertadores. If we do manage to get that final, Uli, I mean, it's going to be so difficult to call. We're not really doing predictions here, but when it feels like those two are going head-to-head, I don't know what side I'd go on.
Me neither. I honestly want them both to win. I like when PHC just turns beast mode on and just destroys his opponents, but then also Resende, I know, and you can tell how hard he has worked for this, right? He has had a great season so far, but he struggled at first with PHC. So, of course, that's how great rivalries start, right? And that would be the best final we could possibly get. But no predictions from me. Honestly, I will just, if that happens, I'll just enjoy the final.
Now, one man that he did take on Resende there was Finetto from Team R10. He drops down into that losers bracket side of things. What do you think he's got to do to make sure he stays in this tournament in his next matchup, Uli?
Yeah, like you said, he's still there. He's already showed good things. He took on Gabriel, which we know how good Gabriel is from R10 as well. So yeah, hopefully we'll see another player aside from PHC representing R10 in the final.
Right, we've got plenty more FIFA 21 action coming your way here at the CONMEBOL Libertadores, so make sure you stick with us. Let us know your thoughts and feelings on socials and drop them in the Twitch chat as well. We're going to go to a short break and we're back just after that. We'll see you in a minute.
Ready for this. ready for this?
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. At 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. I swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 CONMEBOL eLibertadores. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Rodrigo Ulibarri as always. And Uli, before we get into talking about all of the action, let's talk about one of our sponsors. Yes, Ford. They are one of the sponsors, the official sponsor of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, and it's so great to have them on board. A massive shout out to all of our sponsors right there. It's so good that these events, they would not happen without them. So once again, shout out to Ford, yes, official sponsor of CONMEBOL eLibertadores. Right, let's get back into all of the action here. Now it's time to jump back into more games. There's plenty for us to look back on. There's plenty of us to look ahead to. As all of the games are happening on stream, there's other games that are happening off stream as well. And let's give you all of those results right here. Atlanta's Paulo Neto winning against MH from R10 4-2. And wow, look at that right there. SPQR Nathan taking on Dux Zizinho, and it is Nathan who continues through. We say goodbye to Zizinho right there. A man that we all know how capable he is of winning tournaments is out already at this stage in the PS4 Group B side of things. Let's jump across to Xbox. We watched Resende beating Finetto 4-1 from R10. But it was another R10 competitor who came out on top against SPQR Dudu. Yes, it was Gabriel winning that one 5-4 and remains in the tournament, hoping to make his way through and continue on in this tournament. Yeah, it's the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, and wow, Uli, there's plenty of things happening. Let's have a look at the bracket. Let's try and break this down for people that might be joining us, because all of these competitors, they started out, a win would keep them in the winners bracket side of things. A loss, well, it's double elimination. That means you drop down into the losers bracket side of things, so you've still got another life. And Uli, what we're seeing with some of these competitors right here is they're staying in that winners bracket side of things. PHZ, he's made his way all the way through, and that puts them in such a strong position moving through. Before we get into it, let's break it down. As you can see, PH scene. He has gone through to that round 3 on Group A Xbox. And in the losers side of things, it's Arthur from R10 taking on R1 Arthur. That is the Arthur Derby, which we will be talking about a little bit later on. Let's have a move to our next bracket. As you can see, this is Group A on the Xbox side of things. Moving down into Group B on Xbox, we saw Inter Resende. He took on SPQR Dudu. Then he took on Finetto, and he remains in the competition on the winner's side of things. He goes through to that round 3 right there. And in the losers bracket side of things, we said goodbye to SPQR Dudu. And moving across to Group A on PS4, first round crew Matthias. He went through. He kept it up. The South American qualifier number 4 champion from last night has made his way all the way through to that round 3, and it was CM Dudu in the losers bracket dropped down. He managed to go through to second round but dropped down into that next matchup. He takes on Gianfranco, who's managed to knock out MGCF Barreto on the PS4 side of things. We can move across to our next bracket. Yes, having a look at things on the PS4 side of things in Group B. And as you can see, Atlanta's Paulo Neto, he made his way through to the second round. Then he beat MHR10. And then he has gone through to that third round right there, another household name. And in the losers bracket side of things, it was Azenio taking on SPQR Nathan. It was Nathan who came out on top. And MHR10 will be his next competitor right here. Right, let's have a look at some of the action which will be coming up. Dudu taking on Franco in this next matchup. And Uli, it feels like it's a great opportunity for us to shine a light on some of the competitors that some people might not know.
Yeah, exactly, Cal. I think sometimes because of how great they've been, we focus so much on the current champions, the back-to-back champions, you know, in Matthias, Resende, PH scene. But also we got a couple of Cinderella stories here. A bit of drama as well with the senior, you know, who's struggling this season. Unlucky for him. But then we have Gianfranco representing Ecuador, who's still there, you know, as an underdog. I mean, he got sent to losers bracket because he had to face Matthias, and he's just untouchable right now. But after that, you know, he's still there. And also R10, we still see many R10 players here, but most of them in losers bracket. So only PHC managed to still be in the competition through winners bracket. That's where he's the beast. But good job from R10 in general.
Yeah, great job from R10 indeed. One man we do need to talk about though, Dux Zizinho. He does go out of the competition. How gutted will he be this season? It just doesn't seem to be working out for him, Uli.
It's tough, tough loss from Zizinho. Also, we saw, for instance, from Nicolas, in the weekend, it's tough to stay on the top. No, I mean, Nicolas did win a title this season, but Zizinho, we're talking about, if you asked me 1 year ago, no doubt, we wouldn't be talking about PHC and Matthias. No, we would be talking about Nicolas and Zizinho as the best players in South America, and probably Janus as well from Colombia, who has also been struggling a little bit this season. It's so tough to stay on the top, you know, and unlucky for Zizinho. He still can make it to playoffs. He needs to step it up though in the last qualifier.
He does need to step it up indeed, and maybe we'll see what can happen as the FIFA 21 Global Series season goes to an end. And if you win the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, well, it's not over at all, because you can make your way through to those playoffs and have one eye on the FIFA E World Cup. It just shows, doesn't it, Uli, that some competitors, they can be incredible 1 year, and the next year the season completely changes. They have an opposite season. We've seen it so many times with competitors all over the world in each region.
All over the world, yeah. As you said, Kyle, we are seeing these in all the global series, in the top competitions like CONMEBOL eLibertadores. It's tough. You know, we see it with many good players, not only in one season, but many seasons, struggling in this particular one. You know, and the thing is, just talking about South America is a great example. How are you supposed to have a good season when it seems like each 2 weeks, each month, we have a qualifier or top competition? It's the same 2-3 names, right? Like they don't leave anything for the rest. They're just being so consistent, which I look at it as something good, going to, for instance, the FIFA World Cup, in which South America is going to be well represented for sure. But it's tough for some veterans, Assassino, which I think we can agree that we would all like to see at the top.
Yes, indeed. Right, let's get back to the action. One man that will be hoping to continue here at the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores. It is Dudu, and we can jump straight into his profile, see how he's been preparing for this tournament and how he thinks he'll get on at the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores.
Meu nome é Eduardo Souza Oller, tenho 17 anos, sou brasileiro, jogo pela equipe Semi Sport e minha ID na PSN é Semi Dudu. Comecei a jogar FIFA em 2014 no FIFA 15. Eu percebi que eu poderia ser pró no momento em que comecei a me destacar nas WLs, Weekend Leagues, Campeonato Final de Semana, e nos Division Rivals. Minha formação favorita é a 4-2-3-1, pois eu acredito que ela é uma formação bem equilibrada, tanto no ataque como na defesa. Meu estilo de jogo, eu tento sempre me defender e tentar jogar no contra-ataque, achar um gol e depois fechar o time e assim conseguir sair com resultado por conta de contra-ataques. As modificações que eu faço durante o jogo, que eu mudo bastante os dois laterais, mudo tanto instrução como substituição, coloco 2 laterais novos, que estão descansados, e mudo sempre o atacante central. A minha expectativa para a CONMEBOL e Libertadores é muito grande, espero fazer um bom campeonato e chegar ao topo. A diferença entre a CONMEBOL Libertadores e o Global Series é que a Libertadores é um campeonato muito especial para nós sul-americanos e isso é de extrema importância para a gente. A minha preparação para o torneio está muito grande, estou treinando muitas horas por dia e de forma organizada para chegar bem forte para o campeonato.
See Dudu there telling us how he is preparing for this tournament, the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores. Uli, one thing I want to highlight, this is such a great way to showcase talent from this region. People from all over the world are tuning in right now on Twitch to watch this tournament, and what a showcase it is, what a platform for these competitors.
Yeah, I mean, if you perform well at your best in such a big stage like the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores, you get tons of exposure. That's how esports are right now. And yeah, one amazing performance can change your life, you know, because many of these players are already big names, big brands. Some of them, though, they can be, you know, so good in this tournament against those big players and just change their whole careers and get noticed.
And 2 competitors that will be hoping that it can change their careers will go head-to-head right now. So let's jump straight across to Richard and Brandon as we kick off our penultimate game here at the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores Day 1. Let's jump into it, guys. It's over to you.
Thank you very much, Carl and Ulibarri. And yes, Game 5 of the evening in the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores. Day number 1, group stages. They're still being played here. And Richard, we're not there just yet. There's a couple of names in the hat. There's a couple of names in the Final Four. But we've got to be finding out who's going to be joining them across tomorrow and on Wednesday. We are going to be crowning those Xbox and those PlayStation winners in the first ever E-Libertadores.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. If you said, Richard, there's 4 players in the finals already, can you name them? Have a stab in the dark. Well, PH Zin, Rosende, Matthias Bonanno, Paulo Neto. Ding, 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 we have a winner. We got to find our other 4 players right now and just having a look at the squads for both of these two. I can see prime icon moments Petr Cech in goal and also the informed Courtois. Apart from that, I'm not going to run you through each and every single player because I'll be honest, we've seen about 12 players used total today. It's been very similar squads throughout, Brandon. I think to be expected as well, really. A lot of these players are using the exact same teams because you've got every player available to you. Why would you not use the best players on the game when you've got people like prime icon moments, R9, unbelievable pace, shooting, dribbling, agility, balance and reactions. You're not going to use a worse version of him when he's there to be used. It's like going to a theme park and someone says, yeah, we can give you all the fast track that you want. And you're just going, you know what, nah, I'll go and queue up at all the rides. I'll waste my time. No one's going to do that. No one. So when all the players are available, you're definitely going to use them.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be silly not to be using an R9 or, as you said, someone like a Hullet or Vieira, depending on who tickles your fancy. Both of these players do have in common is they both did lose to Matthias of Crew Esports. It was Gianfranco, the man we commentated on in our first game of the day, he did lose to Matthias, and then it was CM Dudu. Gianfranco dropped down into an elimination game against MGCF Barreto, beat him to make this matchup happen. As we said, the lowest ranked player across the both consoles, Gianfranco, the only player from Ecuador still flying the flag high for his nation, wanting to ensure he can get through. Difficult part is, Rich, if you win this game, you're up against Paolo Neto in the next round on Wednesday, which is not going to be an easy game, but let's be honest, you're never going to get an easy game here. And as we talked about on the PlayStation, there was 2,800 people that signed up to be here. To be still in this competition, technically within the top 3 on your group, that is still one hell of an achievement.
I mean, who would you rather play? Would you rather play Paolo Neto or Matthias Banano? Because you're going to be playing one of them.
I mean, you look where they are in the sort of rankings. They're pretty much neck on neck of how tight that has been. This is going to be the big game now. You win this, you stay in the tournament, you go through to Wednesday's Final Four. On the PlayStation, here we go. We are underway in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores, if you have just tuned in. Still got a couple of games left today. As you said though, Richard, 4 names are through. And they've done their job for the day. Resende will be back in action tomorrow. PH also back in action tomorrow. An early start maybe in this game for CM Dudu. Looking to try and find the back of the net. I think it took a...
Offside.
Did he hit R9 on the way through?
I think it bounced off R9, yeah. I think it was probably going goalwards as well. R9
potentially got pulled back for an offside.
Not able to move out the way, and unfortunately, bouncing in off the Brazilian icon.
Genuinely think that might have been the case. Five minutes played.
Just having a quick look here. We saw the personnel, but how he's deciding
to full hit.
Line up.
Win, you stay in the tournament, you move into the Final Four. Lose, and that'll be the end of the road. In this tournament for you, if you don't know what is on the line, $100,000 across both consoles, $50,000 on each. The top 3 on the Xbox and the PlayStation, both will get a fast track ticket. Also, into those Global Series playoffs as well. So much really on the line, but no idea what happened with that chance. It was a finesse that took a deflection. It was a very unfair offside call, so it felt.
Yeah, I mean, if it was going in or not, it's a question for another day. We can't look behind the goal, unfortunately, and see where the ball was going. Just as we saw the lineups coming in, I think the selection process very similar, but it's just how you decide to use the players that you've got at your disposal, whether it be a 5-back or a 4-2-3-1, a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. We've seen a lot of different formations all be extremely useful in the CONMEBOL E Libertadores.
As his man well does CM Dudu. I mean, it's a player that we haven't seen before in a previous qualifier in terms of one that we've commentated on this year. Well, Reese in a very comfortable 15th position. I mean, he's been knocking on the door. It's all about getting that time and that chance to shine in that tournament.
Manager's still unhappy with the backroom staff on that far side.
Yes, so interesting why they flipped over to the other side of the pitch.
Just a little bit more time to think.
I don't know what we're referring to. The managers for both of these two on the opposite side of the pitch, not in the original dugout. Here's Hullet now for Gianfranco. As we said, this would be a dream story for him. The ranking that he's in, the playoffs could honestly be an absolute game changer. See if that will have the most remarkable run in qualifier number 5 in South America, if there's any chance of making it to those playoffs. You don't know what we're referring to, the FIFA E World Cup, the ecosystem of the global series. Sort of like getting to the playoffs sort of at May, June, July time. With the hope and the idea of getting to the FIFA E World Cup, and how to do it is via tournaments such as this, the huge tournament that it is, does offer you that pathway to the playoffs, qualifiers as well, that take place monthly all over the world. Of course, all online. You just can't put a price on them. I think you said it a couple of times in previous commentaries, Richard. It doesn't matter how you get there, just get there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you got to the playoffs, or whether it be in this tournament right here, how you're doing in said tournament. All that matters is that you're getting to the latter stages and you're making those improvements in your team.
This is where this tournament, as we said, varies differently. They're on sort of like an esports sort of edition of their own account. They can use pretty much any player they want within a certain date period. As you can see, it's given them so much more flexibility, while we're seeing icons everywhere. Team of the Year items also part of these teams.
Just going back to what we were saying about the managers, Brandon, if you were a football manager, what sort of manager do you think you'd be? Would you be a man manager, a tactician?
Sort of like similar to Neil Warnock, maybe.
I mean, I'm just asking you.
Never thought of it, to be fair.
I think I'll definitely be Tony Pulis-esque in my approach. Tracksuit during the game.
What sort of a tie would you wear?
Now that's putting me on the spot. Maybe joggers. Nice little hoodie.
You see him do chance. What a save. On the rebound, surely turns his man well. Pele! We'll talk about managerial roles later. But for the meantime, Pele stealing the show. I mean, I think any player would have maybe panicked on the spot there. CM Dudu didn't. He laid it back inside to Pele. He twisted and turned and just squeezed it past Thibaut Courtois to make it 1-0.
Quite fortunate how the ball rebounded back to his attacker inside the box, but you're always going to take it when a ball rebounds into your path. 30% possession of the ball, but CM Dudu will lead 1-0 at half-time. Gianfranco getting nice and close to the camera. He's talking to me.
Smallest part we've seen. I mean, that's 68% of the possession. But you can have all the possession in the world, Richard. It's only the scoreline that matters. CM Dudu had 2 great chances. One of them was saved. The other one popped up at the right time to Pele. Turned his man well and tucked it into the back of the net. Leads by a goal to nil at 45 minutes played here. 2 legs of FIFA to come up in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. We're still trying to find out who will be making it into the Final Four on the PlayStation. This is, of course, from Group A, not the group of death that we've been referencing. That group of death, unfortunately, meant that Zizinho has been knocked out of the tournament. Was the first name to go out of the tournament. He lost 8-3 in that game. Shows the level competition here in South America.
Not only showing the level, Brandon, but also showing the level at the very, very top. Quite rarely will you see like the player place number 1 absolutely sort of beat comfortably the player 70th, 80th. I think in South America you've seen that quite frequently. You've seen the players at the very, very top almost pulling away from the rest of the pack. In Europe, because of how many unbelievable players there are, it's a lot more even through 1 to 100. That's no disrespect to any of the South American players that we've seen, but it's just how it's gone, really. The top 4 players who are already in that semi-final spot. Well, what rankings are they? Number 1 tied, Matthias Bonanno, number 1, and Paulo Neto, number 3.
No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, there has been a couple of players that have sort of turned up to this tournament via an incredible run, that sort of one-off tournament run they've had. They've not been able to show it in the qualifiers. Yes, they played their weekend league, picked up their 30 points sort of weekly there from 27-plus wins. On the flip side, a couple of good runs in tournaments, whether that be sort of like a top 16 and top 32 on your console. That will give you a generous amount of Global Series points. But on top of that, I mean, as you said, that's why we've got some players that are ranked 75th, some players that are ranked 80th, and even Gianfranco, a player that we saw in the La Liga Fan Cup, another tournament that, of course, partners with another virtual league. One tournament can change everything for you. We've seen that.
Gianfranco beat Barreto 6-5 in the lower round 1 fixture after losing 3-1 to Matthias Bonanno. On the other side of that, Dudu, obviously we saw him lose to the hands of Matthias Bonanno 5-3. So both these two with a mutual opponent, both losing by 2 goals. So in the previous matchups that they've had, can't really read too much into it.
Yeah, Dudu did beat, of course, Barreto in his first game, and then lost to Matthias. So they're pretty much both had the same path. They both beat Barreto and they both lost to Matthias. And in all honesty, as you said, the fortunate part for them now is whoever wins, they won't have to play against Matthias. They'll play against the winner. Well, the man that pulled through the top of the bracket in Group B. Chance Pele looking for a brace. Well, he took that one well, didn't he? Boro into the finish. Pele bags a brace and CM Dudu gets a 2-goal lead.
Great finish from Pele. With a little ball roll inside the box. And then just sort of finessing it over the top of... It wasn't even a finesse, I think it was a power shot. But we spoke about it if you've been watching this broadcast for a little while, Brandon. Doing a ball roll and then shooting first time. If he didn't do that ball roll, he doesn't get that shot animation that sort of floats over the top of the goalkeeper. The main reason why that did go in.
It's a really weird animation, that, isn't it? It's sort of, as you said, it's not really a finesse, it's not really a dink, it's a... he just sort of floats over the top of the goalkeeper in an angle that's just unreachable, and Courtois, fortunately, had to pick the ball out the back of his net on 2 occasions. Surely, so close, was just offside, Ronaldo. CM Dudu. Ranked 127 places higher than Gianfranco. He's had more high results in the Global Series tournaments across the 4 qualifiers that have already taken place. Currently he's 2-0 down here. That's got to change if there's any way back. CM Dudu looking for goal number 3. It's R9. Does well, tries to do a Ronaldo chop.
Mistaken identity. It's R9 Ronaldo, that, mate, not CR7 Ronaldo. Famously stylized and made famous that particular skill move.
I say we've sort of become accustomed to seeing the 2 Ronnies up front together, CR7 and R9. The deadly duo that they make, especially prime icon moments, and a team of the year, Ronaldo. Vineyard Arsenal, what a choice to give you. Chance. Could be a goal. He needs this one to go in. Mbappe just can't turn his man. Keeper comes flying off his line for CM Dudu.
Huge save at the near post. Change has been made right now. Just be having a little think, Brandon, while this game's been going on. I can see you being a little bit like a Guardiola fashion-wise. in your managerial approach? Quite stylish.
Sort of been dwelling on you, is it?
Yeah. Chinos, I think. Definitely chinos.
If you are wondering where this conversation came from, it came from the managers being on the opposite side of the pitch.
Turtleneck, probably.
Well, maybe for a finals day. Got to get to the final first. That's the problem. Of course, both of these two playing their FIFA in the comfort of their own homes. This is a fully remote broadcast, so speaking to coaches online or members of the family or friends, try and guide them through these games. Lofted into the box towards the back post and just over the... All right, we'll go for a goal kick. 10 minutes away. CM Dudu from a 2-0 advantage at this point. Should we see if the managers are there? Still get the ball forward on that right-hand side. Yeah, they're still there.
See, they've gone with the three-piece suit approach. Probably stylised, cufflinks. Nice leather shoe to top off the look.
As you can see, they're not in their managerial boxes. No idea why that's happening. It's a conversation for another day. It's CM Dudu. Looking for goal number 3. Ronaldinho off the bench. It's Vieira trying to find his way around the back. He was being sort of pressed heavily there by Mbappe. 4 minutes away from a perfect sort of half in the game, you could call it, of the two legs. Last chance saloon for Gianfranco. We haven't seen enough from him going forward. A lot of frustration for it. The only player from Ecuador that qualified for this tournament, should be so proud of getting this far, as we said. So many people signed up, especially on the PlayStation.
Over 2,800. Crazy
amount.
amount.
A lot
Yeah.
out of the top 16 that got here. One player from Argentina, one player from Ecuador. 14 players, all from Brazil. Ronaldo. Charles Gianfranco goes for that directional nutmeg, goes for a corner. We've played our added time already. This will be the last chance of the game. We can whip this into the box. Will there be enough time to do so? Lofts it in towards the back post. Ronaldo's there off the post on the rebound again. Another brilliant save. And that will do us for leg one. I mean, Ronaldo in the box. We know he leaps up. We know he's dangerous. That was one hell of a header.
He's been creating chances, has Gianfranco. Huge opportunity in the first half there. Header crashing off of the post like the waves crashing against a beautiful seawall.
Was that all? I felt like there's a bit more there.
No, just the rebound. Can't get it in, and unfortunately, you can tell that it's just gone past midnight here in the UK. 2-0, 2-0. He leads. We'll have a look at the highlights and see how he is leading 2-0 with those two early goals coming just inside the first half. And Ronaldo, directional nutmeg. Slightly fortunate, but he did well. When the ball falls to Pele there, it can be quite sort of, risky to shoot first time. He took the touch, settled himself, and then slotted past the goalkeeper. And inside the second half, you see this chance coming in from Gianfranco. Huge challenge coming out the back. Aggressive defending. I do like that. A nice little 50-50, getting the fans riled up. And Pele, ball roll just into the top, bottom corner from the Brazilian, sending Dudu 2-0 up. There was a couple of chances for Gianfranco. Great spread of the goalkeeper, like a pterodactyl, the wingspan of Petr Cech on that occasion.
How are you getting in? You got a counter here. How many puns are you trying to get in into this?
Corner comes into the box.
Last chance of the game. It came into Ronaldo, and yes, it crashed against the post, and unfortunately there was no way through in the end. But for Gianfranco, Richard, it was a case of those were probably his two best chances. The keeper came out well, made a great save. There was a chance towards the back post. For CM Dudu, first goal, took it very well. Lots of players rushed that chance when it lands to them in the box after missing the first chance. The second goal was brilliant. Other than that, Gianfranco had a lot of possession, just didn't do anything with it in the nicest way possible. And he's 90 minutes away from crashing out this tournament unless he comes up with a different plan and some goals at least.
Well, that one chance, didn't he, where he played the through ball just offside, was Gianfranco looking to get back into this second leg. Typically, second legs are where games are won and lost for a number of players. Can Dudu keep this form up, or will Gianfranco turn up for the Bucks and turn that possession into goals? We'll find out over the next 90 in-game minutes.
Well, here we go then. Winner plays Paolo Neto on Wednesday in the Final Four. Of the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Prize pot of $50,000 on each console, $100,000 in total. 3 playoff spots. Yeah, 3 per console. For those that make it through to tomorrow and Wednesday, all you've got to do is win 1 game and you're there. That's playoffs in the bag. You'll be in the grand final as well at so close to $15,000. We'll see him Dudu kicking from right to left in this game. Gianfranco from left to right, the only free agent. Also in this tournament, I was hoping that today, if he can put on a performance and can put on a show, I mean, even qualifying for this is enough. Showcase how good of a FIFA player you are.
This is the time to do it. Plenty of people watching, plenty of people looking to be blown away by Gianfranco. The game's been played at quite a steady pace thus far, but it will burst into life at some point.
And what do you think it was about leg 1 for Gianfranco, Richard, where he just struggled? He gets a lot of the possession, but as you said, we had 2 sort of chances in the highlights there that we saw from Gianfranco. Other than that, there wasn't really anything to talk about.
I mean, I think he was quite unlucky as well. The header off the post, the save from Petr Cech. Very good sort of displays of goalkeeping, keeping him in the game and keeping that clean sheet intact.
On the flip side for CM Dudu, if he scores another, that's 3-0 and I just don't see a way back in the tie. A chance R9, acres of space, brilliant save.
Should score, in reality. Great opportunity. Conway played onto the edge for Ruud Gullit. Is he going to win it? He is not. You expect R9 to score that chance, though.
You really do. I mean, a great save that keeps Gianfranco in the game. CM Dudu still in possession from the corner. Tried to play out to Gullit. Still has got it punched away. That's very dangerous from the goalkeeper. And he parried it back into danger. Just get let away with that one. Playing a 5-back. Gianfranco. Maybe not. For a split second, it felt like there was just 3 sort of central defenders along the back line. It's Cruyff into the feet of R9. He bundled his way into the box. He's still looking for that first goal in the tie. R9, this is nice.
I don't think it is a 5-back. You can just look at the minimap there. It looks like there's 4 defenders across the back 4.
I was going to say, it would have been interesting if he did go into that formation when he was losing 2-0. Into corner. Approach the first third of this game. You have just tuned in. This is the CONMEBOL Libertadores, the first ever tournament of its kind. Towards the front post again. He's going for that same flick on with Ronaldo. We know what he's like in the box. We know 9 times out of 10 he'll win the header. It's just how you angle it towards the goal. You've got to, of course, get it past the goalkeeper and then people on the line.
no real urgency for Dudu to go forward with. He's got the 2-0 lead. He's got the possession. Really, the ball is very much in Gianfranco's court to play with. The game will be dictated how he attacks it. If he just keeps on going how he is, he's not going to have much success because this is going to be the pattern of play that we're going to see.
Chance there, finesse! The idea was there, but the save was even better. 2 big saves in this first 30 minutes, keeping Gianfranco's tournament status alive, in all honesty. He concedes 1 goal. For me, it's a 3-goal sort of mountain that he's going to have to climb. He's going to have to, of course, make a change as well and really go for the game.
It's a great ball. He's in.
Could be a great ball across the box if he wants to play it. Ronaldo, back to Hullet. Into Mbappe, can he offload that into R9? That's exactly what we'll do. Directional nutmeg into a pocket of space, just keeps possession still. Now where does he go from here? Mbappe can't turn. Bender just gets something on it there, Maldini.
Yeah, a very good little touch away from him there. And for a second, he did commit there with Zambrotta at right back. Van Dijk had to win that 50-50. He did win it, meaning that the chance sort of lost its intensity from Gianfranco. But if Van Dijk would have been caught out there, I think there was some serious room to get him behind.
Last chance of. This first half here in the second leg. Won't be any added time to talk about that. Will probably do us. Unfortunately, I had to say, but 45 minutes played more, and Gianfranco still yet to find a goal, which is the difficult part here. If anything, on the flip side, CM Dudu probably could have had a goal. That chance for R9 being the best chance of the game.
You just saw a snippet of the stats there. 2 shots and 1 shot, respectively, for both competitors. Seeing the live shots of the players right now at half-time.
I mean, is it time to go for it now, Richard, for Gianfranco?
I think that's what he is doing. Not seeing the players' in-game instructions and tactics changes. However, when the game does restart, I'm sure there will be numerous, whether that be personnel or tactical changes made for Gianfranco.
It's as simple as this for CM Dudu. Hold on to this result for 45 minutes. You'll be into Wednesday's Final Four. And you'll be up against Paulo Neto for a playoff spot. And to guarantee yourself at least $12,000 as well. On the flip side, Gianfranco can score 2 goals. This game would go into extra time. For him to do that, we've got to see more from him going forward. We've got to see this press. You can see it a little bit now. On the flip side, what that's going to allow is a lot more space for Dudu to exploit if he can find those gaps and those pockets of space that he'll be looking for. Of course, easier said than done. Maybe a chance. Maybe he just runs that one out of play in the end and it goes for a goal kick. It's pretty crazy to think about that. We don't get to commentate on too many tournaments which give, sort of guarantees you a fast track to the playoffs. Those games tomorrow and Wednesday.
Huge.
You win a 2-legged game of FIFA, you're at the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where we got the opportunity to commentate the Eredivisie earlier on in the year with Danny Hageberg for Ajax, and seeing the adulation when they won that playoff spot was huge and really sort of season-changing. Penalty chance here for Gianfranco. Bruno Fernandes over it.
Has to score. Has to score. Has to score, he won't! That was the lifeline for Gianfranco there. It looked quite a force to the penalty that he got. Still yet to score a goal in this game. They're in this series of matches, Rich. It's still 2-0 down. He's been unlucky there, but that's a penalty. You've got to try and put it away. It's the easiest chance you're going to get of scoring a goal.
Well, the easiest chance to score a goal, but the easiest chance to get back into the game as well, more importantly. 62 minutes on the clock. You score that goal, you go full press. You really start to throw everything at your opponent and hope that something sticks.
Time just isn't on his side now. 20 minutes or so away from this being game over. He was to score a goal before this pause comes in. Let's set up this final 20 minutes in the perfect way possible. He's got Arnani, he's got the likes of Cruyff in the box. Gianfranco needs a goal now. This has got to be the chance. Bundled down to ground. He thinks that could be a penalty. That one waved away by the ref. Says, no, get back up on your feet.
I'll be honest, I think that was more of a penalty than the first one.
There's a chance to put the game to bed. For CM Dudu is R9 on his own. There was a pass.
R9 broke away inside the box and he could have just simply squared it. Pele was gagging for the ball in the middle. He went for the shot at the near post, got blocked, got saved, and really, that could have been game, set, and match for Dudu.
Sort of can't believe that he didn't look for that cutback. Whether that's the confidence that you can say he's 2-0 up, but that could have been the game put to bed. 20 minutes left in this one. As we said, winner will play against Paulo Neto on Wednesday in the Final Four. Only 8 players on the Xbox and 8 players on the PlayStation could arrive in today's group stages. 4-2-3-1 of choice for Dudu. He said was ranked in 15th on those Global Series rankings. I mean, if he was to get the job done over the next few days in terms of getting the playoff spot, he wouldn't have as much pressure on his shoulders going into qualifier number 5.
It was Johan Cruyff brought on at the latest pause in the game. He's going to be playing central attacking mid in that 4-2-3-1. Looks like he's just talking to someone off camera as well. Maybe a family member, maybe a coach. 20 minutes remaining. Is he in pole position to be going into tomorrow and Wednesday with everything still left to play for? A goal here would cement it.
It'll be a guaranteed top 4 finish as well, Richard. More prize money. As you said, 1 game away from the playoffs. Chance to move the ball forward. 15 minutes left. As long as he can keep the ball and sort of keep things moving. Lovely directional nutmeg into a pocket of space. Just to buy a couple of seconds, a couple of in-game seconds, as long as that clock's ticking down and that ball's staying away from his goal. I'm sure you do. You'll be thinking, I've got no problem with that at all. This is nicely done. This has got to be a chance. It has to go in. This has got to be that moment.
Still on? Oh.
Just hasn't clicked in the final third for Gianfranco. We've been able to see him in a couple of matches. Of course, a top pro player. He wouldn't have got it without that. We just have not been able to see him really find the perfect pass or the perfect chances in front of goal. Done so well, the only player from Ecuador to get to this first ever CONMEBOL E Libertadores. He might be ranked one of the higher players. Still should be so proud of his efforts. I mean, he's 8 minutes away from being knocked out of this tournament. Did win against Barreto. You have to remember that to get into this matchup. That was the game that was off stream that we didn't see.
It was a tough first match as well, wasn't it, for him? Of the day.
Oh, very tough game. Tice Banana, no one's beating him in all honesty. With how he's playing at the moment.
You're almost on a disadvantage and on the back foot from game one, really. He's in.
A chance to put the game to bed. CM Dudu stay composed. Mbappe around the goalkeeper. It might not matter. He has got a 2-goal advantage behind him.
He's missed some real clear-cut chances, though. That one there, he went for the ball roll to the near post. And Gianfranco moved the goalkeeper to the near post, and a very good read with the goalkeeper movement.
Still, there's just no way through.
Missed the
I'd
penalty
like to
as
say
well.
that his job done for CM Dudu. A minute, probably. Maybe 2 if he's lucky to be added. There's just not going to be enough time mathematically. Unfortunately, will be commiserations too. Gianfranco should still be so proud of his efforts in this tournament. Be nothing more than a consolation if he was to score now. Goes for a corner. And referee conclude the tie. There you go. CM Dudu books a date with Paulo Neto on Wednesday for a chance to get to the playoffs. What a game that one plans to be. Commiserations to Gianfranco. As we said, the only player from Ecuador that got to this tournament. A top 8 finish out of 2,800 people. Still an achievement, still to be so proud of. But unfortunately, just could not get things clicking. The 2 games that we saw, Rich, just in front of goal, was just lacking that sort of plan B, that plan C, and across the 2 legs, just lacked to score any goals in the nicest way.
2 words, both beginning with C. Composure and conviction. Both players lacked it. And tomorrow, CM Dudu, in that game against Paulo Neto, has to be better. The screw has to be tighter in the final third, because there was chances to kill that game off 3-4-0 that he did miss. He is the victor right now. He will move forward to tomorrow. Commiserations. But you've got to say, it's all about CM Dudu. He moves forward. He will face Paulo Neto. And really, what you're going to do in 24 hours to get past Paulo Neto? What you're going to do over the next 24, 48 hours before you play Paulo Neto to really get that little bit in the final third just changed 5 or 10%? I'll be very intrigued to hear what Uli says, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, like, congratulations to the top 4 finish, whatever happens. If you win that game, those games on tomorrow and Wednesday are so big, because if you win it, you guarantee at least $12,000 and a playoff spot, and money can't buy a prize. So those games are still looking so good tomorrow and on Wednesday. As we said, the CONMEBOL E Libertadores, it's a 3-day event. We've got you covered today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. So make sure you stay with us. And however, that's going to do us for another game tonight. We've got one more coming up in a little while. But before we do, we're going to throw it back over to Carl Nullabari to break down that one. And as we said, congratulations to that man, CM Dudu, who makes it into the top 4.
Thank you so much for that one. Yes, CM Dudu does continue here at the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. My name's Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Ulibarri. And Uli, what did you make of that performance right there? Because he comes up against Paulo Neto tomorrow, CM Dudu, and that means that he's got to make sure that he clears up a few errors, let's say, from the performance we've just watched.
Yeah, completely. I mean, I have to be honest with what we just saw. I don't think he has a great chance against Paulo Neto, but he does have a chance, though. And that's going to be a game in which Paulo Neto is also going to be under pressure. So there's a lot at stake that could play in his favor. And Gianfranco, I just want to say commiserations. He made Ecuador proud. He's one of the few free agents in the CONMEBOL Libertadores, so he definitely got noticed. So, yeah, props to him. And, yeah, we need to step it up if we want to beat Paulo Neto tomorrow. It's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough. Let's have a look at some of the replays. This is how things unfolded here in this matchup. Expertly taken through by Richard and Brandon. But it was CM Dudu who was pushing. He was hoping to get his way into the next round to remain in this tournament, to keep on going, to secure that top 4 space. And it was him who broke that deadlock in the first half of the first leg after 43 minutes. And it felt like he was in control, but Uli, there was definitely lots of opportunities for his opponent, Gianfranco, as well.
Exactly. That's the thing, Kyle, that Dudu, yes, he didn't get scored, but I don't know if with this defense he's going to be able to not get scored by one of the best attacking players in the world, not only in the region, which is Paulo Neto. So it's going to be tough, but you know, he has one day to look back at this game, practice with some pros. He has a chance. It looks tough.
It does look tough indeed. As we got to the end of that first leg right there, the action kept on coming your way. A corner swung in. Oh, off the post. Great save right there as well. It just felt like the ball wasn't bouncing in Gianfranco's favour, Uli.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, you know. Unlucky for Gianfranco. Good effort, though. Good effort. I mean, it's not easy after an early loss to keep going through losers bracket.
It's not easy indeed. He did miss that penalty, and it just wasn't his day. And unfortunately for him, he gets the L, he gets the loss. But for CM Dudu, he manages to get those 2 goals that take him all the way through to that next round, where he'll face against Paulo Neto right there. And Uli, when we are looking at some of the stats right now, you can see just there, Gianfranco, he had 2 shots in the first leg, 2 shots in the second leg. None of those were on target. He didn't manage to score at all. So it just felt like he wasn't even creating any opportunities, really.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, you can't have 4 chances and not take them. They have to go in, at least half of them. We see many of these top players, they're so effective when they have clear chances, and that's key. Any one-on-one in the CONMEBOL Libertadores, it's way more difficult to score, though, because of the pressure, but they have to go in.
You have to go in. It's those fine margins that are going to separate all of our competitors. You stay, you're competing in this tournament, or you're done and dusted, and that is your tournament. Your CONMEBOL Libertadores done and dusted for you, and nobody wants that. No, they do not. We can have a look at the bracket. That'll be coming up for us very, very shortly. We can see how things currently look here on day 1. It is a 3-day event. Right now we're jumping across different consoles, PS4 and Xbox, having a look at how the different competitors are going, and we can have a look at our other results as well that were happening at the same time. As you can see just there, we did watch CM Dudu take on Gianfranco. He gets the W, 2-0 in the PS4 Group A results, and on the Xbox Group A results, in the Arthur derby, it was Arthur from Team R10 that came out on top against R1 Arthur, 4-3 right there. Right, plenty of action still to come your way. Yes, there is. We've still got 1 more game to go, plus 2 days of action coming up. And that is when it gets super exciting, Uli, because on Tuesday, Wednesday, day 2, day 3, it's when we focus on the single consoles. We get to watch more of the action, and we get to shine a light and showcase more of the talent.
Yeah, I mean, just to get at this stage of the tournament, of the CONMEBOL Libertadores, is so tough. There's so much behind it. We're talking about tons of filters, different styles, different tactics to get here. It's the same in qualifiers, but this one is just with even more pressure added, right? So yeah, sometimes it's a bit unfair because you can have a great run, make it to the broadcast, and then just don't show up in your day, and that happens. But we still see R10 managing to stay on top. R10 Arthur doing it. I wonder who won between both R10 players who were supposed to play against each other.
Right, let's have a look at our bracket. This is how everything stands. Yes, all of the standings of the competitors. Group A, PS4. That first round was Crew Matthias. He went through, and then he took on CM Dudu, who got the win in the first round, but he got beat. It's double elimination, so CM Dudu dropped down into that match. It was Crew Matthias who carried on going through, and CM Dudu, he just took on Gianfranco that we saw, and he makes his way through right there. However, Crew Matthias and CM Dudu, they will not face each other. Oh no, CM Dudu goes through as that second seed, and he will face the number 1 seed in the Group B side of things. That's where it gets super, super exciting. And I'm guessing for Crew Matthias, Uli, he's just going to be looking at any opponent and thinking that he can beat them.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Whoever his opponent is the one that will be worried to face him in the finals. And to be fair about CM Dudu, I mean, he only got beat by Matthias. He beat, before playing Matthias, Barreto, who we know is such a good player. And in this stage, you know, so much pressure involved. You just need to get the result. You just need to get the result, get through to the next day, and then, you know, you come stronger. So, yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll see a good game against Paulo Neto.
Yes, and it is Paulo Neto who is the number 1 seed on that Group B side of things. So that means that CM Dudu does take him on, and that is where it gets super exciting. As I say, when you go down into that losers bracket, you go down as the seed number 2. That means you've got to face the number 1 seed on the opposite side. So you've got plenty to still do here if you want to remain in the competition. But make sure you stick around with us. Make sure you stay here. We've got one final match on day 1 of the CONMEBOL Libertadores, and you do not want to miss this one. We'll see you after this break.
La Libertadores es todo.
Ganar la Libertadores sería lo más lindo que me podría pasar en la vida. Cada partido con mi hermano.
Con mis amigos. Con mi viejo. Siempre. Todos los partidos nos vemos juntos, los dos con la camiseta gritando, alentando, nos volvemos locos. Cuando lo festejamos juntos, es mucho mejor.
Santander, banco oficial de la CONMEBOL Libertadores.
Esenciales. Así aprendimos a llamarle a las cosas importantes. Por eso ahora que volvió a rodar el balón, lo esencial es poder sentirnos seguros y mantener la pasión encendida para seguir celebrando juntos. Disfrutar de nuevo la CONMEBOL Libertadores no tiene precio. Mastercard.
I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew. If you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side. As I rise to the top, wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. Go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Paper, but we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning.
whether rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline. Hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance. But if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Hello and welcome back to the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Rodrigo Ulabar and we're going to go into our final matchup here on day one. There's plenty of action coming your way though, and something that we have this season, something that is very, very special are our viewership rewards. Yes, you are rewarded for watching the best FIFA 21 players going head to head, all competing for different championships on different stages. And those live viewership rewards, well, all you've got to do is link your EA and Twitch accounts, watch the stream for at least 60 minutes and you'll receive an FGS, a FIFA Global Series player token in your FIFA Ultimate Team account. Once you've collected at least 2 tokens, you'll be able to redeem them for FIFA Ultimate Team rewards in game. To link those accounts, visit ea.com/Twitch linking, and remember, only one FIFA Global Series player token will be awarded per user per event. And you can see right there, well, that is an extra thing we've got for you. Anyone who watches more than an hour of FIFA Global Series this weekend live on Twitch with a linked Twitch and EA account also receives an R10 TIFO, a CONMEBOL eLibertadores TIFO, and an Inter Esports TIFO as well that you can add into your FIFA Ultimate Team. Now, there's plenty of action that's been happening throughout the day, and there's plenty of stuff that's happening off stream as well. Yes, we've got our results from our other matches as you're watching those games on the stream. There's also matches that are happening off it as well. We watched CM Dudu taking on Gianfranco, and it was CM Dudu who came out on top on the PS4 Group A. And he goes through where he'll face Paulo Neto. And on the Xbox Group A side of things, in the Arthur Derby, it was Arthur from R10 who comes out on top as he beat R1 Arthur 4-3. Right, as I said, there is plenty of action that has been happening, and that includes our brackets. Yes, this is everything that's happened completely on that Group B PS4 side of things. We can see Atlanta, Paulo Neto's journey. He beat Zizinho, then he beat MHR10, and he makes his way through to those finals. And then it was Zizinho taking on SPQR Nathan, and it was Zizinho who was knocked out, And then SPQR Nathan takes on MH from R10. Next up, yes, we can see that match to see who else will be going through as second seed in Group B on the PS4 side of things. Next up, we move into Group A, and as you can see, one man's journey, PH Zine from R10, another household name. He beat R1 Arthur, he beat Arthur from R10, and he makes his way through to that third round. And in the losers bracket side of things, it was R1 Arthur who took on Footwiz Vinny. He beat him, and that set up the Arthur derby. As we seen, it was Arthur from R10 who goes through, who won 4-3, and he makes his way through in the second seed of the Group A on Xbox. Moving into Group B on the Xbox, Resende is a man that we all know what he's capable of doing. I've got him on my wall on a poster, and he showcased to the world exactly what he can do, beating SPQR's Doodoo. Then he beat Finetto from R10, making his way through to that third round. And in the losers bracket side of things, SPQR Doodoo dropped down into there. He took on Gabriel from R10. And then the next matchup is Finetto from R10 taking on Gabriel PN from R10. So many R10 players. We've seen them all over. We know what they're capable of, but who will go through, we will find out. Here we go. Another household name. I know I keep on saying it. Richard Buckley hinted at it before. If there was 4 names you'd guarantee to go through, it was the 4 that have, including Crew Matthias. He beat Gianfranco. Then he beat CM Doodoo. And then he goes into that third round. Yes, he does, representing Crew Esports. In the losers bracket side of things, it was CM Doodoo who made his way through on that losers bracket, meaning the second seed in that group right there. Right, there's still plenty of action to come your way. Uli, before we get into talking about the players, something interesting that Richard did say, if there was 4 players you'd think they'll probably make it through, they have done here.
Yeah, there's a reason why they're on top of the South American ranking. They're just so consistent and they're so good under pressure. So they actually make it look easy. Resende, Matthias, PHC, they make it look easy. Pablo Neto as well, but also having such a good day, clearly. So he came strong to the CONMEBOL Libertadores. So it's tough, and R10 is still there, not only because of PHC. Yeah, like great performance from them.
It feels like every single round we have an R10 derby. We've had so many R10 derbies, Uli.
Yeah, and also you said the Arthur derby. I like that. And now we have a really good game between MH R10 and SPQR Nathan because they're familiar faces. They're both of them are one of the best players in South America. We've seen them before in qualifiers. The thing is that they've struggled with, Resende, PHC, Matthias, etc., right? But they are so good, and it's good to have them back.
It is great to have them back, and they will be hoping that they can go as far as possible in the CONMEBOL Libertadores, but only one of them will be making their way through. Let's get a bit of an insight into one of those players right now. We've talked about so much of the R10 team. It's time to learn a bit more about R10 MH.
Fala galera, meu nome é Matheus Henrique Souza, conhecido como MH7. Sou do Brasil, tenho 22 anos de idade e jogo pela equipe R10. Comecei a jogar FIFA no FIFA 16, quando eu tinha 18 anos, e mais competitivo mesmo eu comecei a disputar no FIFA 20. Me dei conta que eu poderia me tornar profissional no momento em que eu me classifiquei no segundo qualificatório do ano do FIFA 20. Minha formação favorita no FIFA 21 é a 4-2-3-1. É a formação que eu me sinto mais seguro jogando, tanto para defender quanto para atacar, é que eu me sinto mais confortável. Meu estilo de jogo é um estilo mais tranquilo, eu tento mais tocar a bola, me defender bem lá atrás e achar uma oportunidade lá na frente para ganhar o jogo. As principais modificações que eu faço na minha equipe, quando eu estou perdendo, eu tento colocar a equipe mais para frente, para tentar ganhar mais campo, tentar pôr um pouquinho de pressão no adversário. E quando eu tô ganhando, eu tento manter o mesmo estilo, pois eu tô ganhando, né? Então acho que não precisa mudar. A expectativa que eu tenho na Libertadores é conseguir o título. Acho que a gente tem sempre que entrar para ganhar e é assim que eu vou entrar. A maior diferença que teve nessa Libertadores e qualificatórios é que foi um formato diferente. Na Libertadores foi um formato suíço e no Global Series também é uma eliminação dupla, só pode perder 2 jogos. E também na Libertadores foram top 8 e na Global Series são top 4. Estou me preparando da melhor forma possível, minha equipe está me proporcionando as melhores estruturas, vim aqui para Porto Alegre para fazer um treino mais concentrado, focar mais nos treinos, focar nos jogos, fazer treinos bastante intensos e bastante preparado para a competição.
Now, one man that will be hoping to take on MH from R10 is SPQR's Nathan, and we sat down with him to talk a little bit about his preparation for the CONMEBOL Libertadores, how he was feeling about it, if he can win it, and what will happen next. Let's see what he had to say.
Meu nome é Natana Silva Ribeiro, tenho 21 anos, sou do Brasil, represento a SPQR Brasil Team do Brasil também. Minha ID é SPQR_Natan SR22. Comecei a jogar FIFA no FIFA 14 Ultimate Team. Antes eu jogava, mas era só fora do T. Eu comecei no competitivo no FIFA 19, foi uma surpresa pra mim, porque eu só comecei a jogar e pegar os ranks altos na Weekend League, e assim foi acontecendo. E quando eu fui ver, eu já estava disputando os qualifiers. Minha formação favorita é a 4-2-3-1, porque ela me dá muito equilíbrio, tanto para defender quanto atacar. Eu acho que meu estilo de jogo é uma posse de bola, mas ao mesmo tempo agressivo. Então eu tento sempre tocar a bola no campo adversário, nunca ficar tocando muito atrás. As modificações que eu faço são sempre aumentar a profundidade para o time sair de trás, e dificilmente eu troco com formação, mas às vezes eu coloco a 4-2-2-2. A minha expectativa é bem grande, porque é um torneio que eu venho me preparando muito, foi um torneio que eu disputei muito para chegar, e agora que eu cheguei eu quero ganhar. Acho que um pouco de diferença sim, eu sinto, porque a Global Series, ela, não só pelo ranking, mas a Libertadores, ela traz um sentimento de a gente poder representar a América do Sul aqui, jogar entre nós como é a Champions League para a Europa. Eu venho assistindo meus jogos bastante, que eu treino, chamo outros prós de FIFA para jogar, e assim quando eu jogo eu já assisto para ver no que eu estou errando e me melhorar.
And that was SPQR Nathan. Yes, he's hoping that he can win. He's hoping that he can make his way through. Can he do it? Well, who knows? There's one man that stands in his way right now, and that is a man from R10 Esports. Yes, it is MH. And Uli, when we've seen these two go together, they have got quite a lot of experience. We've seen them at events before. We've seen their faces at different competitions. But when it comes to this competition right here, the CONMEBOL Libertadores, well, anything can happen.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have a pretty even match. Both players are similar. They keep the ball well, but they pressure in an aggressive way. They're very effective. Top players from South America. I think it's going to be more about margins, about who handles the pressure better, because it's win or go home for them.
And there's a lot of pressure on these players, isn't there, really? Because he said it's like winning the Champions League in Europe. It means so much to each of these players representing their clubs in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. It's massive, this tournament, for them.
Yeah, no, he said it perfectly. This is our Champions League here in Latin America, and yeah, there's I think aside from the prize money and it's really about the glory of being crowned the first CONMEBOL Libertadores champion. All these players want that. That you can see that, like, even the best players that played in the qualifier this weekend, they're going at it with everything they got. They all want to be crowned the champion.
Yes, both of them are wanting to be crowned the champion, and can they do it? We will find out here. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know who you think will be winning in the Twitch chat. Make sure you're joining in the conversation on Twitter and online as well. We want to hear from you using that hashtag CONMEBOL eLibertadores 2021. Right, I think we're ready to jump across very, very soon to both Richard and Brandon. Before we do that, though, Uli, what a day it's been. I feel like we're reflecting. We have still got one more match to go, but can we raise the bar even more?
I think it's been pretty good display of FIFA so far, but I can't wait for day 2 and day 3 because I want to see these beasts that are like just killing it in the CONMEBOL Libertadores to face each other. That's what I want to see. We were talking about PHC against Resende possible final. Matthias, let's see if someone can stop him. Paulo Neto doing so well. So yeah, it's either one of those 4 who's going to be crowned the champion, or a Cinderella story, and someone can actually take the crown from those kings in South America.
You've got a way with words, Uli. Right, let's jump into it. Let's throw it straight across now to Richard and Brandon. We're ready to get this final game of day 1 of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores underway. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, here we go then for the final time in day 1 of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. My name is Brandon Smith. Joining me through the action for this final game of today is Richard Buckley. Rich, it's sort of judgment day in terms of the group stage here. There's only one spot left on the PlayStation into Wednesday's finals. As we know, there's only going to be 4 players that progress through. It's either going to be one of these two. It's going to be MH from Team R10, or it's going to be SPQR Nathan SR22. 2 players have had very different seasons for different reasons in terms of E-Club World Cup victory on one side of the field, and on the other side, just a lot of consistency in terms of finishing in the top 6, finishing in the top 8. And that's what makes this game really interesting. And also, they've played each other before tonight, so you've also got that storyline to it.
Absolutely, Brandon. If you actually look at the teams, probably the biggest discrepancy in squad selection that we've seen as well this evening. You look at Patrick Vieira at centre-back instead of Paolo Maldini. We've got Johan Cruyff in the squad as well in the attacking third. And one of the reasons Paolo Maldini is so good, he's got the stats of a right-back or a left-back, but in terms of the pace, but he's got the defensive stats of arguably the best defender on the game. 98 face defending, all 99s across stand, slide tackle. The only thing that lets him down a little bit is the aggression, being 82 aggression, but he makes up for that in the pace department, winning the ball back, 99 composure as well. When he does get it under control, you can always rely for him to play a safe pass.
No, 100%, and that's why I said this is why these teams are being used. So these guys have got a very special sort of like esports edition account for this tournament only, where they're using Team of the Year players and icons, hence why these teams are incredible and way out of my sort of, foot coin range in terms of some of these icons in there. R9's in their prime icon moments, the Hullits, the Vieiras, Van der Sar's in goal, Team of the Year's all around them as well. We are going to jump into this game right now, because as we said, this is a massive one. You win this, you're through. Something I loved in Nathan's interview before this, he said, this is not about Global Series ranking points for me. This isn't about the playoffs. There's just a different feeling about the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. And that, I think, for me, is the key theme that all of these players in South America are talking about.
It just means more, doesn't it, this tournament, the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. It means that extra 5, 10, 15%, because not only are you going to be a history maker, you're going to be the first ever CONMEBOL eLibertadores winner, but it's making sort of mainstream news. It's doing the thing at the very next level, and it's pushing the envelope even further.
As we said, this tournament unfortunately couldn't take place last year. This time round, nothing is stopping. It's a magnificent event, as we said. In total, nearly about 4,000 players signed up for it across the two consoles. $100,000, of course, up for grabs. 50,000 split on each console. But more importantly, the money can't buy playoff spots on the line. 3 on Xbox, 3 on PlayStation. Will be SBQ on Nathan, kicking from right to left, nearly get us underway with an early goal. Just 6 minutes in, needed a great save, didn't it? Still, chance could be alive still for Nathan. Mbappe does well. Brilliant idea. I don't know if that was a pass come shot. It looked like a pass towards the back post, or just a scuff finish from Mbappe.
Timed it red. That was the issue. That strike right there. Asking so many questions from Nathan. Could have been 1-0 up. Early doors, that strike from Kylian Mbappe across the goalkeeper, if it wasn't timed red.
As we said in the preview, the interesting point about this game is they played in their opening game against each other today. MH won 5 goals to 4. What did that do? It gave him a game against Paulo Neto. Paulo Neto then won that game. Paulo Neto, of course, is now in the Final Four. On the flip side, SPQ Onafa didn't have an easy game, Rich. He played against Cezinho and beat him 8 goals to 3. A hell of a result. Of course, now this is set up this rematch again. Winner will play Matthias Bonanno on Wednesday. Chance to cut that one back again. It's that angle he's trying to aim for. Could go back to R9.
And again, something that I'm seeing with all these shots, he's trying to time these shots. That was timed white, so it didn't affect the shot at all. It wasn't neither timed red, yellow, or green, but it was just the regular shot. But he's had 2 opportunities, Nathan, and he's timed both shots he's taken. Something that's very rare in FIFA 21.
Sort of been coming down that right-hand side as well. Just offside. MH, that's the first time he's going to break forward. The breaking news as well we have to talk about is that obviously he plays for Team R10. What does that mean, you ask? Well, he's got a handful of teammates that are very good at FIFA first and foremost, but also he did team up alongside PH Zin for the FIFA E-Club World Cup. Could be 1-0 down. It's another brilliant save again. As you've alluded to, he's trying to time these shots, but as much as he wants to time them, I don't think I've seen a perfect green. Or
nothing.
A perfect finish.
No, nothing green timed yet. Certainly a different feel to this game from Nathan SR. He's been down that left-hand side 3 different times. Created 3 really good opportunities. We talked about MH, Brandon, being sort of part of that E-Club World Cup winning team. He was one of the star players as well, because PH Zin only actually played twice in the final. MH carried the load. He played 3 games, lost the first match to a penalty shootout to Footwiz Lugo, and then in the second and third match, he beat Lugo 1-0, and then beat him in the final match as well, completing, I should say, the reverse sweep for E-Liga S Toreros in the E-Club World Cup Zone 5 finals.
Yeah, it was a massive result, wasn't it, for him and his teammate in PH in another achievement to his sort of resume this year. Paul's coming in there. MH, not really had a chance to breathe in this game. It's been Nathan of SBQR again and again and again, attack after attack. The man sits 5th in the Global Series rankings this year. He's played in 1 qualifier. He missed out by a game on the last qualifier to get inside the top 4. So other than that, he's been knocking on the door. Top 8 finishes, top 6 finishes. So close to getting on the broadcasts, which, as we know, is so difficult to do. If you win this game, as we'll say again, you play against Matthias Bonanno. If you beat him, you'll have a playoff spot in your back pocket and $12,000. It's one of those, isn't it? Who would you rather face, Paulo Neto or Matthias? It's like, can I not face any of them? The choice is just so difficult. You're going to be playing against difficult player. Oh my days, MH. Nearly catching us all off guard there. His only chance so far in this game. Look to try and finesse and caress that one into the top corner.
very good effort as well, wasn't it? Turning, hitting that finesse shot. Been under the pressure as MH in this opening 38 minutes. But starting to get a little bit of a foothold in possession now.
Sure, certainly may have just given him a little bit of confidence. Carlos Alberto does well to get around the corner. Mbappe's got space to drive into. Mbappe still a couple of ball rolls. Well, she can't buy him the time, and it's Alphonso Davies in the end that wins the ball back. Ronaldo back to Hullet. Here's R9. MH knocking on the door, trying to find a way through. Oh, it's a penalty. Another harsh one. And against the run of play, R9 to step up and make it 1-0 for MH. He will score. Does not miss from the spot. Does not fluff his lines.
Good penalty as well. I'm not too sure what the penalty was actually for, I'll be completely honest with you, Brandon. Might have been a coming together in the box.
Most definitely against the run of play, wasn't it? There you go, half-time. What a weird half that was. It was so dominant, wasn't it, from Nathan? For so long. What, 3-4 shots on target? I want to see that half-time. There you go, 5 shots, 4 on target. On the flip side, I don't pay too much attention to the stats because the scoreline give you the opposite. It was a penalty down the other end, the last kick of the game. R9 stepped up and tucked it away into the right-hand side. Still a long, long time to play in this one. 3 halves of FIFA left. As we said, winner looks a spot in the final 4 of the CONMEBOL E Libertadores. We'll be playing against Matthias Bonanno on Wednesday.
We've got 2 more players left to find, don't we, Brandon?
And lofted into the box. Nathan SR building. Now trailing by a goal. Well, as you said, we're near enough there. We've had a day packed full of action. We said unfortunately goodbye to a handful of players. Azenio being one of those, crashed out the tournament. In the hands of HBQR's Nathan as well. Nathan did win that game. He sent Dux Gaming's player in that FUT Champions Cup winner of last year, packing. Vieira back to R9. This is nice. Mbappe!
He's off.
Just offside. That would have been the goal to remember.
Just offside as the ball was getting pinged in and around the box. MH looking to double his lead.
Lovely build-up play, wasn't it? The best we've seen from him so far. Certainly would have given him some confidence, that E-Club World Cup victory. They won the whole zone. With him and PH in. Ball towards the back post, wins a corner. What's he going to do here? Looks to manually control Cristiano Ronaldo. That one's going to be lofted in towards Ronaldo! And that's what it's all about. Manually control that man in the box. Get it in towards where he's standing. And 9 times out of 10, look, he's just leapt above 2 players.
Cristiano Ronaldo popping up inside the box. Ball sort of lofted in there. Jumping higher than the rest. And a powerful downwards header past the goalkeeper. MH leading 2-0. He'll be saying, my hero. CR7 right there.
Again, after such a good start. Finishes that weren't timed well. Unfortunately, there's going to be nothing more than old news. And a stat that He hasn't affected the game for him. He's 2-0 down. Could be 3 the way MH is playing. As we said, they played earlier today. The game finished 5 goals to 4 after the 2 legs. MH already beat him. Could be on for another one here. Can he find the comeback? Back to Pele, it will fall. Carlos Alberto does very well. Can he whip that one across into the box? Mbappe's there. Back to Vieira. And that's 3.
And a pause needed for Nathan SR right now. Patrick Vieira popping up inside the box. Not necessarily the most prolific goal scorer, but he does chip in now and again with a goal hero there. And a big goal for MH to put him 3-0 up.
It's not done yet. There's still a second leg to play in this one. Let's not forget that. At the moment, I think you would have predicted that this would be 3-0 to MH. As I said, it was a very dominant first 30 minutes from Nathan SR. Still a second leg to play in this game. Still about 20 or so minutes left as well. Here we go, back underway.
We often talk about
looking to get themselves a player into the top 4, sorry.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned R10 there, like we've almost got telepathy, Brandon, because I was just about to talk about the esports organisation SBQR. We often say it's like a family, SBQR, all getting together, all helping each other out. He needs help right now. He needs somebody to reach out a hand and say, this is where we need to go, and instruct him. Because he's in real danger of this game sliding too far out of his reach.
If he was to concede again, that certainly would be the case. We've seen games, and plenty of them in competitive FIFA, that have been sort of flipped on the head, a 2 or a 3 goal scoreline. Can happen. It would sort of require a complete capitulation from MH. The way I see him playing this is just sort of holding out this game for 3-0 and closing out leg number 1. Could be through. Here's Mbappe. 15 minutes left into the game. Can he find goal number 4? Directional nutmeg into space. Finds a cutback into Pele. Vieira does well. Ronaldo nearly better.
Opportunities coming and going. Just think of those 3-time shots in the first half. If they would have gone in, Nathan SR would have been in dreamland. Through ball, just decided to avoid it right there and goes wide to Mbappe. But a couple of missed chances at one end. Chances taken for MH in this second half have completely turned this game around.
Just like that, Richard. He was just offside. That one would have been a perfect way back into the tie. So long ball lofted forward. 7 minutes left. As we said, it's been a really interesting one, this. Our final game of day 1 here in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Upset some massive results. The usual names performing well. PH Zinen. Matthias being some of those names. Of course, it'll be Xbox tomorrow. Xbox finals coming up for you tomorrow. Resende. Another one of those names. I mean, it could be written in the stars already. Resende against PH Zinen is a grand final. What game that'll be on the flip side? Mateus Bonano potentially against Paulo Neto on Wednesday. That will be, again, a ridiculous final if it was to be the case.
He's in cruise control at the minute, isn't he? MH, everything going his way. No real press on the ball from Nathan coming out. More than happy to just pass it around the back, see this clock out, and see this tie out.
Maybe one more goal. Why not? Added time of 2 minutes. Last chance of the game. It could be 4. That was the pass.
Still on.
Still is alive. Pele. Back to R9. And thankfully, Nathan just doing enough to defend that. I mean, you can see the celebration on the right-hand side of your screen. I mean, everything's just gone to plan, in all honesty. A perfect first sort of half of things in this two-legged game. And as you said, a man that was down by so much pressure. 3 shots on target, 3 goals, a penalty on the stroke of half-time, and then just built on from that, Richard. It was like that penalty was the turning point in the game, wasn't it? And then 2 good chances followed it, and there you go. Up by 3 goals to 0 at the halfway point. I don't think I would have predicted that after the first 30 minutes.
I was about to say that. 3 shots on target, 3 goals. We get to see those 3 shots on target right here in the highlights package between the 2 legs. It was very harsh penalty. Very harsh penalty given for MH there, but it doesn't matter that it came to him. He slotted it away quite coolly, actually, into that bottom right corner, out of the goalkeeper's reach. Went into the second half. MH leading 1-0 down this right-hand side with Carlos Alberto in quite an offensive position, really. You just see that run in behind there from Patrick Vieira. He carries on his move into Mbappe, took the players out of the sort of scenario, and that was sort of a sign of things to come, because he was offside from that particular chance, but very similar again. Corner coming in. The third goal, you see Vieira making that same run. This is just a typical corner coming into the box. Peels away to the back post with Cristiano Ronaldo. Vieira can't get in front of him. Hullet can't do enough, and Ronaldo always going to power that in, but I just mentioned it on the goal that was offside. Sort of a sign of things to come. Pele picks the ball up into Patrick Vieira. Very similar position to what it was on the first goal. Gets in behind. And in this area right here, don't really know what he's going to do. Goes back to Pele. Vieira just keeps his position inside the box for the double tap. Finds its way to his feet and rifles it into the back of the net. So the chance that was offside, that didn't result in a goal, sort of gave you the foundation and the building blocks to maybe say, this is an avenue that I can attack. And you saw that third goal, a perfect illustration of what was almost painted in black and white, coloured in on the third goal that was scored.
I mean, that was the best goal, I think, out of the 3, wasn't it? It's just a quick word on Cristiano Ronaldo. What is it about him in the box, Richard? He's just so good. Even a team with the Virgil van Dijk or a Maldini just can't stop him for whatever reason. It's just his leap is just so good, and it's so obvious as well. When you can just see the player moving Ronaldo, you know the ball's going to go there. You try and double mark him, triple mark him. He still leaps above them all, doesn't he? It's just ridiculous.
Just built different is that team of the year, CR7. Even regular Ronaldo, it's just the body type and everything that goes into that with the stats that he possesses. He can leap. He can also sort of, in real life, when Ronaldo jumps, he sort of keeps himself in the air for quite a long time. And that's very similar to what he does in FIFA. He jumps up above the rest of the players, but then maintains his position when he jumps up. Great header from Ronaldo. One of many headers that we've seen in this CONMEBOL E Libertadores, and the final 90 minutes of FIFA coming up on technically day number 1, but we're in day number 2 right now because it is 1:21 a.m. in the UK. So we are on day 2 technically, but we're finishing day 1 right now.
I was going to say, it's time for some late night, some sort of upset in this last game. As we said, it will be R10's MH up against Nathan SR of SPQR. I mean, on the flip side of this, Richard, what has Nathan got to do in terms of how he starts this game? He's 3-0 down. I mean, he dominated so well for the first 25 minutes. Maybe just stop timing the shots and just try and just mix it up a little bit.
Just got to go forward. Just got to go forward, go quick, attacking numbers, and show that he can hurt MH.
Here he comes now. From the off and from the word go. Into the box it will go. Well defended by Carlos Alberto. Gave Ronaldo no chance. This could be a chance for MH to get goal number 4. R9 could be through. Could be on his own. Goes for the cut back inside. Does well to delay and delay. Finds the cut back across. Wins a corner. Calls MH in the white with this corner now into Ronaldo. It was the obvious choice in the box. Another through ball.
Well,
finds Mbappe. He's in a running race with Alphonso Davies now. Does well to offload that into Cruyff. Back to Mbappe, it'll fall. This has got to be a goal. He's shooting from that sort of angle. It was always going to be ambitious.
It's one of those chances where it's a good save from the goalkeeper, but you expect the goalkeeper to save that from that such a tight angle. Many other players look for a little cutback there, whether that be a double tap or just not even doing anything, just turning back into the box and looking for a different avenue to attack.
For a split second, I know hindsight's a beautiful thing, but it looked like it was a pass towards the back post, but it was moving so quickly. Had to be sort of a split second decision that was made. It's been all Mbappe at times coming through that right-hand side for Nathan, just yet to find the back of the net. MH looking for goal number 4. If he finds it, I just do not see a turnaround if there was any hope. There certainly would not be any left after 4-0. Remember, winner plays Matthias Bernardo in a game that if you win it, it will send you to the Global Series playoffs in South America and will guarantee you $12,000 and, more importantly, on top of that, a spot in the grand final of the first ever CONMEBOL E Libertadores. Ronaldo
Big chance.
Coming forward, chance for Nathan, he's needed that.
Had to score, did Johan Cruyff when the ball came back into him. Finally taking a shot that's got a good percentage chance of going in as well. Smashing it past the goalkeeper. And giving himself a second lease of life in this tie, in that 4-3-3 false 9. Can he bring this game back?
It's as simple as that, Rich. If there was any chance or any hope that he wanted to stay in this tournament, he had to score a goal pretty soon, and that goal coming after just 17 minutes. It's everything that you would have been hoping for. Had to be direct from the word go. Had to try and get in the face of MH. You saw sort of how he's been counter-attacking that fast build-up play. It's been relentless, especially with Mbappe. Sort of overloading on that right-hand side. He came close with a chance 5 minutes before. But there is the breakthrough that he's been looking for. Remember, these two played earlier today. MH won 5 goals to 4 after 2 legs. Well, MH might still be in the lead by 3 goals to 1. There is still lots and lots of time left in this 70 minutes. As always, so the best thing that MH can do is go and score again, restore that to a 3-goal cushion.
Do or die scenario, and we often say next goals are huge in FIFA, and usually they don't have that much impact, Brandon, but I genuinely feel like the next goal in this game is huge in terms of where this tie will go. If MH can get it and settle himself, reinstate that 3-goal cushion, I don't think Nathan will have what it takes, but if Nathan gets it, I could potentially even see a full turnaround incoming. We've not seen penalties today.
Penalties or extra time.
Yeah.
Goes across the 2 legs, you have an aggregate score, and if we are all square after those 2 legs, we go to extra time. We've been to penalties, we do it normally. At least once. Pull it back to Cruyff. Nice triangle build-up from Nathan. He currently sits 5th on these rankings. Could be a chance, Hullet. Brilliant idea. Tried to disguise the pass. It'll probably go for a goal kick in the end. Or corner, sorry. One played short quickly. Ronaldo was in the box. Didn't want to go for the obvious option.
Edge of the seat action right now. It might be 1:30 AM in the UK, but very, very excited about this potential finish of the game.
He's still there. It potentially is the chance. On the flip side, chance to counter-attack. Look at the options. He can find it into the box. Pele
great tackle.
Was in there. Mbappe tried to delay it and then find a cutback, but unfortunately there was no way through. You're absolutely right. If he gets this next goal, I feel like we're going potentially into an extra time period with the confidence that goal would give him. The flip side, if MH can get another goal, or even just get to half time without conceding again, is a big help for him. He's only got 45 minutes to defend, which is still a lot of time. It'd be a 2-goal advantage.
Look at that run on the far side. Alphonso Davies, absolute pace demon, 99 pace. One of the only players actually in FIFA up to the recent Prime Icon moments to have 99 pace in the game. Alongside the headliner Hirving Lozano and Team of the Year Mbappe. Huge
There's
goal.
the chance that he's been waiting for and looking for. What did I say? Do not concede before half time. And Bruno Fernandes rips up that script.
Massive goal just on the stroke of half-time to send Nathan into half-time, trailing 3-2.
And well. Nathan, with 2 goals in 45 minutes, it's been what? Some would say he's deserved at times from the amount of chances he's created. He's got the ball in the right areas. It was just the case of that final pass. And a 1-goal lead across 45 minutes is going to be very, very nervy. He has to score again. It's simple as that for MH.
Oh, he'll be shaking right now, Will MH, just for the fact 3-0 up, cruising in this tie. 2 quick-fire first-half goals from SPQR Nathan, and really the scales of this game certainly swinging. The pendulum has swung in the favour of Nathan SR. Don't know if you heard the sound effect. That was a pendulum swinging. Don't think it came through, to be honest, but
yeah, it did come through. I did get it.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for, as intended.
I think, as I said, there's more on this in terms of the fact that MH did beat Nathan today. Dinked in towards the back post, and he's going to go for a goal kick in the end. Brilliant chance again for Nathan. But yeah, there's more to this game. Not just the chance to be in the top 4 and to be 1 game away from a playoff spot. For Nathan, if he turns this around, it's revenge from that earlier game. Sent him down into that elimination matchup against Azinha, which is no easy opponent.
And he dispatched of him.
He did. It was one hell of a scoreline.
Comfortably.
Mbappe. Back to Bruno Fernandes, who's already got himself on the score sheet. Cruyff, the other player that's also bagged himself a goal in this game. Only 1 goal behind is Nathan. Can he find that all-important equaliser? That could be the ball. Chance for R9. Maybe the wrong choice to finish.
You thought for a second that were going to rustle the back of the net. He shot across the goalkeeper. Typically, you would see a shot go at the near post there. He decided to shoot cross goal. MH just needs to relax himself a little bit now and calm the nerves.
I mean, I guess the mindset on that was the finesse looks a little bit too obvious originally, so tried to put it across sort of the goalkeeper into the left top corner. "60 minutes played. MH still leads by 3-2, but he's under so much pressure from this man. Like he's building into it. This could be the chance again. It's going to fall back, maybe, no. On the flip side, MH chance to get back in front by 2 goals. Lovely touch away from the player. Referee says no, he's won the ball.
Cracking challenge at the back there. Body's on the line defending. Not very often you'll see a slide tackle like that, but always gets the juices flowing when it does.
Mbappe. Waiting. Building. Hoping that he can find that third and all-important goal that would mean the game would all be square again. Goes for a corner. I've just tuned. This is the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Day 1 of the action. 3 days of it coming up. Tomorrow we go to our Final Four on the Xbox. That's pretty much done and concluded. In terms of we know who's going to be there. On the PlayStation for Wednesday. This is the game that will decide that chance to break. Look at this. Look at the space for Ronaldinho. Couldn't the owner of the team be the all-important man to send MH into the Final Four? Brilliant idea again. Just well defended.
It was sort of an aimless pass, I'll be completely honest. He passed it into an area rather than picking out a man with that particular move.
It's a nice overlap again. Something that he's done to his advantage, getting his fullbacks heavily involved. You're not just any player as well. These are good fullbacks that have got plenty of pace, and you can see on the far hand side there's another overload there. Mbappe waiting, building, reverse elastico. It's beautiful in the box. He's just offside again, I believe.
Yeah, so what he's done is he's gone to shoot, and as he shot, the ball's ricocheted back into Ronaldo's path, meaning he has gone down as an offside call from the referee. Heading hands moment for Nathan, but changes still being made.
It's one of those as well. Was it onside? Was it not? So close. I mean, credit where it was due to Mbappe. The reverse elastico was so silky through the players, and it was a chance that another day played earlier.
Still feel like extra time is looming for us, Brandon. Not had it today.
It's non-stop pressure from Nathan. Will it come to anything, though? He's made that pause again and brought on those fresh legs on the flip side. MH. One more goal would seal the deal. He can find it. It would be a double win as well against Nathan in terms of in this competition. They've played each other twice in this group. With how the brackets work, with sort of going to the upper side of it and then back down to the loser side. Matched across 2 games. As we said, it was 5-4 when they played earlier. Again, it's another very tight game here. 3-2.
He'll get one more good chance, will Nathan? I mean, mainly just had to make sure he's onside. This
Chance.
is it.
There's the one more pass, and that's the goal. This he's been building towards for so long in the game.
It's been coming. It's certainly been coming. We said he'd get one more chance. Ball just slid inside the right-hand side channel. And then when we talked about making the wrong decision, shooting on weird angles and not being clinical enough, a simple pass across the box, a square ball, and a simple finish for Nathan to turn around that 3-goal deficit.
And honestly, Rich, I wouldn't put it past him to go and grab another one and to maybe get a match winner. Of course, we can't see the changes being made. We can just hear sliders being moved up and down, and will there be another goal, let alone another chance? Or will we need extra time for the first time in this competition? It's come right at the very end, potentially.
I mentioned 2 words earlier today, composure and conviction. And fantastic show of just calmness right there as the ball was slid inside the inside right channel. Just a simple pass across the box, keeping it super calm. Also, when he scored that goal, there was not really a lot of reaction. He's thinking, I can go on and win this game. I'm on the front foot here.
It goes to show why we play FIFA over 2 legs. First leg was 3-0 to MH. Second leg, 3-0 for Nathan. Will he get one more chance? Will we need 30 more minutes? And who knows, maybe a penalty shootout along the way. Here we go. Last chance saloon. No, bad pass, and that's going to do us. Extra time is on the cards. For the first time in the CONMEBOL Libertadores, it comes in the final game, the deciding game to find out who will be the 4th name, booking a place in Wednesday's finals on the PlayStation. The top 4 players, of course, going to battle for a chance to call themselves the champion, to take those Global Series playoff spots. But, I mean, after what we saw from Nathan, he was so dominant at times. Richard was building and building and building. Finally got his reward. It came in the 84th minute or so. A pass across goal. I made it 3-3 on aggregate.
Yeah, really good sort of resiliency shown as well by Nathan. He could have definitely sort of rolled over when he was 3-0 down, but he just kept on plucking away, kept on chipping away, and finally got his reward. His reward is 3 goals in an extra time scenario.
Could be on for more than that. Carlos Alberto all the way from fullback, driving. And driving. Still back inside. Ronaldo. Snapshot. Goes for a corner. Looks the play maybe direct into the box. No, he's going to play it short. Into Ronaldo. Lofts it into the path of Vieira. Heads it down. What a routine day for the goalkeeper. Impaired check. That's what we did to before. The owner of Team R10 on possession there, Ronaldinho. Pull it. Back to Cruyff. Chance. Lovely touch. Lovely finish.
Johan Cruyff. Beautiful finish from Nathan. The turnaround is complete. Huge result. What a goal. You talk about somebody coming into a game You're on the back foot for the entire second leg. You might have been leading, but you're on the back foot. And then out of nowhere, coming into that extra time period, where your opponent is just pinning you down. And look at him at the back post.
Rush into though, is he? He didn't want to give away possession there. Hullet was sort of lurking at that back post, waiting patiently to head that one in. The directional nutmeg though made the goal. Opened up the chance. The goalkeeper was sort of rooted to the spot. And all we need to do is just tap in, and that's exactly what Cruyff did. That's pretty much us done for the first full 15, I should say. In extra time, a minute left of additional time. That's 30 seconds of it already played. Will there be enough time to get that ball forward for Nathan? Just needs to win the tackle. Goes for a corner. That's in his favour. That one played quickly in towards Ronaldo. What a save!
Big save. You expect CR7 to score that. Just look at those stats. He's had one shot in this second leg and scored it. One shot in this second leg.
Just to talk about that corner really, really quickly, which is so quickly taken. That's the idea, to try and catch your opponent off guard so they have no time to defend it. Ronaldo was there at the near post. Looked to try and flick that one on. Brilliant save from Petr Cech. As you said, a man that's had his back against the wall. One chance is all he needed. Cruyff scored the goal, and he's 15 minutes away from a top 4 finish in a match against Matthias. That will take place on Wednesday. The winner of that will book one of those playoff spots. He will get a chance. Nathan of SPQ up.
Has to team press. Has to go throw everything forward.
How does MH approach this now? Sort of just absorb all this pressure, then try and break and snatch that all-important winner. Just try and just take out as many seconds and minutes of the game as you can. Giving possession away in an area that he didn't really need to give it away. Hullet wins the ball back well. Chance to drive forward. Mbappe, watch that back post. He wants to go for it, works his way into the box. He's gone to Ronaldinho, back to Cristiano. Scoop turn, goes for the finesse, well read. Still,
that'll be poignant. Ronaldinho scoring.
Pass from Hullet.
If Ronaldinho was the scorer to send the equaliser up.
This could be it. This could be job done. I like that. No need to go forward always. Happy to play back. Ronaldinho, this would be the story. Ronaldinho! Oh, came so close.
5 minutes of end-to-end FIFA about to ensue.
That's an awful pass and touch. Gives the ball back to MH again. Now this is his to throw away, in all honesty. 4 minutes left plus additional time. MH will be in the final 4 on the PlayStation against Matthias Bonanno on Wednesday. And it'll be back-to-back results. It was a 5-4 victory in the first game of the day. And although he's had one shot or two throughout this whole second leg, including extra time, he's seconds away from snatching this result. And being so close to those playoffs. As I said, Nathan's ranked 5th at the moment in the Global Series rankings. I think MH is about 27th. You know, he needed a good performance in qualifying number 5. If he goes and wins on Wednesday.
Difference is, Brandon, MH has won something this year. Equal Ball Cup champion. He's got the taste for it.
And it should be job done. Get the ball clear. Just kick it out of play. And that is job done. R10 have another player in the final day of the CONMEBOL Libertadores, and you can see he doesn't even look very impressed with that performance. He's just got the job done. Maybe not too impressed with the performance that he showed himself across the 2 legs there. Commiserations to Nathan, not once, but twice. MH takes down Nathan today of course, in the bracket. So that shows that although he might have had his back against the wall at times, he just finds a way to win, Richard.
Continuing to get over the line, MH. When it went to 3-3 and you thought there's going to be a winner, it's going to go to Nathan. MH, different turn up for the Bucks. Coming down the other end, counter-attacking, and a beautiful finish from MH.
Yeah, and as we said, that is the Final Four concluded across the both of the consoles now. We only followed this game, so we're going to pass it back over to Carl and Bari to break down everything else that happened across those final couple of matches heading into today 2 and, of course, day 3 of the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores.
Richard, Brandon, thank you so much for that. What a game it was to end day 1 here at the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores. Wow, R10, we've talked about them so much, Uli. And again, another one of their competitors comes up clutch and gets the W when it's needed.
Yes, R10, we've been praising them, and there's a reason behind it. No, like the results are there. And MH, R10, okay, we have to divide this game in 2 legs to understand what happened. Yes, in the second leg, it seemed like Nathan was all over him, but the thing is, he had a 3-0 advantage, right? So, and then when he had that chance, it was not like, oh, he only had one chance. No, what a goal. What a goal. That's clutch right there from MH. So, deserved, unlucky. No commiserations, of course, for Nathan. Good effort. If he had started the first game like he did the second leg, we would have a different story.
Definitely. That first leg right there was one of those games where you're looking at it and you're thinking, oh, MH from R10, he's done it. But in that second leg, we saw a comeback, a fight back from SPQR's Nathan. Yes, he tried his hardest to get back into the game. He kept on knocking at the door, and it was in the final few minutes. He didn't just knock at the door, he absolutely smashed through it. And that sent our tie all the way to extra time. We thought it might be the first time we get penalties here on day 1. But Nathan...
Yeah, and that goal that MH scores in we're seeing it now, in extra time, it's so tough because you have such a good advantage and then you kind of let it go. Your opponent's making a comeback. But then extra time, we're even, and that's when he steps up. So props to MH.
Yeah, props indeed. You can see there, MH got 3 goals in that first leg. And in the second leg, it was Nathan who dominated, getting 3 in normal time. We went to added time, and it was MH from Team R10 who managed to get that final goal that sends him through to our day 3. It will be for him. What a day 3 it should be. So exciting. But there were other games that were happening at the same time. So let's have a look at our results right here. This is how things will look from the other games. Yes, off stream. It's not just on stream where you've got all the competitors, the ones we can watch. There is plenty of action happening off stream as well. So let's have a look at those results right now. And as you can see, 4-3 to MH from Team R10, but it was Finetto from Team R10 taking on his teammate Gabriel PN R10, and it was Finetto who came out on top 6-4, and he stays in the tournament hoping to make his way through to be crowned CONMEBOL E-Libertadores champion. Right, there's been plenty of action right here throughout the entire day. And we can have a look at our brackets as well. So let's get those brackets up. This is how things currently look after a full day 1 of FIFA 21 action. Atlanta's Paulo Neto made his way through on the winners bracket side of things, staying undefeated. And in the losers bracket side of things, it was MHR10 who dropped down after round 2, who beat SPQR's Nathan. And he goes through as well on the losers bracket side of things as seed number 2. Moving into the next bracket, as you can see, Group B on the Xbox side of things, Inter's Resende. He went through undefeated on the winners bracket side of things, but it was Finetto who dropped down after that second round defeat, who then dropped down to play his teammate Gabriel PN R10. And then it was him going through. Yes, Finetto goes through as that second seed right there. And Uli, it's set up a very, very exciting days 2 and 3, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. The best is coming. Honestly, these finals are going to be crazy.
Yes, they are indeed. Let's bring Richard and Brandon back into the conversation. Guys, have you calmed down? It's been a very, very long day right here of FIFA 21 action. But Richard, this is what we live for. The CONMEBOL eLibertadores. This is what we want.
No, absolutely. I mean, even better if we can finish an hour earlier. But I'm living it, Kyle. I'm very, very happy with how the day is done, and it wouldn't be anything else, would it? Everything we said came into existence. I mentioned it probably about 10 minutes into leg number 2, I said, we've got an extra time today, Brandon. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? And off we go into extra time. I thought penalties were coming, but it wasn't to be. Hopefully tomorrow and Wednesday we get more of the same action. Cannot wait.
I cannot wait for days 2 and 3, Brandon. Hopefully there's plenty of action. I just want all the goals. I don't want any clean sheets. If all games can go to penalties as well, why not? I want to work you guys to the bone.
I mean, it's a shame there's no bracket resets in the CONMEBOL Libertadores, Carl. Otherwise, we'll be having a couple of those as well at some point. But I'll tell you what I'm more excited about. Tomorrow and on Wednesday, we're doing the Xbox games tomorrow. Of course, the Final Four battling out there. Then the same on Wednesday. These are massive games on all of them because if you win, you're at the playoffs. You're guaranteed $12,000 just for getting to the final of this tournament as well. And then you're in a final. So, like, all of the games are going to be so good because there's just so much at stake. So we thought today was good. Strap yourselves in for the next 2.
Yes, Uli, those stakes, they're raised even higher now, aren't they? So if you do look at all the competitors that have gone through, yes, they've said they want to win, but now they can almost touch the trophy. They can almost touch being called that champion of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. So the stakes, they're raised quite a lot going through.
Yeah, and on top of that, the chance of securing playoffs. MH R10 from R10 needs that so bad. Cezinho was under that pressure as well. So yeah, a lot of stake in the finals.
It is indeed. Right, let's have a recap at one very special moment here on day 1 of the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. It's time for our move of the day presented by Rexona. Now looking at this free kick, the set piece right here, Uli, talk us through it. What is so special about this one from Cezinho?
I mean, first of all, Cristiano Ronaldo with the number 15.
Oof.
And the fact that even though he has that number, he gets to score this golazo in a free kick, that's what's so special because it's really tough to score a free kick in FIFA 21 and definitely even harder against pro players. So great start from Cezinho. At that point, we thought he could go all the way, but unlucky for him, he didn't. But still, move of the day.
It is an interesting time for Cezinho, isn't it, Richard? Because we've seen what he's managed to do before, but this season it just hasn't seemed to have worked out for him.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, Kyle, it's not going to work out for everybody. There's not enough spots to go around. And in previous events, in previous years, there might have been 12 players coming from South America. There might have been 8 players coming from South America. It's quite a harsh format. And if you're not performing in those qualifiers, we don't see you on the broadcast. And you sort of get forgotten about a little bit. And a lot of players have suffered with that, whether it be in South America, North America, or in Europe. He's having it, like, by the sort of general sum of FIFA esports, a decent year. But by his standards, and also from what we expect of him, he's having a shocking year. And when you sort of look at where other players are doing, I'll refer it to Europe as well. DH Tex, Fnatic Tex, we've not seen him on a broadcast this year, and we're just like, oh, he's not playing. He's 30th in the rankings on last recall. He's having a decent year. He'll probably be in the playoffs, but because we're not seeing him on these broadcasts month in, month out, we just don't see him in our limelight. It's very much tunnel vision. We only see what the broadcasts offer.
And Brandon, there can be positives to that as well because it is region locked. The fact that we are just focusing on different regions because of everything that's happening in the world. All of our players can't travel, obviously, to events, but it does shine a light on some of the talent who might never have been to an event. They might never have been on stream. We might never have shown them on the broadcast before, and that's one positive for these events.
Yeah, it goes, as I said, Carl, from if we were in more normal times, of course, it'd be great to be at LAN events and, to do this stuff in person. But, for South America, I believe there's like 4 spots per console, maybe not even that, lower than that in terms of the spots they had for these tournaments. Now, with this new restructure of the Global Series, there's more prize money up for grabs across all these different regions. There's more players earning prize money. There's more players getting a limelight, as you said. You know, all these broadcasts are on EA's Twitch channel and YouTube channels and broadcasts all around the world. So there are, of course, the negatives. We can't all be together and we can't have Europe against South America. But I think overall, to have tournaments in this current climate is fantastic. More prize money up for grabs. And I think we're seeing it in this tournament as well. The new talent coming through. We're in sort of a transition period at the moment for FIFA esports. There's all these new names coming through. So it's exciting.
It is very, very exciting. Another thing that was exciting was our top scorer of the day. Yes, it's time to find out who that was. We've got our scorer of the day by Bridgestone. Right, we will come on to this. There we go. Now you can see just here, we've got our schedule for Tuesday and Wednesday. Yes, start time 6 p.m. UK time. And there you can see some very special show matches, including our semi-finals. And then we move on to find our CONMEBOL eLibertadores final. Yes, we will get our champions. It's a very special day. It's a very exciting day. And Richard, it feels very exciting because it's not just the pros that are competing. We're also going to have some special show matches.
Absolutely, yeah. And if I can dress up anything like Cordoba can, I will be very one dapper man coming in on Wednesday. You know what? I might even bring a tie, to be honest with you, Kyle. I might bring a tie on Wednesday, just to dress up a little bit. Dress up Wednesday, Championship Wednesday, Wicked Wednesday.
Oh, Wicked Wednesday. Now, I'm going to go for a shirt. I'm not sure about a tie. You go for the tie, Richard. All right.
What about a waistcoat?
Ooh, if you
waistcoat Walker on a Wednesday?
Stop there.
No, I think we should stop. I definitely think we should stop right now. A shirt will suffice, I think, even if it is the championships. I cannot wait for it. And Uli, what's very exciting about Tuesday and Wednesday is the fact that it is split. So now we get to focus on the individual consoles, starting with the Xbox tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think the main stories are who is gonna make a stand in Xbox and show who is the best player, because yes, Resende just earned that spot, back-to-back champion, but then PHC started the season being back-to-back champion of the qualifier, so I guess it was just destiny that if they make it to the final, they will have to show in the CONMEBOL Libertadores who is the beast in South America, right? And then in the other hand, we have Matthias, so it's just gonna be such an interesting outcome in the finals. So yeah, I honestly, many days we said, okay, do you think tomorrow is gonna be as good as what we've seen today? You know what? Definitely this is gonna be even better because of the names that we're gonna have.
Even better, Uli. He has promised you that one. It will be even better on days 2 and 3 here at the CONMEBOL eLibertadores. I mean, Brandon, the level has been set very, very high today, let's say that. So now, when we're looking at it for the next couple of days, what do you think the competitors have to bring to ensure that they're being crowned champion?
I mean, I think, we've seen a lot of FIFA as a collective, us four. We've watched, a lot of South American qualifiers. And I think the great thing is that it's not been a case of people have sort of fell off from all that, or what they've been able to achieve from the first 4 qualifiers. It's basically just transitioned over. Matthias won a tournament about 24 hours ago. He's on his way to win another one here. Resende, 48 hours ago, back involved here. So what do they need to bring? They just need to bring their A game, because as you said, playoffs in the bag potentially, money in the bag, and then this new tournament, the first ever, of course, CONMEBOL eLibertadores. You can call yourself the first ever champion on your console. So just bring your A game.
Bring your A game indeed. Right, the producers, they have recalculated all of the scorers right now, so we can go to it and we can find out who our top scorer of the day is. It's time for the scorer of the day, presented by Bridgestone. And as you can see right here, one man who knows how to put on a show, even if it doesn't always go his way. It's this man, SPQR Nathan, with 15 goals throughout the day. Uli, when we're looking at Nathan, we've seen him at events before. What's he got to do to help ensure that his FIFA season is a successful one?
Well, it's been a successful season so far. I think the thing is, in the first leg against MH, he didn't score, which is really unbelievable considering Nathan is a goal-scoring machine, right? That's why he's the top scorer of the day. And yeah, I think he needs to focus more on his mindset, because if he had played that first leg the way he did the second leg, he would definitely still be in the CONMEBOL Libertadores.
It's hard, isn't it, Richard, having to say goodbye to so many very talented competitors like Nathan, like Zezinho. We've seen all of these competitors come, but they've ultimately not cut it, which means we've had to say goodbye. They've had to turn the consoles off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think that it was seeded, the matchmaking. So when you're saying we got bad matches in that first game, that's because you've not done it for the rest of the tournament, unfortunately. And that's just the truth of it. That's why Matthias and potentially PH Zin sort of maybe their games cruised through them a little bit at an easier pace. Resende sort of did the job. Paulo Neto, the 4 players that we thought coming into the tournament all went through into the penultimate round, into the final rounds, I should say, and sort of did it comfortably as well. I don't think any of them really felt under trouble or threat at any point. The best game of the day for me was the final game that you just saw there between Gabriel and MH, an end-to-end affair, and really sort of setting us up for what we can expect tomorrow and on Wednesday.
It set us up perfectly. It should be an exciting day 2 and day 3. So make sure you join us right here on the Twitch channel, on the YouTube channel as well, as we find our champions of the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Uli, Richard and Brandon, thank you so much for everything today. I look forward to seeing you guys on day 2 and 3. And all that's left to say is goodbye. But before we go, here's the top 5 goals of the day presented by Qatar Airways.
The beach that I wanted, the peace route. Somebody go tell them what I'm all about. Putting in work hard, I'm on now. Y'all been looking like some Boy Scouts. Starting these fires, but not really having desires. Pull it together, y'all looking real stupid. If you in that love, don't ask for no Cupid. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. I gotta work. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. Some told me that I couldn't do it, so I had to work on improvement. Standing up to my opponent, I had to let him know I had been chosen. This is my moment, this is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. This is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. Get out of your head, you do this in bed, no time for the meds. I'm losing control, I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. Facing all of my ops, kill them off with the rock. You cannot stop what I got. My power comes from up top. Good God. All of the blessings keep coming. I'ma need time to keep counting them up, keep lining them up. I'm filling my cup, I'm overflowing. Now we running it up, run it up. My whole team going in. We winning, we win. We came for the win. Hey. My whole team going in. We winning, we win. I said what I said. Oh yeah. Ain't no other option, ain't no way you stopping. We go hard and so don't need to gain a profit. Put us in the trenches. We came off your bitches, ready for the action. This is really passion. This is my moment. This is my moment. I gotta go. This is my moment. This is my moment. I gotta go. Get out of your head. You do this in bed. No time for the meds. I'm losing control. I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode.
Which way do you think we should go?
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way